Ah. Woi. Ah ya, baru online udah copyright. Nggak ada lagu. Halo, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam, Rizky Akmal. Apa itu namanya? Muka-muka baru bangun. Muka lu baru bangun, eh? Siapa nih, cuy? Anjir, keren. Cok, LA keren, cok. Bisa begini. Halo, Caca. Oh, Piccolo bukan Rusman ya? Babi lu, Piccolo ya. Ya, mau jangan pantek kau jangan ya. Ngopi apa ngopi kita ya, cuy? Nggak ada kopi, cok. Banggi lagi sibuk manis. Logo seperti kalau LCK, oh iya, belum dapat. Sorry ya. Pak, itu namanya Zul ya. Lupa, cok. Wah, anjir. Kayaknya kayaknya ini negara yang paling gokil kayaknya deh buat turnamen VCT. Aduh, LA jauh sih. Gak bisa datang. Kangkang sudah bersabda, coy. Oh, seperti muka lu ya Eki ya. Jo! Edi Jo! Oh ini dia cuy, tim GG cuy. Ini kayaknya gacor deh di turnamen ini. Coach mana? Udah ready, aman, nanti. Gila fanatik. Ini emang suaranya nggak ada, emang iya? What the fuck? Nggak ngomong dari tadi.
I don't wanna pretty much for sure, man.
Ngomong kocak dari tadi, gue mana tahu. Alah. Gue dari tadi loh, gue ngobrol loh, nggak ada yang ngetik. Terima kasih ya, sama. It's okay ya tentang kopi kanan demi kalian.
One more. Let's go.
Udah lah, aman cuy. Wah ini GG cok, tim-tim jago ini isinya. Gue pengen lihat Billy nih, Billy gokil nggak ya? Di Lenteng Agung. Siapa yang di sini udah beli bandelnya? Memperkaya player franchise. Siapa di sini?
First of all, congratulations, it's champions.
Bisa.
Already here.
Kembar nih coachnya, babi ini kembar ya.
Let's kick it off. So TL, you are higher seed. Team A or Team B?
Siapa nih?
So Navi, you'll be Team A, and we will start with your first band. Your band? Pearl. Okay, so bands are Haven and Pearl. Map number 1. Fracture. Side on Fracture.
Itu siapa? Mana gua tahu Dogi, lu cari sendiri, Bang.
Okay, and then map number 2. Bind. Side on Bind. Defense. Okay. So we'll go with the next set of bands, starting with Navi. You have Ascent, Lotus, and Split. Band Lotus.
Suara DS keluar lan.
Keluar lah. Band Luxfield beda game, babi.
Dance. Okay.
Kurang cok nih, bapak maknya
Okay.
gokil ini cuy. Anaknya 2 kembar jadi coach di tim franchise.
I'm gonna run through this.
Easy money dong kalau begini dong.
No. So first
Yeah,
set of
sahur.
bands we have Haven and Pearl. Map number 1 is Fracture with TL on attack. Map number 2 is Bind with Navi on defense. Next set of bands were Lotus and Ascent. Map number 3 will be Split with Navi on
Wah, menang nih Liquid nih.
To you both.
Liquid menang nih. Bocil Liquid siapa di sini cuy? Ini dia nih entry-nya ya. Anjir keren cok. Kursi kondangan nih kayaknya nih. Busuk. Wah GG coy. Lu nggak mau ke coach DFM, betah lu. Bisa ketemu kembar nih.
Love on the stage, but you best
believe there will be no love on the server as we have two teams that have not only defined esports, but have also, those 10 players, as well as their coaches, have defined professional Valorant for what it is here in 2023. This is going to be an excellent matchup between two hungry teams, Mimi.
Na'Vi has always been considered the best or second best in EMEA. That was their title.
Tapi nggak ada simple.
Team Liquid beat them
Udah
in
pensiun dia?
EMEA, overtook them, won in that tournament. But now coming into this event, there's a chance to change that score, to flip things back in the favor of Na'Vi in the tournament that matters most.
Yeah, and like you said, GB, there was love right there at that hug, but man, these map meetups tell me there's blood.
Look, nuts. Wah, homo nih, homo.
They both went into the weakness of the other team.
Kang
Liquid
Yepe tuh,
has been blown out in the recent Fracture games. Na'Vi, on the other hand, got blown out on Bind. I mean, they've looked very sketchy with Angel on the KO. I expect to see some comp changes, I mean, obviously out of Na'Vi, but even out of Liquid throughout this series.
And that's really the question surrounding Na'Vi. What comps are they going to play? What is the Na'Vi that's going to show up here at Champions? Is it the team that's still changing back and forth, making really strange decisions? Or will it be that Na'Vi who finds their style, are hard to predict, and can be a contender for top spots?
This is a team that has won Copenhagen, that has had so much success in their journey here in
Halo, Ram.
the other side, again, the same
Izin sahur, oke. Bagus ya Eki, puasa kalau nggak puasa dosa berlipat ganda ya karena bohong.
Or the highs rather have been incredibly high. So now you have to wonder, who really wants it more when they walk into that server and start this game?
I think we're going to find out pretty quickly on the pace Na'Vi sets. I think they're going to want to get CNED a little bit more active than what he's been in his recent games. And I think we're going to see a lot of CNED going up against Safe throughout the series.
Bagus yang puasa. Kalau bohong, dosa tanggung sendiri.
But on map 1 here, which will be Fracture, I think this will be an interesting style clash. Because for Na'Vi, they were the first team, back when they were FPX last year, to start playing Viper Omen, to institute kind of a new idea here on Fracture. They've carried that through, and it's become super popular in EMEA. And Team Liquid have actually been playing a very similar composition to them as well, but the implementation has been nowhere near the level that Na'Vi has had.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Na'Vi has stuck with it for so long after the Omen nerfs to the one-ways. I think he got a little bit hindered on Fracture more so than any of the other maps. So the fact that Angel is still comfortable picking Omen on Fracture says a lot about their confidence in this comp. I am expecting Na'Vi to stick to that comp. Liquid on the other hand,
trauma lihat Sugetsu, kenapa tuh?
Yeah, well, we'll see the compositions come up here in a moment, and there's your prime gaming agent
main
select.
Viper.
I mean, yeah, we're getting a lot of change-ups.
I love this idea from Liquid. They're taking a page out of EG's book. We saw how good the ult combinations can be when you implement these breach
Jumpy pakai neon coy,
but
bukan
they have their own
Saif.
spin on it, playing that neon instead, which I think has always been a
Tim
super
Liquid sih
strong
bagus
for Safe. It
agentnya.
allows you to be super proactive with defensive side aggression, and it pairs really well with this double initiator comp.
Yeah, and taking Nats off the Cypher, putting him on the Viper, I think that's a pretty good shout.
Gitu CS juara ya.
Na'Vi has been running the Raze. I mean, I think they've made the right.
Adik kakak full senyum coy, Nico sama Hunter.
Neon is going to be breezing by the Killjoy util. I don't think it's slowing her down at all.
There's no Sentinel on the other side, so it has to be proactive.
Kita lagi fokus Valorant, kenapa ngomongin game sebelah?
I think they can get a big leg up in this one.
Yeah, and we are ready, folks. Let's go ahead and make some noise, Shrine, as we get ready for our first match of the day. And what better way to kick it off than two
Mana suaranya penonton? Empel Arena.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to
Sorry,
get
Arena.
Champs 2023. Finally, Josh, an international event in North America. And we're setting the stage here with two EMEA teams with plenty of parallels, plenty of, listen, mischievous plays, risky plays all over the bloody place, isn't it, with them? But I am excited to get this one started.
I think it's the most unpredictable group that we have at Champions.
Mana,
Straight into the pistol round with two IGLs that have got to be some of the most unpredictable too.
Mana nih tujuannya nih?
For a really bizarre composition.
Tadi rekornya kemana cuy? Oh, ke B ya? Ngedrone. Omen. Gak ketahuan. Jumpy mati, free kill. Ah! Newbie neon anjing. Cacat.
Safety in numbers. Rest of his team helping to support him out here. Team Liquid forced to really readjust.
Amatir bangsat, neonnya jalan.
Was saying that the neon is going to try and get past the Killjoy utility repeatedly, but here you see they have more tools to be able to work with that. The Seize is going to be excellent at dealing with Yampi.
Pisau championnya GG coy.
Early or tries to find a way around. Now, Team Liquid stalled out a little bit, but safe.
Dipush sama Zipan. Saif mati. Oh nggak jadi. Wow. Bunuh nih. Wow, gokil. Jebol dekah manis. Udah menang orang tuh mau nyari info tapi nggak dijagain lagi. Saif. Wah, GG. Astaga. Bisa begitu jadi menang roundnya buat Liquid. Perkara nge-push lagi. Kezia, halo. Itu namanya Kezia.
If you think about how both of these compositions are going to play on the defense side, Na'Vi should have more passive information. They have the Killjoy setup. They can be throwing out haunts and prowlers. Team Liquid without the Killjoy are going to have to be fighting and using that recon information.
Jangan lupa dipencet link berkah ya, diisi ya.
And punished for it. All sheriffs on the Na'Vi side, and both of these teams have been deadly in eco rounds across this year.
Nggak seru nih pick Neon, nggak rush.
No, I don't really think that's been the issue with Na'Vi this year.
Neonnya jumpy sih, bukan per second.
Finding a team system that really works, compositions that fit them, and ways of putting their players in positions to succeed.
Jumpy, ini udah ada soulcast, kenapa dicek lagi nih? Kenapa dilihat lagi nih? Udah ada soulcast, tinju lo ya. Wait, Damka, baik. Lo apa kabar Damka? Ngecas terus ya. Easy kill.
Sending it flying with the util as well. Looks like Team Liquid looking to try and clear this one, but again, too much emphasis being placed. Now through.
Double damage. Oh.
Better weapons for the job.
Kena recon, nggak ada yang nembak.
Reveal, I believe, Shao. Claim that one through the smokes.
Satu lawan dua. Oke, masih aman. Pick Sheriff. Neon nge-step dia. Jumpy doang dah. Neon nge-step babi namanya. Ada rus-rusnya cuy. Harus diganti Ruski kayaknya.
But it's going to have to be fast and explosive for Team Liquid to carry this momentum forwards. Still, a much better start than the last time we saw Liquid on Fracture. The previous iteration,
Babang Nas ganteng mana?
playing against EG.
Hijau ya? Kezia, Nas Loran.
This map pool incredibly close between all of these teams. And Angel looks like he wants to fight really early on.
Listen, might be seeing a classic Angel play.
Flash.
He wants to take the initiative for his team. There's a flash blinding them all up.
Ya Allah.
It's an excellent stun. Great bolt from Yampi. It pushes everybody back from Na'Vi. And now they're looking to head into Soulcast. Now, Soulcast has been playing on his own here, arcade side, pretty much the entire time.
Soulcast ini bagian main sendiri dah. Kena.
That's the danger of it. Yeah, that's the punish. If you get a read on that.
It really doesn't seem like...
Harusnya nih roundnya Na'Vi ya.
Doesn't have the ability to get out on the ropes, doesn't have too much utility to be able to hold on to either, and no support. You know, it's not like playing a Killjoy on the north side where your turret gives you information if there's a crunch going on, or, you know, some way of escaping, for example, if you're playing Chamber or something like that.
Nge-fake, nge-tag, ngegangguin B, walk A, mati harusnya Jumpy. Oh, pusing. Sugetsu pusing. Flashnya busuk. Jebol anjir. Wah, ada ulti lagi Nat. Wah, bis gokil coy.
All down to Shao in a 1v3. Does he anticipate red guy behind?
Oke, satu lawan dua, recon. Gak ada yang ke-detect. Tahu pusing, nge-walk. Mati sama Jumpy. Fix. Sama Zul, itu sama-sama mirip. Satu orang itu. Gak tau dah kenapa bisa ada dua akun dia.
On top of that,
menang
major
bonus,
mistake
cok.
from Sugetsu.
Gacor
It's
Liquid.
an interesting wall setup that he was using over towards the A site, and he's gone for it again here in the next round, but he was just caught wide out in the open. Had no way of really dealing with the neon fast wall in his face.
Recon kemana itu? Oh, ke drop.
Made the try and push out here. Yampi.
Gokil.
Okay, off of his contact, there's a fault line and a flash.
Easy
into
kill.
the corner, will collect the one
Stun.
kill.
Easy kill.
He's waiting though to receive.
Ah.
He's diligent with it.
Udah.
Checking the
Masuk
right
lah.
corners. All that map control gain. There is a
Oke.
push out from
Sabar.
that
Oke.
map. They seem to be ready
Chill
for it.
dulu,
Still plays
oke.
in that direction already.
Chill.
Almost expecting.
And this
Take
is what
Amen.
they like to play. If they're pushed
Di
on
drone.
like this,
Amen clear.
Zipan and Angel are going to try to flank. I mean, Sean was forced to break down a version of that play, actually, where Angel went for a bit of an ambitious TP.
Yeah.
Poin-poin, mana ngerti gue poin-poin.
You've got to remember
Ngerti
this is
lu
going to be
Sugetsu
a
ya.
battle where both
Di
teams are
able.
familiar with the other's playstyle. And now it's all down to Angel and Zipan coming through on
Oh, dia mau
Dish.
kasih
Soulcast's already
plannya
spotted
ke
them. Just back up and play with the
Taif.
rest.
Purposely not planting the spike. Maybe to farm some orbs or what? Not too sure.
Wow.
How to get the plan.
Ace.
Yeah, give him the ace.
Well, that's going to boost up the energy and the confidence. Team Liquid are a very momentum-based
Blacknya
team. They
manis.
constantly talk about it, bringing energy into the
Masa
matches,
Ian
putting
begadang
on the server.
penyemangat
Yampi's
like-nya
final
susah.
one coming off the back of an ace. Sure, it's an anti-eco. You know, he's not facing the most stiff resistance in the world. But even before this, he was still 4-1 winning massive duels for his team and helping them get into good spots on the bonus round. That's how you know things are going well for Liquid.
Gue bikin ini, bikin aja.
Feeling good.
Redgar very close to his ultimate here.
Yeah.
See if Team Liquid have any ult plays cooked up. This is one of the major powers of the Breach Sober composition.
Di-able.
Yeah, all
Ah?
through as well in the
Join
blitz.
sendiri itu. Itu susah Neon tuh kalau nggak ada yang
Made it
follow
on
up.
top there with a nano swarms.
I think they could
Di
have
GB
found a
anjir
better
Agent Neon.
strategy there.
Yeah, it was very all in.
Kok nggak susah.
Another first kill
Masuk
going away
sendiri.
now, but they haven't been able to convert
Belakangnya
around
di
that.
delay, dianya disikat.
Still Soulcast on his own towards Arcade, now getting reinforcements from Safe. There was an opportunity for CNED to duel him, but he didn't take it. Chose the more safe of the options. They're gathering up here. Redgar still not really playing for the orb, not playing for any kind of Hunter's Fury.
Net baru sadar dia main ini.
Danger in this as well.
Copo ya, resnya ya.
Tick the clock
Bagusan
down.
Zipan ya.
Showstopper in the back pocket.
Oke jadi killjoy setan nih orang.
Comes a round-winning ult.
But recall what Na'Vi did on the pistol. Same kind of situation as this. Team Liquid cut noise and Na'Vi peeked into them. Going
Liquid
for
hobi banget nge-walk dah mainnya.
Let's get to the jiggle there. I think he did see something. Angel had to
Mati nih Angel.
fly as well.
Oh,
There is a
hampir.
trade, Zipan. He's quick with it. Now the showstopper. Let loose on
Nats
top
mati,
of the
easy.
staircase.
Granat.
He finds his mark.
Oke.
This time, Team Liquid not able to pull
Untuk
back.
Navi, yeah.
Defense,
Halo
Navi
Nathan.
were very prepared.
Nyampe DRX. Nggak tahu.
Well, let's talk about the ults a little here. Mimi was saying that these Sova Breach compositions can be excellent on
Gila
Fracture.
ada 3 game ya.
And we've
Sampai
seen that
malam.
Evil Geniuses cook
Nggak
up
kuat
tons of
kayaknya, bro.
different ultimate plays to carry the momentum
DRX
forward
game
and win
kedua ya.
rounds just
DRX
like this
mungkin
one. But here, you don't have the
T1
Revolver,
FUT
you
nggak
don't
dah.
have the Killjoy lockdown, you don't have the Showstopper, all massive tools that Evil Geniuses usually uses to be able to carry their momentum forwards. If
Wow,
Evil Geniuses one away from
ngamuk.
getting his Hunter's Fury
Ngamuk,
online,
coy.
that's got to be the priority.
Halo
That maybe
Navi.
can be a gap that Na'Vi can exploit. If Team Liquid haven't done the prep into cooking these big ult combos up, maybe Na'Vi will get some easier rounds.
Ini one way jelek banget anjir.
The Na'Vi composition, the one-way smoke, a bit of a prowler to set them up on a line. It gives them that A horse control, but they've given up drop.
Walk drop.
Result of it.
Di drone Emen-nya.
3 players grouped up, and I believe that's a stun being held. Yeah, along with the dart. This is a definitely
Wow!
Hunter's Fury right from the
Wow!
start. Kills being
Pokeball.
collected.
Sikat.
Lined up beautiful
Listrik yang Kang
They
PLN.
needed it.
Susah dah itu mah.
Absolutely wonderful.
Banyak utility yang harus dihindarin anjir.
But Redgar had the perfect angle to catch those players as they went back.
TL Sentinelnya ini si Viper
That was
dijadiin
wonderfully
Sentinel.
An A split with a
Nanti
Hunter's
pas di
Fury
defense-nya.
that was excellent for Yampi to be able to capitalize on.
Menurut gua agentnya Team Liquid oke sih.
Team Liquid had done their prep work on the attack side. They come out with that one. And now they're starting to build up to
Udah
Breach
oke nih
ultimate as well.
agentnya.
Things that can keep Na'Vi constantly on the back foot.
Agentnya Navi not bad juga, cuma easy aimman gitu. Kalau one way-nya jelek ya, enak buat enak buat Liquid kontrol aimman-nya. Sharp. Ini efek pakai Vandal Champion cuy. Auto headshot.
Look at how well coordinated it is. And look at the angle. I mean, as Zipan's caught in the corner, it also catches Xiao, who's trying to escape into sight. The reaction from Safe is exactly what I'm thinking too. That was very clean.
Langsung pause ya. Pause manja ya, Navi.
Much has been made of Emil going up against Doombros, the two identical twins battling. But one of the things I found to be most incredible is that they said whenever a tactical timeout is taken like this, they can almost tell exactly what the other brother is going to be saying to the team. These guys are identical.
Beli aja, beliin ya. Sekalian.
Almost the exact same career pathway, coaching a Valorant team, finding themselves in this kind of spot. They just know what the other's thinking, and it makes these tactical timeouts such a mind game. They were saying they often have to ignore what their first impetus would be and go to plan B or plan C of how they would adjust things, just to try and win the mind game over their opponent. This is not just a matchup of two EMEA teams that know each other really well. It's a battle of two IGLs that have a ton of experience. The two brothers in the coaching slot, whenever they have input, have to second guess everything.
Secondary plans.
To get you bener-bener main Viper aja hobi anjir. Ini kita fokus game the best game in the world ya. Jangan bahas game lain ya. Line up. Line up stun. Boleh. Itu kenapa Navi EMEA 5? Karena Navi lolos last slot di LCK-nya. Slot kelima lolosnya. Ulti Emen diinfoin sama Nats. Soalnya mereka tuh bisa ke drop tuh. Solkas lagi main di drop tuh. Welcome back Chicken Smackdown. Papi itu namanya ya.
That ability to get into the side, perhaps the breach can make the difference here.
Ngewok mulu anjir si Liquid mainnya. Mau kemana sih? Ngewok B man. Oh, dia ke B. Oh, nge-push. Nats dapat 2. Nats dapat 2. Ya, di trade.
Various areas of the map onto the side. Zipan falls though. Solkas now with a late
alert. Tangan kanan momen.
Behind the box, just popping out in the open. Heads on a swivel. Team Liquid.
Nyabun manja.
Still wins his fight out of Yampi. Looking as well to get that backstab attempt. Xiao still alive, but it is just left up to Yampi.
Aduh, susah nih Yampi nih.
Very wide swing. Xiao still alive. 9 bullets. Make it 7. Has to skip across.
Wah, susah sih Yampi. Karena dia nggak langsung insta kill si Sao.
There it is, Emil's favorite skin. Team Liquid
ada yang dikejar main Valo.
have just simply not been successful. They're not
Tapi
able to get the same value.
ya.
And here's what happened over towards
Aduh, dia nggak dapat lagi si Nats, sayang banget. Nggak dapat 2.
And meet up with the rest of the players on B, and it just ended up being a 1-for-1 trade where Nats was essentially out of the fight the entire time. So Navi
muka bisa sama, ekspresi beda.
How they got round 5. They're going to look to try and take some tree control as everybody on Liquid sets up for an A split.
Ambil drop, pakai recon.
Look at that recon dart too that Redguard's throwing. It's all the way from the south side and it lands to clear out Dish. Cheeky. Clearly a lot of prep work been put in here.
Ini jelek banget nih posisinya.
Is incredibly early from Navi.
Emen dilepas.
The exception of just Xiao. Redguard's droning out towards B main.
Drop dilepas.
could be pushing if there
Main
was
side
players
doang
there,
udah.
but no, Na'Vi are stacking this, and Team Liquid, do they still choose to pull the trigger? Yeah, there's the stuns coming through. Gliding down, but Yampi's caught in between two players. Nats now left to try and maybe do some work
Nggak
here.
kelihatan ini,
He
Nat.
slipped himself into the back lines, through the ropes, and ships in a night.
This
Is
is
there
so
any
sick.
expectation?
Sabar nih, drop ini.
Still looking the other way. Angel. Util in his hand, zip onto the side.
Wah, GG. Wah.
Bombs go and a miss.
Leaves things in a 2v3. Team Liquid still have Safe and Soulcast and Astro Wall potentially to get out onto a side.
Dua lagi side-nya.
Xiao still feels like he needs to commit to the B side. They don't exactly know where these Team Liquid players are, but the time, Team Liquid's worst enemy.
Kedengeran, rotate satu.
It's working against them.
Ulti, hajar side.
Cosmic Divide. Gonna split up the site. A bit more palpable potentially. Flash into the corner. Cena though not caught.
Ah, kuat banget.
Look at the transfer. Even if he wasn't good for it, the rest of his team hot on the trail, able to put a stop to it.
Some of that momentum definitely petering out here for Liquid after an explosive start. You
Buat
still
gimana
have
aja?
Yampi and Nats up at the top of the scoreboard, but Yampi is getting caught on more of these entries. You see the adaptation from Na'Vi. As soon as the fast lane went down for Yampi to get into sight, two of the Na'Vi players jumped into it. They bloomed a smoke, ran inside the fast lane to catch Yampi. They are putting a lot of resources into shutting down this Neon early, and there isn't enough support. Same play again here, same recon dart. The orb to take a little bit of Hall's
Tuh,
control.
Navi nggak bisa ngambil.
Na'Vi,
Men.
they're recognizing it.
Jadi mainnya
Angel
drop.
pushed out through the north side, and red pings light the map up.
Onto the north side, yeah.
Liquid, no.
It's been called, expected now, and Liquid seeking to contain, seeking to get that information, but the crosshair's just not good. Angel's made to look like an
Wah, di
absolute
trap.
bloody
Dapat
genius.
spike lagi.
Impeccable form, even with him falling, the space has been created, and the spike is dropped in the middle of nowhere.
This one is going to be an almost impossibility for Redgar and Nats to recover. Everybody on Na'Vi controlling that area. The drone.
Ini udah sering nih cara mainnya. Kalau
It clears a part of the map that Na'Vi have
rekonnya
no
jauh,
interest in standing in.
bertiga sama Astra,
Those are
makanya
the
di
kind of
push-push.
moments where you have these IGLs. Angel playing against Redguard, both of them love making aggressive, hard reads of their opponent. There's going to be wild plays where sometimes they look like they have a need to feed, but in certain spots like this, they can pull out the exact play that they need to. The X factor for either team. For
Iyalah,
Redguard,
kalau kayak gini
I
chef.
think they'd love to save these weapons necessary, but also if they could get some kind of ult orb, I mean, even with a killer.
Redguard, coba dah main outbound dulu dah.
The next round. They don't need to prioritize that too much. A lot of these orbs are attacker-sided. But this next round is going to be a very important one. Only Soulcast without the ability.
Keren cuy desain ini ya. Skin vandalnya.
Maybe the rifles will make a difference. But this is Na'Vi, string of rounds now, almost dragging it even. One more round
Makin
will do it.
ngajar.
And yeah, Angel. I mean, again, the aggression is there, isn't it, from him? Doesn't shy away from it. When he has an idea and a read on the map, what's going on? He's always going to be the first one to take that contact. This is where we're really starting to see how deep
Recon
does that Team Liquid
lagi.
playbook run. It's a new composition. What else have they cooked up? Because the
Pack
idea is
ambil drop, nahan
run dry
arcade.
ever so slightly. Preparation in order with this one. Dart down to the side, making it feel like, again, that A presence, but this time
Tapi pinter dia
work over towards arcade.
nge-react-nya
They don't have tree control.
nge-push.
And previously, this haunt has not really been followed up. So Team Liquid may disrespect it. Redguard's using his drone over towards halls instead of using that to re-clear trees, so Angel's got himself in a spot where he may well get value. And even if he does get pushed, punished, he has his ultimate to be able to escape. Great awareness from Yampi, checking the high ground there for Zipan.
And is that the
Mati
opening that they were hunting
kejepit.
for?
Udah
Wow,
Sau
and
pusing nih.
more.
Nggak ada
Danger
smoker.
falling, 3v5. Has to be heroics and shout. You can't do it.
149 lagi.
Opting now into the retake. I mean, Cena with the operator in his hands, not a chance in hell.
Stepping.
Not going to be doing that with a player disadvantage. Have to get out of there and save. So, well set up round from Team Liquid.
Di net jadi koko nih anjing,
Almost
killjoy
in some
AWP.
sense, just a slow contacting and clearing out the players from Na'Vi who are in spots that, you know, were a little more dangerous. You can't really say that about Zipan. Holding on top of Generator, very common, but also great awareness, I think, from the other side of things for Team Liquid to have crosshair placement trained in that specific spot. It's often an area that ends up catching people out. And I think one of the reasons that they can afford to do that is that there just hasn't been aggression coming from tower. When CNED's been playing in that spot, he's been playing passively, hold up inside tower, not looking for aggressive swings. So they're not worried about it as they get through Arcade. They can only focus on one of those angles. Speaking of CNED, you know, he's had this lockdown for a long time. We saw him recently make the move over to Killjoy, and I think he's still adapting, picking up the operator now. And he's kind of playing hard anchor, which hasn't given him many opportunities to use the lockdown in some kind of retake setup. So they're missing the value that that ultimate could provide.
Anjing aware dong, Sinats.
Into this first half.
Well, it just been waiting there. Yeah.
Udah 82 ke 78.
Held in game by Team Liquid, but being used, and they are backed all the way out of there. The showstoppers
kena fake manja ya.
Close to the corner, but no value at all. It's a full evacuation, Team Liquid, but right into the operator this time. That's getting caught on the lurk, but still that arcade control is Liquid's.
This is going to make things very difficult for CNED, right? They want to try and maintain some level of presence over towards the site, but Team Liquid have arcade control. They're trying to get up into tower at the moment too. Thankfully, CNED does actually have that alarm bot that tells him if people are trying to get deep into tower onto site. So it gives him and Xiao just a little bit of safety as Team Liquid back off from B.
Si Xiao rambutnya kayak gitu mirip Alex dari kamera anjir. Alex coachnya perek.
They wanted to go towards A, but no.
They're
guessing it, yeah, committing over towards it again.
Ganggu doang ini.
Faking the presence with the drone. It's been a regular theme so far. This attack side of Team Liquid.
Aduh, kena AWP kan nih.
Players away. Some of them are starting to move away. CNED doesn't know if they're crossed. It's all over the place, isn't it?
I mean, CNED doesn't know if they're in tower right now too.
With the operator out in the open, I mean, he's got nowhere to run.
Bisa
Nowhere too high. He's got to back away and pray that his team have his back. There's the shot.
Aduh,
landed.
kecepatan.
Flashes not connecting, and Xiao pushing right through the smoke, catching every single player that might be lurking and trying to put a stop to it.
What a round by CNED with his op. Put in really uncomfortable spots and delivered every time he was asked to take a shot. I think that's been one of the biggest issues actually with Na'Vi this year, is trying to put CNED in positions where he's comfortable. And here, I'm not sure that in terms of his positioning he particularly was, but he's got so much skill.
Killjoy AWP anjing.
His ability to read where his opponents were coming from in that situation, immaculate too. He doesn't need the lockdown. Save it for round 12. Now Redgar has the Hunter's Fury as well, so there is a counter available as we head into the final round of this half. Na'Vi have been constantly exploring. Angel has kept very proactive on the defensive side.
Bagus banget dia ngebacanya.
Take space in arcade. He is going to be met with resistance once more. He evacuates.
Across the ropes this time, doesn't want to get caught out. Regrouping with the rest of them. Still that tree control is theirs. In tunnel as well, looks like that's where Yampi's setting his sights, but that is being watched as well. If he decides to push deep into it, Angel has got his rifle locked onto it. So safe, so slow. What you come to expect some of these teams. This time the drone coming in. Actually, is a lot of players behind this one. The Haunt is good though. That's going to be
banyakin nge-walk ya.
Right onto Yampi. Falling Thunder Sent flying. Viper spin into the show. Hunter's Fury. They are chucking the kitchen sink at this. Are they going to be able to get through?
Neon nge-walk anjir.
30 seconds left. Have to see that plan coming down for the extension. We're just following the Prowlers. Right to the prize. Zipan is collecting.
Nggak ngeliat musuh semua anjir bunuhnya.
Finally shut down. That's taking matters into his own hands. 20 seconds left. Spike has grabbed it. There's a player watching. And the lockdown finally getting that value. It's all up to Redgar. Not a chance.
And Na'Vi ties up at 6-6 in the first half of Champions 2023. It's a tight game, a close one, a slow one too, and a bit bizarre. If you thought this was going to be defined by the big battle of Safe against CNED, it hasn't quite gone that way, with that being a Breach v Killjoy matchup. But the First quarter dominated by Yampi and Nats until Na'Vi found a way to respond.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Show was saying a slower game, right? Like, you know, this is what we've come to expect. It wasn't defined by
Nonton di LA enak cuy, benar-benar caster lokalnya juga Inggris, cok.
Felt like that's when the wheels started to turn here, and everyone's really trying to like game plan against how do you stop the Neon, how do you get value from the Neon. Lots of cool things we saw at the very least.
For Team Liquid, I think this was defined by their composition, and the question was, what do they have cooked up? Do they have those same ult combos that were so good for EG? And they had rounds, like in round 6 in particular. I think they did a really good job on this.
Bener ya, Pat.
Especially since it's Yampi playing the Neon. This is an unusual agent for him, but I think they combined it really well, using the Neon to distract those relay bolts to hold people in place with that dart to then go out and use the Sova ultimate. But the thing was, it wasn't these rounds that defined the half. It wasn't like EG where it's ult combo upon ult combo. It really, I think, came down to the mid-rounding a lot for TL, where Na'Vi was winning in these late rounds.
I agree completely. I think if Na'Vi went back and looks at this map and how it started, it is eerily similar to what their LCQ run looked like. They got first bloods on their
Pepper tanggal 10 coy mainnya.
bonus, and they couldn't convert those rounds. Those are massive swing rounds in that half, and I think without that, Na'Vi wins this half convincingly. That said, I want to give Liquid their flowers like you just did. I love the set plays coming between the Neon, the Sova, and the Breach. I thought the combination of the util was perfect.
For Na'Vi in that first half, it was interesting because it was almost always Angel being the proactive player, taking space. It was never Zipan. I expect that to change in this half, and for Na'Vi, I think it's a question of how do you deny this Neon space? Because Liquid, with double initiator Neon, is going to want to be really aggressive on the extremities, pushing forward with a dart, a stun, and that Neon combining.
Yeah, that is really, you know, we're going to see how this plays out. But what we've gotten so far, a closely contested matchup between two teams that are so familiar with one another. But let's go ahead and send it right back over to Brendan Sideshow and take us through this.
Jadwal di PLR.
We said this was going to be a game of parity. You think about the identical twin head coaches, you know, the IGL players that love to make the risky plays. And yeah, 6-6 half is what we're staring at.
Taif kalau nggak pakai duelist busuk anjir.
Are a lot better on the attack side of this map than they are in the defense. I'm not sure that necessarily bears out in the stats, but I think that they tend to come in with better ideas. I think the slow pace on their attack side is the way that Angel likes to call and the way that players like Sugetsu and Xiao like to play.
Feeling Liquid.
Another play being set up though. Some form of utility. There's a fault line. Double
nah ya.
Zipan not favored. Who's alone in that.
Nge-pick kamu sendiri ya.
Ambitious refight by Zipan. He knows that there's going to be multiple people there supported by breach utility.
Waduh, di-walkin dong. Kaget nih.
A lot of information because yeah, Nats. What a timing to be taken by Na'Vi. Immediately evened out. Gained access to the site. Should be a free plan for them. B main control also held. Still giving time for Team Liquid to rotate.
Dia mau ambil CT dulu, cok.
Where is this spike
going? What is the call here? The call to push into spawn. This is a complete adaptation. Redgar could be an absolute hero here to stun, to capitalize. Redgar did it all. And the util is good. It's fantastic. It's still coverage is there.
Ya Allah, ngambil senjata dulu anjing Angel.
2 versus 2.
Safe has it.
Ada aja kelakuannya loh.
Picked up though. And so, which way does this go? I mean, the smoke's still covering their exits, but again, it's just pure RNG. Oh my God.
Safe finding value there, but that was also Soulcast's smoke that even allowed Sugetsu to escape in the first place. Can Xiao win this?
Ya Allah, di one tap.
And basically, full run is what it felt like now. Time left as well to get this plant down, but he is low. With the extension, him versus Safe.
Apakah di one tap?
Shot to the head, he digs him. Shot goes wide, stun.
Wow, hampir.
Doesn't hit it though. It's Safe with 3 to finish. And a pistol round for Team Liquid, man.
That is a pistol round for the ages. That's an unbelievable one. What an audible to call from Angel there.
Ada aja udah bunuh malah ngambil senjata.
Throughout this year is overcooking situations like that just a tad. You could see the idea. You can definitely see what he's going for there. And there's only Redgar holding him back. The issue is, when Safe has a fault line into spawn and you're all running single file into Redgar, that fault line connected on everybody and it just stalled the entire pivot. Madness though, absolute madness that puts Team Liquid up 7-6.
Anjing di Belanda, cok.
The reaction in the Netherlands the same as mine here.
Gua sepertinya.
You're gonna get disbelief at times when you watch these two teams.
Ngambil CT-nya nggak salah.
Everybody on Na'Vi flooding through arcade right.
Kenapa ngambil
Prioritizing orbs onto CNET.
senjata?
Makes sense. The lockdown, massive tool. Although Xiao is technically closer to another big
Bawa spec lagi.
rifle.
Making sure they prioritize the ults in either areas. Lots available to them on Fracture. Even getting a cheeky kill here, but
with how slowly, Brent, that Na'Vi like to play on their attack side, I think Team Liquid is going to find it very difficult to get information. Yeah,
Control orb dia anjir.
Dart and they have a drone to work with, but apart from that, they have no passive info coming from a Killjoy or a Cypher or anything like that. They're going to need to be pushing and info peeking a lot. And that offers opportunities for Na'Vi to punish. Is he here again, Soulcast?
You walk in.
A horse control because he's worried about Dish.
Yeah,
they can't watch both areas at once.
When he's backed all the way, just
kena siksa nih kayaknya side-nya.
He knows, and now he can hear it. The footsteps coming his way. Paranoia, that's a connection. Nade towards his feet, but that is a great.
Untung ada record.
Bogs them down with the aftershock. Laying all the util straight into the choke point. Fire and range for Soulcast. Get the confidence online, son.
Easy pickings on the anti-eco. That's what you need to see. And Redgar saving that recon dart to be able to support Soulcast in his job anchoring the site instead of using it for information. Something to keep an eye on as we head
Enak tuh pala.
Team Liquid with a much better bonus round buy this time in the second half. And they were still able to convert in round 3. So how does this look? They're going to fight into tree.
Nah gini dong agresif pakai neon.
Yeah, Sugetsu seems to be there to meet them, but no, just backing away from this one. A lot of util being used, dumped right into tree, taking control of it. That's an
Udah enak nih, udah ada ulti.
Rolling Thunder now, and well,
look how deep Angel already is.
An insane shot to hit, yet Angel vacuumed up the space that's offered to
Bisa
him.
kalah.
A little bit too delayed, and he's found a second.
The timings that Angel finds are so feast or famine. They're taking that 1v1, but finding the timing, finding the opportunity, and winning the duel against Yampi.
The question is, the Team Liquid still want to try and commit to using ultimates against this one. Plan. It's being stuck. Nothing used to dissuade it.
I don't think you do, Brandon.
Yeah, not in this instance.
I think the Rolling Thunder's just too much of an
Buangan fanatik
It's a
siapa?
bonus round, you want to damage the economy of Na'Vi, but their post-plan
Siapa buangan
is
fanatik?
fantastic here. They control tree and arcade. A breach shell just can't hit everybody.
They'll make a go of it. Fault line being held.
Gak kemana-mana El.
Get a couple of picks, of course.
Save flat ya El.
Situation changes.
Nonton ke LE.
From that to maybe to just swing off that stun, not really working out.
Masih di pesawat ya?
Full control, and again, yeah, just trying to play the exits.
Apa
Take away
udah
the
nyampe?
guns if you can. Evacuation once more from Na'Vi.
Gak jadi, bohong anjay.
Attacking, slowing them down.
Orang story-nya
He's going to be able to get away safely.
And Safe and Soulcast throw themselves into the maw. An extremely gentle
Terus
bonus
itu
round
ngapain?
compared to what we saw in
Bisnis
round
kemana?
3. Na'Vi escaped completely unscathed. All rifles maintained. When Zipang gets going, and if Angel's hitting entries too, this attack side could be very difficult for Liquid to deal with. They have the lead for the moment.
Mana tuh?
Redgar is picking up the Sova operator.
Ke Swiss.
Okay.
You always know there's going to be something when Angel and Redgar are on the field, but I didn't think we were going to see this.
Not going to anticipate it, are you? Great tool to stop the contact plays, but what do you do when there's a smoke in your face? Not much. It's got to be the reposition.
Banyak yang nonton stream Ekuret kayaknya pro player ini, Cok. Sofa AWP, Killjoy AWP.
Take a more aggressive angle.
Koko udah mendunia, Cok.
Spreading misinformation over the internet.
CNED's one away from his ultimate. That's a fact. You can take that to the bank. So he's going to pick up the orb at the moment. Probably head back into tunnel and go for this. Now Redgar's going to be forced to play retake with an operator.
Yeah, and there's no big odds to try and push this one back, is it?
Or is he?
I mean,
Redgar's going the opposite way.
Anchoring onto the side, you really just have to get out of here.
He's got the shock dart lineups and the aftershock as well.
Yep, is the util goods?
No,
He
it's not.
misses, man.
Ya,
He misses.
nggak hancur.
Not a
Ya,
chance.
udah keren loh. Gue kira line up-nya bener loh.
I didn't even spot exactly where those shock darts ended up landing. But there is a bit of variability in terms of where you can put the lockdown in tunnel.
Busuk ternyata line up-nya ya, Ge.
The round has gone to pot. I think it might have just been the smokes in the face. I think whatever he's lining that up off, he might just need some part of the wall to fire it off of, or what. I'm not too sure, but
it's a great point. I mean, I don't play Silver on
Jan,
Fracture.
lalu Ang Jan.
many people do.
So I'm unsure exactly what the lineup is there, but clearly Redgar going for it and it not quite landing.
Weh, Jan.
So that's given Na'Vi another incredibly clean round. This economy is going to be through the roof. All of these players
Pasnya gedein mana? Nggak
at
tahu.
the end of this for the one round.
Yeah.
And the suppression on the side of Team Liquid, exactly the opposite. Na'Vi are now in the ascendancy.
They're hunting out this gun though. Take it out of safe
Oh,
side.
Jan.
Paranoia
Pantek.
does miss, but yeah. Out into the open. Sipan plucked
Bisa
it
nggak
up.
ada suara ya dipanggil?
So 8-8, it's evened up. As we were expecting, and another
Tuh,
timeout now.
8 sama
Gonna be
nih.
called here by Team Liquid.
We're seeing things from Shah's perspective here in the replay. Just easiest cleanup for Na'Vi. So we're heading into a tactical timeout here by Team Liquid as well, as they try to reassess what the situation is. They're going into an eco for the next, so this one really about how
My
they're
bad,
going to
katanya.
round 18 once they have guns back available. One of the big things that Team Liquid was talking about coming into this tournament was focusing on their discipline and cohesion. Emil said in the past as a coach, he has allowed his team to have a lot of freedom. If they want to overpeak sometimes, if that's something that they're doing because they're confident, he'll let them. He doesn't want to keep them too closely leashed. But in the run-up here to Champions, he's tried to create a more cohesive Liquid, a more disciplined Liquid.
Dia nggak ada ras-ras manja cuy dari musuhnya apa
I was
timnya.
rolling back the rounds in my head and I was
Ngewalk
like, I'm not
terus.
seeing as much evidence of this, but listen.
I mean,
Bikin
I do feel like that's what they're aiming
ngantek.
for with this kind of composition.
Ada suara Lian.
They're having
Mangang.
it be based on very
nonton.
set utility being thrown by Redgar and Safe.
Yeah.
Enggak apa?
Soul
Suara
Pass
aku
has
komit,
been
anjing.
extremely disciplined in terms of the areas of the map that he's been taking, although I think he's
Siapa
been
mid?
too alone on his attack side. The question for me is really how they deal with Na'Vi. Now let's take a
Dia
look
pakai
at
aftershock.
and where did the shocks
Kau
go?
mute
Shots
pada aku
were
babi.
nowhere near, were they?
Oh, there
Mana
they
ada?
just see them to the left of the screen.
I mean, maybe being placed for a
Wait,
different
kau
position
mute,
of the
kau mute.
lockdown, but
And
it's
possibly one just a little
heavy.
late.
Like, I mean,
Dia
just a
ngomong
massive
apa?
gamble
Toge?
right, to just anchor onto the site.
Yeah, you have to be extremely confident those lineups are going to land, and it didn't.
Orang nggak ada yang mid.
Knock the money down, so
Nggak ada di mute
RB,
babi.
lots of chances here. Risks need to be taken. That's why you're seeing that fault line push out, defensive aggression onto the north side of the map here by Team Liquid.
Nobody ready to punish, and I'm not sure that Angel even got the information that North Side has been compromised. The Na'Vi players left very early
Woi,
on.
suara aku kau mute, Nan.
Mana ada?
Could end
Nan.
up with the round coming down to guesswork, but look at this, fully stacked up.
Gila.
Nan.
Team Liquid now actually running all the way to A. With Na'Vi also grouped up, not willing to give away any advantages. They want to be playing together nice and tight so that they can trade.
55 seconds on the clock. Redgar got
Aduh, ngantuk nih game nih.
so he's got that available to try
They
and
are
punish.
grouped up. Yeah, Team Liquid. They have presence. They have bodies here. It's about hitting the shots at this point. Lovely recon. There's the punish with a fault line. Yeah, the
Nggak
stun.
mati lagi.
Listen, it was good. Supportive utility there, but still Angel, man. He's ripping them apart, isn't he, with the rifles? Just can't quite get it done with the Sheriffs.
Nats has picked up a Vandal here. If there was going to be anybody to make this round winnable, it could be him.
He's out in the open. Door opening.
Caught on the rope.
Yeah, to get to. Taking him out here. Just min-maxing, making sure that they can prioritize. Still with 10 seconds left. Here's the plant. No chance for Soulcast here. They know his positioning. I mean, he'd have to toggle, basically, the big stage to pull anything like this off.
Yeah, it's not a possible situation for him, but it's more about, if you can, trying to put a bit of suppression on the Na'Vi economy, because it's currently out of control. You look at Sugetsu, CNED, Zipan, these guys are going to have almost max money.
Tes.
That's a good
Apa
one.
kau
Makes
tes?
Zipan have to rebuy the rifle.
Ada suara tak?
These kind of things could end up being
Ada.
important
Dari tadi ada
if both teams are able to put more rounds on the board and we head deeper and deeper in this map.
Idiot. Tunggu DRX saja.
Suara kau nggak ada.
Some more ideas though now for Team Liquid. Was that half by around?
Minta Allah ya.
Ya, di aku aja ada bang.
Kalian ada lambang
The
nggak ada
lead has been
suara ya?
taken by Navi. This is where really do just
Bisa
have
sama
a
siapa?
chokehold on this map.
Teman-teman.
Their map pick. It looked like early on Team Liquid had a very good read. I think that first half they had plenty of fantastic ideas. We saw the big ult dump on that one round where they punished the A-holes.
Apa?
We like to play on the defense side, so there were
baru
clear
ada.
ideas and counter strategy.
Kolor
But
tadi lagi.
This is going to be
Aku
ridiculous,
ngomong-
Brent. We've got Yampi with
Aku
the
ngomong
neon
tadi.
operator trying to
Rupanya
peek
ke mode
into
speaker
at
lah
least two of the players that are
Muka gua tuh.
Angel
Kayak
is
speaker.
trying, right? Yeah. Close to the corner here.
Nah,
And
ini dia.
there, Angel's
Udah dimajuin.
in front.
It's a great position.
Wah,
to
mati
keep
nih,
that.
mati
Such
nih.
a wide swing.
Kan?
And you just don't expect it. It's so unorthodox, man. Any potential timing?
Kasian,
no noise
anjir.
whatsoever.
Si Jumpy.
Look at it, slipped his way into the side. Dart just about getting that tag onto the one. Soulcast, that is just instinct on display. Shots
Lu
razzled
dipanggil
off through the
kacau sama
choke
kawan-kawan
point.
e-sport
Navi
aja,
finding it
iya.
difficult now to try and get a bit of a breather in the round.
Their players are very
Berawak,
weak.
yo.
And still that breach shot safe. He's holding on to
Yo,
it with these
Hawa,
kills that
yo.
he's landing. These are just through the smokes. With the spam, might even get another one. There
Kena
it is.
lagi.
No fair fight.
Udah nggak bisa ngeplay
Both
nih,
of those
susah
players
nih.
had a combined 51
Ada
health between them, taken
aftershock.
down by spam through the smoke. It's just all the chip damage adding up over time.
Harus bunuh dulu.
Giving him the fights now to CNED. But again, what a task he's
Oke,
got.
nonton seperti
Side
nanti tuh
step
ge.
straight to avoid the stun, a wider face once
Kemarin
more.
udah kayak mana, udah kayak
There's that
Sinan.
discipline being showed. And again, even.
Si
You take
Aceh,
a look
si
at the replay
Kece,
here, though.
si
One of the big
Ake.
issues is that Na'Vi are too
Banyak
predictable
hilang.
on their timings of when they're committing to the site. They go for it. A big round here. You know, utilizing
Anjir, kena
the
lagi
fall,
loh.
getting
Udah
into the site.
turun smoke-nya 3 kali.
But one of my major issues is while they're up 5v4 and they've been very good at being able to get those attacking first kills all this year,
Nah,
they immediately commit to a
Pri.
site hit every time. And that makes it too predictable. We have an op-v-op battle happening here, although CNED is on the other side. Yampi doesn't like the look of it. He runs away instantly.
Yeah. Maybe a bit of conditioning, but they give him that space. Nice and early. Yampi sets himself up.
Duh, nggak ada yang liatin. Mati lagi Jumpy.
Oh, no.
Kayak gimana manteknya begini nih?
Barrel.
Yo,
Chance though.
So close.
bisa selamat dia ya.
That is dancing with death for Yampi.
Bisa selamat deh coy.
He's trying to work on that internal clock of when the team could have worked their way under through tunnel without making a footstep. And to be fair to him,
Kok
he was
boring kali
perfect.
matchnya ya.
Just
Couldn't have
escaping
spent
it.
another half second there.
Yeah. Peeking off the recon. Broken. Only the one shot though going wide. And
Nggak ada yang ngeras-ngeras
noise
dia.
being made.
Iya.
Trying to hide their presence, make it difficult to tell which
Jalan terus ya,
they're
jalan.
landing on.
I love this smoke as well from Angel.
Buat
It's
apa
good
mereka
sight
nih
line
pakai
from
neon kalau nggak ada
Yampi. These
main
players over by
cepatnya?
B are going to be looking for information.
Nggak bisa Olil. Gua liquid.
That's where the spike is
Nggak
heading.
bisa ya Olil ya.
Yeah, and with no
Liquid
time,
ya.
safe in position with the rolling thunder. This just feels like a
Go
lost
liquid.
round almost instantly.
Delay lagi. Molly.
Play this one, a haunt into the back of the
Nice,
side. Being used
delay,
pretty
mantap.
actively To try and bog out these players.
15
17
detik.
seconds
Eh.
left. Everybody
Delay,
pushed and corralled into close quarters here. Cosmic Divide just, again,
There's no time.
pushed right in front of them. Angel is right behind enemy lines and he can't
Aduh.
win these fights out. 6 seconds
5
left. There has
detik.
to be the spike.
Waduh,
They've planted.
keplan
Is
lagi.
there time? I believe so. And
Busuk
still,
dong.
they're holding it down. All the sidelines there. The shots are landing. It's up to Soulcast and Yampi.
Yampi's going to be able to exchange the operator for a rifle, so he does still have a chance. Stun would be good.
He's trying to isolate one of the fights here, but it's so damn difficult. It's a high-low setup. Drop
Aduh,
control still there.
tembusannya
CNED
salah.
watching it with the op. Here's the ult. Showstopper against the wall. Damage done, but
Saving
no
udah
kill
ini mah.
netted. Distraction play from Soulcast, but again, it's ticking. The spike down and down. Time available, not there. This just felt like an impossible
bocah
round to
Navi
win for
kah?
Navi, yet somehow, somewhere, they pulled it out.
And I
Aduh.
don't know how. They had
Bisa
10 seconds on the
ke-plan
clock.
bomnya.
Angel was the only player that Omen ulted into sight. They still had Nats on the high ground of A to deal with, and they bullied their way through all of that defensive utility and managed to get a plant down. That's a ridiculous round.
Yeah, look at this.
Aneh
Right
kan?
down to the wire.
Barusan tuh bisa
Just
retake
trading
cepat.
people out
Neonnya pun
excellently
lambat
on
kali.
this slow siege.
A second to spare when the plant's going down there.
I can't believe it. There's so many things that could have gone wrong in that situation.
Yep.
One player in a spot to be able to drop the player with the spike, and it could have all been over.
Yeah, pain.
5
And that's what
detik.
it means. These are the small moments, the delicate things that can mean the difference between a win and a loss.
And look at this group up. Players are meeting them pound for pound.
busuk.
Zipan! Oh, the man
Busuk.
with the plan.
What is that?
Maybe not so. Still, I mean, that is just
He's just jiggling left and
Yep.
right. AD, tapping people while he's in the dead zone. What is that?
fantastic movement.
When Zipan's on raise, anything is winnable. That's another thing that Na'Vi have shifted heading into Champions. CNED occasionally taking a bit more of a back seat for Zipan to play the solo duelist. Rather than experimenting with those Yoru
Susah ya,
fake
Olil ya.
everyone loved from Na'Vi.
So lock that away. Do not bring that out.
Kayak ngeliat
Zipan's
Toge
been
main.
absolutely magical on raise.
Yeah.
Kok
He's
bisa
constantly
gitu?
putting up huge performances for the team.
It's definitely that comfort role.
This has put Liquid in a
Aduh, nggak ada
really
duit
horrible
lagi
spot
nextnya,
again.
Liquid.
They forced into this round with a Guardian, some scraps, odds and ends.
Lihat map bang.
Chance of
Ultinya lihat
reclaiming a
map.
rifle as well. They are grouped up. They're saving his Guardian. Doesn't feel nice.
I mean, these players could easily get pinched and lose what little they already
They
have.
already are being pinched.
Mati
Position is
nih.
known here. Just gotta find the angles in time. It's all up to Nats. And he won't survive.
Gokil.
Na'Vi. It's 11 to 9. The bank is booming. Plenty of money still. Team Liquid once more knocked down. Almost absolutely nothing.
Here comes the timeout from Team Liquid.
3 orang
Look
rata.
at this
Ah.
from Zipan. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
it's the
satunya
line-up
segaris.
towards the end as Yampi and Soulcast just stack on top of each other. Neither quick enough to be able to trade the first as well. I believe that was safe. There's coordination a little off there, but, you know, that's what's going to happen in some of these spots when the pressure gets to you. I don't really like the way that Team Liquid have been playing their defensive round, Brent, and I'll tell you why. Their composition doesn't have any of that passive information gathering, and so your two options are to try to fight for areas of the map. on
Boleh
teams
lah,
that
Olil.
basically
Olil kapan nih?
you know,
Navi
let's say
Olil.
tree, and then you back off and you try and re-push another area, and so you're constantly finding new information around the map and creating presence. Or the other option is to try and get, you know, some passive information from an op. And when you look at the comp that they're running, I don't think there is a natural operator. We've seen Redgar pull it out on Sova. We've seen Yampi playing it on Neon. This doesn't make sense to me, no matter how good Yampi is with the op. When you have
Aman,
a Neon
Olil.
comp with a breach and a Sova, you've got to be aggressively taking information,
Cepat Toge,
not
semangatin
trying to sit
Liquid
passive
Toge. Let's go
behind an
Liquid.
operator. I think that's been the wrong call for them, and I think it's put them in a really bad hole that even with the right strategy now, it would be almost impossible to dig their way out of. Na'Vi look like they should be able to wrap this one up very quickly.
Only need 2 more rounds.
Atas.
This one should be handed to them unless something goes awry.
Pak Api itu
Bolts.
namanya.
Still left to be used. I mean, Yampi does have the overdrive. Redgar maybe could cook someone up with Hunter's Fury, but for now, fully grouped up. Na'Vi all on the south side of the map.
Oh,
Here it
push
is.
dia.
Yeah. It's proactive. It's
Wah,
aggressive.
kabur.
There's paranoia.
Tabrak terus.
Fantastic time with that one.
Tahan diri sendiri.
All the way out of there.
Hajar. Ini baru perang.
Behind the box, dodging, juking the
Nah,
shot.
ini
He
baru.
lands the shots there. Bullets raining down onto them, and there was that.
Ini baru seru. Nggak ngantuk. Lari sana kiri
Pick one
kiri
up with his
kanan.
favorite gun, the Ghost. It's what made Team Liquid's eco so phenomenal when they were playing in the regular season. But here, still in a 3v4.
Gear terus
those
mungkin sih
weapons,
itu dah.
you know, lost in places where there's
Biar
no
nggak
way to pick
kebokong
them
lah.
up. Shao's weaponry is not
Biar
going to be
nggak
retrievable by
kepinch.
Team Liquid. So this has got to get done with Sheriffs and Ghosts.
Saved, tucked.
Nats is going for it. What
Across
is
the
this?
rope, he spotted it.
There's
You have
no
to
way.
hold your ground, though. You have to hold.
Nuts,
No
nuts,
one's
nuts,
looking
nuts,
towards
nuts.
There's no way.
No question marks on the mini map, and he spent it all the way up. There's a gun for you.
Gokil.
To play. Got to do it. Backs against the wall.
Aduh,
Safe.
sabar sabar Saif.
His way out of there. No longer anchoring towards the back, just rattling off the shots, and there's definitely damage done. Players are weak, but the spike will get planted still. So 3 versus 3.
Aduh, ada ulti
In
Sugetsu
place,
lagi.
Sugetsu. Trying to close this one out cleanly. Bit of of anti-synergy though, and Cena
Ada ulti juga sih, nggak mungkin dipakai sama si Nuts.
follow up inside the pit.
No, he doesn't have any kind of angle, I don't think.
Waduh, susah ini mah.
To invest his own. Holding it in his hands as the counter pit.
Oh,
There's on top, it's almost perfect.
This round is for the game.
Completely overlapped.
Oh, berantem ini cok. Ribut ini cok.
Bit of RNG, lighting up the bodies. It's even so far safe. He's ran them down and seen it with the operator. Sticking onto it, rifle gained. Damage that still.
Susah, Nutsnya mati.
Down.
A team Liquid took the risk, they took the gambles.
Ente banget itu.
It did not pay off. Nats tried his very best. But the investment of that Viper's pit.
Senyum aja bos, jangan ditahan.
Everybody on Na'Vi dropped down to fractional health, apart from CNED, who was outside with the operator. No real way of accounting for that. Team Liquid are going to have one last chance here. Na'Vi only need one more.
Sayang banget, Nutsnya mati sih.
Round's already begun. Straight back to it.
Kalau Nuts nggak mati,
no time to set up his turret actually to watch that angle. He was late towards the north side. Angel walking up, Solcast just spots it. Damage being done, a tag with the bullet, but not enough to really bring down his opposition. And now there's a base increase. All the way onto the side, Yambi still watching it with the op. Disengaging, dodging away from all this utility with the Nightfall scattering across. We're definitely finding it difficult now to get
bomnya mana? Oh, kirain bomnya masih itu.
One player onto the side, they have to make a call to try and fight it. And it's over towards Sand. Still the spike is in halls, and Angel, he is in no man's land. He used 2 TPs to get into this spot.
He's got to be able to get them out of it. I mean, he's the playmaker now, but he's so far away from being able to make a play happen.
Behind the box.
Another smoke up in 5 seconds. He could use that to try and isolate a duel or get himself out.
Trying to force a fight. Stun. Dart. Everything being used. Attention dragged towards him. Safe. Marching towards the objective, but no.
Oh, bisa cross dia. Oh, mati lagi terus smoke. Masa
angles once more. Shao's going to be falling.
There shouldn't be a lot of
sih dipakai sih.
Safe and Redguard both have ultimates that can stop it.
Tap once more, looking for the fights here. Completely grouped up, but yeah, Team Liquid. They had the advantages there in that round. It was handed them. See it 12-10. The amount of chances now that Na'Vi has to close out this map.
And things get easier for Liquid the more that they can win.
Pause dulu manis.
Yampi's picked up the operator again. You don't anticipate them really going for too much defensive aggression when he's got that weapon online. But these ults are going to be constant threats. Whenever Safe and Redguard have these ultimates up, it makes it very difficult for Na'Vi to be able to get them down. And it also counters CNED trying to go for any kind of space acquisition, taking control of the B site with his lockdown.
Belakang bisa nggak kena dari kan?
Again, lacking that information, aren't they? You can see it. Got having to jiggle with the knife out.
Hancurin ulti Killjoy.
And that's going to be beneficial for them. I mean, 2 players right now are getting early information towards A, so they can stack 3B, and they don't have a bad defensive setup.
You should run.
Nade over the top. There's a lockdown.
Hancurin. Redguard.
Hunter's Fury to try and push this back and actually deal with it, and this time Nats, yeah. Definitely aware of it for the towers push. Rolling Thunder.
But that's every ultimate. The 2 big ultimates have been used, and Na'Vi still have a minute to work with. Sure, they're in a 4v5. But I think you've got to consider that a bit of a win.
The
entire time, though, Yampi has held on to that A-Hall's control. It's important because it gives Team Liquid peace of mind, knowing that they can stack players onto the B site.
I think Nats and CNED both just caught glimpses of each other there.
Here it is, crossing. Using the smoke timers again, it's just random bullets. It could come down to sheer chance. Whether or not they can get into the side itself. There it is, follow the traces. We'll just pounce. 3 in a round in total. Shao left to do so much more, and he just cannot get it done. 12-11, Team Liquid. Steadily getting there. One more to bring it to OT.
Kill Nuts.
Nats has just been the hero for Team Liquid today. He was at the beginning of the first quarter here on Fracture. He was electric. And now here finding all the important kills. He caught a spot of CNED early on while he was positioned at Dice. Repositions into tower. Deals with CNED by counter spamming through the smoke and then also catches
orang dalam.
trying to push him and squeeze him. Amazing play from Nats. He's up 20 and 14. That's what Emil needs. Star player stepping up.
Last time out here of regular time, and it's Na'Vi.
Nuts nimirip ko jotakin.
Realize it. The chances have been slipping away from them to close this map out in a nice clean fashion without it going to the OT.
Go.
One more shot, one more chance.
The gun rounds in this half have still been massively in favor of Na'Vi. Team Liquid won the pistol, both times, and Na'Vi is still 12-11 up. But that kind of stuff, it doesn't really matter if Liquid's able to find those crucial rounds that end up making the difference. The rounds that count for more than just one. Now Zipan is going to be one away from his showstopper here. There's definitely a plan that Na'Vi can construct around that ultimate. And like I said in the prior, with the Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder being removed from the game, Team Liquid don't have the same level of tools. They're going for a double op setup.
Ada ulti lagi, nggak ada apa-apa gitu. Zipan ambil orb, ada ulti deh.
Do they have spare rifles on the floor? I don't think.
I believe so. I mean, Rekka was
They must.
chopping and
Nats,
changing it around.
kalau Nats pakai
They don't, they
Z,
should, because Soulcast has the money for it.
jadi
so
no,
that's round 4, so
jadi
they must
Joe,
do,
anjing,
surely.
Raffi.
Well, I mean, this is one way. Try and hold some of that passive map control.
Bring them down.
Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Angel only with a Sheriff in hand.
Oh, double op. Ada duit,
Slowed
Navinya.
down entirely.
Yampi.
He's got to be worried about
there's
tunnel.
danger. Oh, there's more than danger. There's players right in his face. Prowler shot, landing through. Damaged under Zipan.
Ambil orb, aduh, ada ulti dong deh.
That could be crucial. I mean, Zipan will now die to 2 Vandal shots to the body as he pops his showstopper. The damage that was just done through that Prowler may end up making a massive difference. But just picking up the orb has
karena
dragged
si
4
Zipan.
players from the defense over towards B. Recon dart being used, that needs to be broken. If it isn't,
Doesn't get broken.
okay, down Team Liquid know that this hit's coming through on A.
They can stack it through. It's Nats who's holding it again. Anchoring stall. Defender close to the corner. Doesn't stand a
Gila,
chance.
setupnya.
And he's up against the rocket. Here with the door open wide. That is a beautiful face. The fundamentals on display from Na'Vi.
Triple
They
pick.
found that advantage.
30
Get into the
seconds
site though. Plan needs to get online here. Op revealed. Yampi holding it from drop here. Didn't manage to get through.
Aduh,
Against is not cleared. Yep. Still from Sand. This
Gila.
is straight, and this
Lari
is
pakai-
standing their ground.
Lari
Some
pakai
Rekka,
ghost.
not enough in the end.
Aduh.
13-11. That's
Bisa
map
lari-lari
number
pakai
one
ghost.
wrapped up.
Busuk manja, busuk manja.
Na'Vi performing on their map pick there of Fracture. They needed it.
Real Olil.
All of these
Ordal kah?
maps, I think we can anticipate being just as close as what you just witnessed. These two teams separated by a hair.
Yeah. And this has been part of the course, honestly. This entire year, if you look at these two teams and they're playing, I think at most it's been a round differential of 3 rounds on every map that they played against each other.
And what a time for Na'Vi to get back into a form where they look like they've actually got a chance to compete against squads of this kind.
Real Ordal itu cuy.
EMEA winners. You know, they've recovered from
Okay,
the worst
toilet
streak
dulu,
of
cuy.
Angels, Valor, and Korea recently too, with 4 losses over the course of the recent tournaments. Recovered from that with the qualification of champs, and now looking to start out on the right foot here at group stage as well. You know, Angel said actually in the press conference that we don't have the consistency yet. That's just true. But winning champions is not about consistency. It's about being good here, right now, at this day, at this week. If you peak, if Angel plays well, if Zipan's getting the entries, if they have good strategies and are able to get onto maps that favor them like Pearl and Fracture, they've absolutely got a chance of taking down the big dogs like Liquid.
Oh yeah. That's what makes tournaments like this so special. Never know when a team's going to go on a run. We've already seen it. You know, we know the caliber of player on either side. And this Group D games that we're watching as well. I mean, group of death, group of disappointment, whatever you want to call it.
I'll be disappointed for whoever loses.
Exactly. But it has been electric so far for our beginning here at Champs 2023. Plenty more action left to come in the series, of course. Do not go anywhere. We're right back after this.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With AimLabs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. So the new ranked season, you play, you get points,
Ada yang mau, Jan?
compare yourself to your...
Gas.
Mana kau? Temenan aja enggak doh, idiot.
Dan idiot. Belum login.
Desperado jo.
Ada event kan?
Kenapa?
Event TDM tercepat dapat bundle.
Ada yang mau beliin Champions bundle nggak? Beliin dong manis. Kurang berapa nih? 6.100. Kurang 5.000 lah.
Oh, cara mana?
Caraku cepat sini. Pantai oh.
Let's go liquid.
Lilo kayaknya baik nih. Ayo Lilo, lo.
Toge kalau mau gabung party apa Toge? Ke Nanda terus harus join Jen.
Nanti aku oper. Mana kau Jan, woi?
Loading screen.
Lama lah, pantai.
Sabar Brody.
Ini siapa ya? Orang Minang adik-adik.
Tambuh cie.
Nothing to say bisa nama nothing to say. Nggak jelas oh. Tolol. Jan.
Kok DC stupid.
What the fuck? Kenapa DC?
Berapa lama apa itu?
Nggak tahu. Bisa jadi Dito lagu ya. Nggak boleh ya copyright ya. Ajan. Cepat Jan. Tidur nih yang nonton nih bangsat.
Oh, enggak nge-vape enggak boleh.
Gak apa-apa. Gak baik dilihat anak kecil.
Yang tengah malam nih mana ada ya anak kecil lagi.
Adik-adik yang di bawah umur tidur ya.
Besok Senin.
Cara gitu.
Let's go.
Bisa TDM lama ngepicknya, woi.
Nyari Senin.
Senin sekarang.
Senin nih. Hari
Sekarang
kerja.
Senin ya.
Besok.
Gitu.
Ilham berbangun.
Warnet dia.
Kau dibunuh si Nandam.
Datang dia ke warnet. Jan.
Desa HP itu.
Mana dia?
Nggak tahu juga. Nggak ada di warnet desa HP.
Oh.
Mute kau nge-mute Ham.
Bunuh Pak Pentek kau lah bunuh.
Saat TDM ngedot.
Nggak jelas orang-orang nih.
Match found.
Apa Ilda? Mau main gak Ilda? Ilda.
Let's go.
Oh,
Bukannya Subaton ya? Oh, udah silver rambutnya, udah dari kemarin silver, kocak udah lama. Tidur kocak. Rangket enggak TDM. Kan orang lagi watch party ya, disuruh rangket. Ini lagi Subaton. Ya, seumur hidup itu. Jan, pick Jan. Pantai lama lagi.
Iya lupa lu.
Cepat pick. Yang namanya Subaton ya. Ya, seumur hidup lah itu Subatonnya.
Oh iya. Enggak. Lah.
Habis ini. Aduh, DRX. Nonton nggak lo? DRX Loud. Musuh bebuyutan nih. Gak ada yang seumur hidup itu. Duh, TDM ini lo DRX 20. Kayaknya 21 deh. Lo mau jadi tebak-tebakan lo. Emang ini cenayang lo. Lo mainin adik gua lo. Aduh. Bisa TDM lama. Babi.
Yang main di warnet 10.000 5 jam nih.
Ya aku tuh 10.005 jam. Adik gua bosak dari hashtag 9. Makanya lo jangan serakah lo. Udah hashtag 9 udah diem. Coba pakai adik gua lo. Bisa tuh. Hashtag 100. Cok TDM lama cok. Udah keburu mulai nih. Ah GG.
Ya kan
Emang lama apa gimana sih?
ada yang nyangkut tuh, ada yang belum.
Pantai naga lah. Ah mulai juga oke. Bisa lama.
Go.
Sikat nih ya. Buset dah. 3 biji, bro. Oh gitu aku mati ya.
Party's over. Yikes.
Oh, jatuh.
Oh my god.
What the fuck, mati-mati.
Woi, dibeli 5 ya.
Santai 5 situ.
Woi, astaga kita.
Bisa semua di situ. Kan Deoro udah mati. Weh Res, betul-betul kau Res.
Go. Reload. Got him.
Jago juga Reno.
Renanya weh.
Reloading. Gotta go.
shit, man.
Gila.
What the?
My ult's ready. I gotta wait.
Aduh, bisa nggak mati orang ini? Ada yang bisa bunuh Rena, buah. Kalah kita deh. Woi, apa Dina? Kenapa Satchel nggak ada yang berhasil lu? Ya Allah, nggak malah. Udah mulai belum adik-adik? Rata sama Rena. Busuk nih tim Raja nih. Kacok. Fuck, ulti mati.
Udah naik gaib kali woi.
Kan gaib Ojan. Kan jago tuh. Mulai cuy.
Both of the Raze players just bringing the sheriff on the pistol.
It's yeah.
Jangan tidur
Room for a silly game, I think. Room for a silly game.
Jumpy pakai hamber.
Group D. Yeah. Just silliness. Here we go.
Up.
It's very slow. But
Ini baru Saib.
Only one opportunity granted to save. He's quick to capitalize. Here's a nade into elbow.
Kalau
Flash
pakai
into the back.
duelist
Clears.
GG dia.
That space gives them peace of mind, but they second guess themselves. In through the TP. All that space being gathered.
Lari
That
lah
catches
terus
the
tuh.
look and the rotations. Because guess what? It was Yampy gaining all that space through showers while all that was happening.
He's going to be pushed up. Newbind makes it easier to clear this position.
Oh, he needs some help though.
Goes 1 for 1.
No trade in sight there, Angel. Still alive and kicking, isn't he?
But only with a classic.
It's a 2v4. Gains the upgrade. One smoke left. Can remove one of the angles. Trying to follow the traces. Landing a few shots here. We'll need a real miracle chance here.
Kok nggak di Twitch? Legal soalnya. Jadi nggak di Twitch.
But all really just laid out here for Team Liquid to take this pistol round to get to. So much to do. Not enough time. Almost with the shots. Decent effort.
Team Liquid pick up the 3rd out of 3 pistol rounds in this
Nonton
series.
sampai habis, nggak tahu
They're
juga.
going to be kicking themselves for the way the fracture went, being in a position to
Kalau
win the
kuat,
game. But they've started out on the right foot.
Iya, karena official di YouTube jadinya kocak. Kalau ilegal baru lari ke Twitch.
I'm so intrigued as to how this
terlalu
Navi
HD, nggak
composition
tahu.
is going to function on the defense side.
There'll be fumes coming out of your head by the end of the map.
Yeah. Well, already we saw CNET going for the push through the teleporter, right? And that's took him
Kuatnya
down.
aja, Lil.
Style just pushed up
Kamu
real
lemah
deep on
bacot.
sand. So that's something that CNET's going to have to be wary of in the future. Wouldn't be surprised to see Angel just taking fights constantly over towards Showers too, knowing him.
Kalaunya dia kok kaca
He loves
babi tuh
He
namanya dia.
absolutely loves it. Plenty of firepower on either side, though.
Mana tuh flash?
Actually landed top into the corner, and as the recall star was dropped down, it opened up the sideline.
Just as the pistol round opened, this round the other way.
Kenapa
Both
udah
races
jarang?
taking those duels, Sheriff in hand, Zip and
Udah lah.
Rex this time.
Full fokus
Now we
soalnya.
have 4 players over towards B. They're going to try and re-explore B long and make sure that Team Liquid are not grouped up over towards there. Liquid would love to try and respond reactively into A off the back of that, but they can't. Not grouped up, no spike in hand.
Masa iya kena
Yampy just continues
Iko
to take Show's
momento
control
aja.
slowly as Angel hoovers up the ultimate orbs around the map.
Oh, bahaya nih kalau
though,
keculik
look at
satu lagi nih.
Left to right, doesn't know which
nice.
way to look, and Yampy.
Nice Yampy.
This is like a Sheriff-only game.
I know, it certainly feels like it.
Masih mau lanjut kalau
There it
ada
is
tim
Balls are
mau
back
lah.
of the site, and yet back up from the rest of his team. Shots sailing through into the back of the A site. That'll be open area for them to be able to plant, so only up to Sugetsu. At this point, it's wrapped up. Should be a very flourishing
Legendnya
bonus round in the
oke
next
sih
Team
si
Liquid.
ini
Yeah, one well they'll have tons of things online.
Liquid tuh.
I mean, especially if Yampy goes in hunts right now, there's a possibility that he might even be able to get a Tour de Force active.
Yeah, he should be the one hunting.
Pakai Astra. Kok pakai Brim imba lagi.
Navi, with
Utility.
Sugetsu alive, command still quite a bit of respect. You know, Sugetsu was popping heads in the previous with only the Sheriff that he managed
Safe
to
aja,
scavenge.
safe. Kabur.
Liquid playing with a lot of that discipline that they said they were
Oke, Olil ya.
trying to bring into champions here.
Yeah.
Oh, and the grab well.
Locking him in
Yampy.
place,
Yampy.
vulnerable up. I'm thinking with this one, Yampy hits it.
So that's great. A really big ultimate to start building up towards. And Yampy's put a serious focus on
Yampy.
taking Shower's control. It might not be at the very start of the round, but that's certainly the area of the map that he's
Yampy
going to be
awal-awal
contesting.
gacor loh.
I think he should anticipate fights happening around that area. Navi has
Masih
players
udah
that are
nggak
going to
main
love to
ML,
try and
nggak-
contest early.
soalnya nggak ada
We've seen
orang.
Zipan fighting over towards B.
Kemarin
CNET on Neon, he's got to
karena
want to
bootcamp
take
kan,
early
pelatnas.
engagements. And Angel, you couldn't keep him out of a first duel.
He throws himself in willingly. Yeah.
Now, Yampy's not buying a weapon here, which is really bizarre, and neither's Redgar.
Yeah, saving fully, really. I mean, that's so much money in the bank. I'm not too sure what the game plan is. Maybe
Salah smoke.
attack side operator.
I think Sugetsu,
cards?
I think Sugetsu just headbutted that Viper orb to
Salah
try and
pakai
deny
itu.
Nats' setup.
Counterplays on counterplays here. And yeah, it looks like it. It's a bit too deep down into the choke. Deep flash. Smoke instantly placed down. That orb does allow Sugetsu to just hold this position.
Gue kirim linknya di DC. Oke.
And yeah, towards the back there. Rattling off the sheriff shots, not favored for it.
Zipan so far looking like he's crispy, apart from the first death that he got in round 1. Otherwise, he's been good for it. Aim's on point. Form not an issue.
Team Liquid feeling a tad lost in this one. I mean, 40 seconds remaining. They don't really have any semblance of map control. Only now starting to
Angle.
guess what? Angel's
Dapat
here.
1, 2.
Side off
Oh,
angle. Lovely
ketret.
movement from Soulcast though. He responds. That is the trade.
Shao needs help. Zipan's going to be booking his way over as quickly as he can.
He does towards the back, but he's given plenty of timing. There was a large window there. Only the Trailblazer. No one pushing up off of this. It's only the
Wah,
players
nggak
he's
kelihatan
timing to
tengah side-nya.
put this way around.
Udah,
into the
easy
center of
kill
the
nih,
tube.
Sao.
That's running forwards there. Up and over Zipan.
Easy
Not
kill,
aware of
Sao.
it. Dropping down.
Nice,
That's the plan.
1,
Wants
2.
to convert, and well.
Gak kecik
Oh, but
soalnya
it's not
tengahnya.
two on it.
Great play by Na'Vi. Excellent work there by Shao. Just moving his way around the box. Dodging the Trailblazer from the other side. And take a look at this opener from Zipan too. Oh, just catches Yampy as he was trying to escape. And all of those opening kills go in the way of Na'Vi. Secures them a nice advantage. So, 2 players didn't buy in that round from Team Liquid on their bonus, where they could have, in theory, because they had like 5,400 credits, something like that. So you know that they're saving up for an operator. Yampy picks it up. He's 1 away from having Tour de Force online anyway, but he wants to try and fight this down short. The real battle for map control, though, we're watching here at Showers.
Scurrying all the way forwards, using the util to make sure they can set themselves up onto that line.
It looks a
Na'Vi
little
having
lost
to give it up.
from Na'Vi here, actually.
Yeah, they are really grouped and now just, again, guessing.
Yeah, 3 players just on top of each other in backside A. No map control at all, and they're just trying to play full A retake.
What sound cues are they going off? I mean, there was a couple of recalled stars over towards B, and they're leaving it.
They know there's nobody down B long. I mean, this is a gamble and a half to think that it would be a full 5-person B hit through hookah.
Another flash committed as well on the other side of the map. That should give them, again, no indicator, no sound cues. So they choose to commit elsewhere. So get to finally catching the shoulder of Safe.
This is so much responsibility and pressure to put on Sugetsu's shoulders.
But he's out of there. Gives it up, doesn't play towards the back of the site.
It's a bizarre round, but they have both duelists flanking through market. It's a weird way of playing the defensive side of Bind, because you're going to be running into these trademarks more often than not. Yampi's got one position to market.
There it is.
How do you get past that?
No chance. Have to break it, but they're waiting to see if somebody will just walk into that sight line. It gets triggered. Nats now aware. Repositions all towards the back here. Orbital strike, clearing out lamp. Stun is clean, but here it is. Util flying backwards and forwards. Yampi got close to the corner here, and it's all up to Nats. He's playing his lineups. His whole team has just fell down.
Lama lagi line up
A chance of holding it. Pushed off the defuse though, but half gained onto it. Maybe a chance, a possibility. 56 health left. No, the face is there with confidence. And the rifles, it's all done. Evened up now to 2-2.
I certainly had doubts about the way that Na'Vi was playing the defensive side there, but the retake was sublime. Angel found a spot to be able to use his Brim ult, and they supported the double duelist coming through short exactly as the rest of the team were retaking back through, you know, Spawn and Heaven. The coordination on this was exemplary. Redguard taken down in a spot where nobody was able to really support him, and Yampi's operator is just way out of position, stuck in on site there. Doesn't have the maneuverability that he would if he had a rifle in hand. Yampi's going to have a tour de force line this time.
Hunt up from the previous rounds.
It feels like a premium is being put on the attacking side for Team Liquid of Shao. They want this area of the map. Now, CNED with the Opping Neon on Bind, I think is just going to be running between his current position and Heaven, depending on what he hears around the map.
So strange, isn't it? Trailblazer was used towards B long as well, cleared it out and did spot Safe. Was holding there, earned his showstopper up. It feels like Team Liquid are setting up for potentially a bursty play.
With Redguard being
Nats naikin smoke.
Lurk kind of option.
Dinaikin juga ini.
He still doesn't have any stars available.
Sugetsu is close to the corner. Damage done through the box. This is it. The off angle. Sugetsu. Of course he doesn't. No shying away from that fight. Spots the legs. Damage done even more so. Backing away. Almost the kill. Zip back. All the way through the back as well. Reinforcements have arrived. And 3 players left standing here for Team Liquid. It's a bizarre approach to the attack side.
It's a mess of a round. Really is, but they're going to try and end towards B. Angel's got this. Yampi with the tour de force is waiting for somebody to come back through the teleporter towards him and falls straight into Angel's hands.
The backstab. Spike is nowhere. Redguard is in elbow.
What am I watching?
It's just all over the place. And
EMEA Bind at its finest.
It's not defined, is it? It's not focused on the attack side.
It certainly isn't. I mean, Yampi's looking for an opening pick.
Busuk Liquid.
One of those. Team Liquid didn't have a plan B to fall back towards. Tried to go into an exec, but were waiting for so long.
Sepertinya 2-0 aja adik-adik.
He recalled them, and they were waiting. There was only 30 seconds left, and by that point, they'd already lost Nats, who was going for a lurk play. They're confused as to what the plan B is. If the plan A doesn't work.
Siang bang, siang nameless, babi lu siang ya.
Here for Na'Vi. Liquid are going to take a timeout. Presumably this is for a meal.
Betul 2-0 aja. Olil kenapa Olil? Olil nggak nonton Olil?
Oh yeah.
I mean, even
gak
when
gacor dong.
There, surely you want to be grouping up, not having Redguard over towards B and sending the showstopper in. Looks messy.
I'm just working out as well. They should have money to buy Team Liquid, that is. Taking his time out. They have a big ult in the back pocket, which is safe. Picked up the showstopper in one of those prior rounds. Big tools to use. You could cook something up, maybe a bit of a pace increase,
Master
really
next
like the
China
as well that they are playing. It doesn't really suit, big bursty plays. It's not like they're running Perhaps like
Riot gun body. Can I get riot gun body? GM.
I think there are still options though to go for.
Aku mau riot gun body GM.
But you know, if you're able to combo your utility with like a snakebite over towards B long, a dog to be able to get up there, take some hookah control with the boom bot, and then you get into a exec within the first 30 seconds. That's going to put a lot of pressure on CNED, who you know is opping on Neon. Fast hits here and forcing CNED to have to retake with that tool. I think it's a potential win condition for Liquid. But they are all grouped up on A right now.
Yeah, it could be part of the plan. Trailblazer now makes his way forwards. So what are setups, and here's a running forwards, Angel! Already cleaned him up! 3 in a round for it,
MashaAllah.
You cannot make this up, man. You just cannot make it up.
Kena retake manja, cuy.
Angel is feasting out here on Liquid.
But, I mean, the absolute chokehold that Angel has on his team to say, CNED, I know you're a star player, lad, but listen, get in there.
DC manja kata dia, cuy.
Distractions, start hopping around for
Ah,
me.
tidur ini mah orang yang nonton.
It really is. I mean, the wide swing on Yampy, who's opping as well. You know, Yampy's not in the best position to deal with a player that swings that close, but Angel's just on fire currently.
And it was briefly discussed, you know, you just never know what kind of form players like Angel, like Redgar on the opposing side are going to come into these events.
No, you simply don't. They are such high-risk, high-reward players that when they're hitting, when they're having a game, they just can be the X factor that wins their team a series.
Huh?
I mean, again, think back to what Angel was saying about winning champions. He said it's just about being good here right now at this day, at this week. It's all about form, baby.
That's it.
Oh,
an attempt there
baper.
to jump spot.
Bisa.
Good flash.
Baper yang ngomong.
Angel blinded though. I believe that was a team flash. Still just peppering them from a side. The shot misses.
CNED.
Yeah. To be able to get away from that, that was dangerous for a moment there. Yampy's only got 3 more bullets.
Can't give him many more chances though.
Well, he's got 1 left.
Yeah. Angel's taken up the space once more. He's cleared out Hookah. Going to be giving a call to his team, and to get to now where this push could be coming through. That's why the snakebite was layered down. Cosmic Divide at his back. Trailblazer onto the one side. Satchel through and across into the orb, but you have to give up that space. Now there's a nade. An attempted to deny this plan here. Time is running so damn short. They're just running right into them. Zippan, showstoppers there. 20 seconds left. Cosmic Divide obfuscating, hiding. All cues. That's a 2-piece. Natsto from behind. An instant response with the overdrive. He can't quite hit it. It's all CNED. The 1-2 punch from those star players. They absolutely collapse on it.
In the meantime, Angel's firing a molly onto the default plant spot, trying to make sure that the time works against them with 10 seconds left. Oh, it's scrappy. Team Liquid had a chance there, though. They set Nats up in a position to make magic happen. Again, with Ghost in hand, picking it up, upgraded to a Vandal. I think this is one of their best options to win here on Bind, is to try and put Nats in a position to win. And whether that's creating distractions for him to lurk down short, or using a lot of utility to push him into lamps. In the meantime, though, CNED taking his op for a walk. He runs
already
straight
began.
into Yampy.
He's run straight into him with the op sight line. Put him down into a 4v5.
Toge.
Proactive is the call here. Flash play out the smoke. Shao's holding it. Angel close.
Angel, Redgar, staring at each other.
Sees it. Oh, Redgar doesn't win it!
I mean, again, Angel is just on fire today.
You can't stop him.
And things quiet back down. A pit used as things get to the minute mark here. Making sure Showers is not an option. Angel, you can't be swinging that one, man.
Almost repeaking it. They could have just been contacted up onto it. In fact, they are, man. Of course he's going to be falling there.
Jekyll and Hyde.
It's so silly.
3v4, the defensive side now going to be scrambling. Sugetsu forced to abandon the pit.
And Shao to try and push them back here from the back of the site. Seekers not actually broken. Trailblazer on top of it as well. Flash round to the side. He's going to get stunned up here. No chance in hell Ton of util coming his way.
Buta.
Helping him out though. There was a nade in response. That's from Zipan off to the side, but they have gained that ground all the way. And Xiao, he is on an island essentially. Plant. It's tapped. Looks out the response once more. Safe over the top here with a boom bot. He wins out the fight still. There's no time on the clock. Sugetsu dodging the flash. Round to the side. It's onto Yampi. He's got a hold and he misses it. The spike. It does go down. Extension into it, but it's a 1v1. Sugetsu versus Yampi.
Yampi jangan miss lagi ya Yampi.
How does he win it? Jiggling it. Finds the shot anyway. It's Yampi who finally lands the important one.
These rounds are absolutely bonkers. Oh, I mean, we've lost all semblance of sanity here on Bind. All semblance of it. Just enormous plays coming out to be able to put teams in position to win. I love the idea from Xiao there, tucking towards the back of the site. But this is what gave Yampi the advantage early on. CNED went for a play like that. And Sugetsu did what he could. Sometimes this guy's aim is just ridiculous, but he couldn't land the final kill. Yampi there to open and to close for Team Liquid to get their first rifle round on Bind.
So far this series haven't been favored with the gun rounds.
Not at all.
Where they've been failing. Maybe this is the turning point though. Anything to clear this? Sugetsu playing it relatively safe. Jiggle with the knife. As soon as he hears a Trailblazer, yeah, instantly there. Doesn't opt to use a snake bite. There's a pull, there's a nade. He can't get out of there, just about.
Oh, the nade just too slow from safe. A very nice idea otherwise from Team Liquid. These are the kind of little combo plays that they've been missing throughout the rest of the map that can really set them up for advantages and give them other options and ideas.
Just getting used now in the mid-round portion here. That's going to give Na'Vi lots of information. Points him in the right direction. Where are these players sitting still with 45 seconds left? They're broken.
Stacking 3 players on B.
I mean, it's slow to a crawl.
The spike is not over here. The spike is going towards short. It again seems a little uncoordinated from Team Liquid. I don't know what the end goal is here. Do they have to go through the teleporter?
I don't know, man. They must. Yeah, they do. They don't actually have showers control when this is happening as well. They're going to have to clear that one themselves. Now they're starting to move forwards onto the site, but there's only, again, 17 seconds left. Plenty of opportunities to try and deny. Still, it's safe. Showstopper there.
Bisa nyangkut.
Juking away from it here, giving all that space up. 4v5 with the pit layer down. This one should be a slam dunk for Team Liquid, but should be, doesn't really play a part in this series so far.
Sugetsu's still looking for a lurk play all the way through B. He's very far away from being able to help in this retake. So I don't think Na'Vi are going to be contesting this one too heavily, just spamming into the pit and seeing if they can get rewarded with a freebie.
Praying, and well rewarded. That's the first one. The time is still ticking. They're going to need a bit more than that, and Shower's still not there. Solkas off to the corner here, not favored with it. What is that? Adjustment, flick to the side, and at this point, yeah, not enough time to make the play for this one. This is Team Liquid wrapping up the round. Evacuation through the TP. In a match here. Body's falling all over the bloody place.
That's a really nice idea for Sugetsu. I thought he was looking to try and collect a potential lurk play through B, but he's just attempting to play exits. They know that Team Liquid's economy is not in a particularly strong spot. You see there that Yampi's got a lot of money, but the rest of the team are feeling the pinch a little. What was this? That's a nasty flick. Solkas will just occasionally, every now and then, pull out a shot that makes you realize he's got some time.
Nasty flick.
Team Liquid are going to be able to scrape together a buy, though, despite the fact that Na'Vi got a few exits. And a tactical timeout being called by Doom Bros. They used a lot of their Sky utility very early on in that round. Trailblazer was used at the 120 mark. They, about 50 seconds, used Seekers and I believe their final flash to get information. And they knew that the hit was coming towards A. Angel was in a position to potentially drop a planter that was scurrying into the site with only about 20 seconds left. Just couldn't land the shot and didn't have enough people there. But Angel's been calling really reactive, heavy stacks towards one site or another. They're trying to be extremely mobile with their defensive rotations.
Yeah.
But it lends a scattered feel to the map, where both teams are
Gokil Nuts 14 kill.
It doesn't really feel purposeful on either side with the setups. I mean, understandable, I guess, you know. Players like Angel have talked about the amount of preparation they've had coming into this event. Hasn't been much. It's been non-stop for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Out of all the teams here.
They said they've had 4 days since LCQ, so no time to experiment with different compositions.
Which is probably why we're seeing...
Unless you're in the finals of LCQ.
The grand finals comp coming out here. Well, new beginning here, round 10. Smoke flashed through it. That was actually dodged, I think.
No, it must have popped inside the smoke.
Either that or...
Or what? Redgar flattened himself and got behind the fountain. Maybe it popped.
I thought he used the recoil star, but I could be wrong.
Could have done.
No, he's got 4 on the map. He would have had to break the game. Get old Ashter in. No.
Yeah, so that flash giving pretty bad information there, but same
Both
case
sides.
over at this side.
Yeah, both sides.
Now the recall star, though, I think is trying to aim for very specific information, see if someone's tucked in the corner.
I wouldn't able to play off of it, though.
No, both teams just poking and prodding for the first 50 seconds of the round.
Sama bener
Headway in
mainnya,
any direction. Showers and B-Long still controlled by the defending side. Team Liquid, what's the plan?
Ngantuk ya Jan.
Once more, Redgar
Ngantuk lihat
ask questions of how do you lead your team to victory with 40 seconds left? It just looks like they've got nothing.
Flash. Oh, it's baited the rotation. See, it's out of there. Nothing spotted in Hookah with 30 seconds left. Time's running so damn short here. Shao doesn't have another one to get any sort of info here. Double satchel into the back. Shao not expecting it. Beautiful. Lovely from safe, but still Angel's here. Tucked to the corner. Smoke at his back. Tries to go for a second peek of it, but Yampi shuts that one all the way down. Seconds to spare with the plan going down. Still that player advantage. Here for Liquid. Spam. Through the box, Yampi. Chunk down.
Dapat nih Yampi.
Health, but all he needs to do is land the shot, but it goes wide. Everybody getting out of there, playing off the side, onto the long angle here. Na'Vi now. Into the side itself, there's a pull. Nade as well for the first layers of this one. Waves of the utility, but it might start to get rough here. Tap onto it, trying to force it out. Heal online as well. Is this the time for it? Seems like here, but Sugetsu's already taken up that space. Backing away safe. A wide swing, but he's traded and brought down. Nevertheless, half on the defuse. Time has been bought, but it's up to CNED, and he cannot land the shots. It was all over the place. Panicky.
Let's go, Liquid.
Nice post-plant positioning there from Team Liquid to make sure that that one was secured. A little fake flash as well from Soulcast. Held safe, get positioning back into Hookah and win that duel. Ended up being incredibly important. I'm not confident in terms of the way that Team Liquid ended up approaching the site. They didn't know what threats were in Hookah. Angel wasn't cleared over towards long, but once they actually got there, the fake utility being thrown onto A had pulled 3 of the players and allowed them to hit a soft beat.
Muka sama, ekspresi beda.
Both of these teams in the first halves of these maps could not find a difference.
Menang Jampi nih. Menang Jampi nih.
Will it make a difference? The angle opens it up. It's Yampi to capitalize.
Throws down his trademark as well, which makes it very difficult for Zipan to try and recontest this area, only with a Guardian. So 2 and 2, the defense spreads.
It makes it difficult. Angel holding close there with a one-and-done position. They don't have control of B-Long. Have to just assume nobody's pushed up onto it and taken the timing.
These are the spots in the round where you feel like Angel gets excited to go and grab some information, see if he can take a fight. He's positioned really far forwards over towards Hookah. Here's the Boombot coming towards him. Mouth salivating perhaps, but everybody on Team Liquid going over towards short.
Yeah.
It has pulled the rotation though. Redgar's doing one thing very, very well, and it's throwing fake utility on the opposite site. That's what created a weak B site in round 10, and they've done it again here creating weaknesses on A.
Yeah, cracked open the timing for it. Good orbital strike though. That's going to split up this push to the A side here. Safe alone onto the angle, but still with that tour de force in the hands of Yampi. He's watching it all the way from Showers. It gets too close to the corner. Angel brought down. Beautiful. I love that adjustment. Bit of spam just trying to bait out the shots here. Leaving it just down to Shao. Can't do a lot there. Really clean.
Clean stuff in round 11 from Liquid. The approach now getting really refined. That's 4 rounds in a row that they've been able to put on the board there. With a timeout too. Having a very nice adjustment. all of the fake utility that's being thrown on the opposite side to where they're hitting is pulling rotations away, creating space for Yampi to get set up, and then they're double swinging, triple facing. The discipline that Emil was talking about being showcased here.
Already. Flash deep.
Kena.
That's just spam into it.
Kena terus smoke.
Not letting Angel get away with it. Final round here of this first half.
Mati nih Cenet.
It forces CNET to make the first move, doesn't it? Something to even it out, but all it results in is a 3v5.
Emang iya Olil.
And things have fallen to pieces here for Na'Vi. They cannot figure out this slower pace from Team Liquid. The information gathering just not available to them. CNET not finding his opportunities to thrive on Neon. And they're getting picked to pieces. They're just going for a gamble stack here. Still a minute on the clock. Redgar has called a complete and utter halt in this round.
Trying to put the audience to sleep.
But for Na'Vi,
Gila, udah dapat 2 ya masih sabar loh.
this is just going to be
MA
torturous.
playstyle.
You're begging them to push
Dari
down
info
short
dulu
at this
pakai
point.
dog.
Hoping, pleading that they commit to
Back.
A.
Padahal B-nya dilepas.
Themselves haven't decided which side to
Udah ke
finish
B ini
on.
mah.
Now it looks like grouping up, taking the spike, ending B. There's nobody home.
Yeah, Trailblazer didn't see much. Neither does the Flash.
Ini main
Just
ngekat
trying to
rotasi
take this
nih.
one here, but Na'Vi fully grouped up, still aware that somebody could be lurking. We know that the site is completely clear. Of course, Team Liquid still going to be doing their best to
Mati lagi
stop
Jampi-nya.
that one, and that was what they were
Udah
trying to
ulti.
catch. Na'Vi.
No need for Yampi to be making a play like that when they've got the B side completely for free and there's been no resistance. You've got to anticipate a heavier stack over towards A. And now, potentially, Sugetsu coming around behind on a faster timing. If he can win a duel in hookah against Redgar, maybe there's still a chance here for Na'Vi where there shouldn't have been any.
Ya, kalau Redgar mati, susah ini.
Dog clearance into Alba. I don't believe it can see up onto the top angle. Sugetsu loses his fight still. It's a scramble, and it's not good enough. Not for Na'Vi, but for Team Liquid, they'll be happy with this lead. 2 rounds ahead now, ending this first half, 7-5.
Looked like it was going to be another disaster there for Liquid after they won the pistol and lost a series of rounds in a row, but a major recovery. A question really for me is, Brent, what is this raised Neon composition going to look like on the attack side? I've got no idea.
Absolutely. Let's send it down to the desk to hopefully explain it.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. And yeah, I mean, look, I think going into this, there was a lot of, it was obviously going to be back and forth through, but what was impressive was seeing the way that Liquid able to restabilize, getting ready for this next half. But, you know, you also got to give your flowers to Na'Vi too. This game has been very close, very competitive.
Yeah, it was a massive recovery by TL, 5 rounds in a row to close that half. But it was the retakes from this strange double duelist comp for Na'Vi that were so impressive early on, because they were playing them in an interesting way. You have to be super proactive with this composition. So they were going for a lot of these multi-reflanks, trying to put a lot of pressure onto the chamber player of Yampi, and it was working out so well for them early on.
Yeah, and this round right here, like you're mentioning, CNET stuns are so good. It singles out Nats. He can't peek into them, allow the double flank to come in. And on other rounds in the half, Angel was the one aggressing out of hookah, getting the information. That allowed a mass rotate to come into A. I was super impressed with how proactive Na'Vi was throughout, you know, the middle parts of this first half. But once Liquid solved them, once they got their feet under them and started to understand how this comp was playing, man, they were lights out from that moment on.
And this really was the story of the IGLs. I think it started off with Angel calling these great retakes that they kept on winning. And it was also him performing so well, but it was Redgar turning down that pace, playing these super slow mid-rounds, letting that clock dwindle to 20 seconds or something like that pretty much every time.
Yeah, the pace was nuts.
Yeah, and investing really good fake utility on the other side in every one of those rounds meant that Na'Vi didn't know what to do, despite having this comp that's so good for fast defensive rotation with that Neon. It never felt like they were able to be in the right place.
Yeah, I respect the idea from Redgar to slow things down because they didn't really have the stall potential there on Na'Vi running this double duelist comp, and they kind of relied on CNET to rotate around and have stuns ready for the site hits. And Liquid ended up solving that later on, like I said, and they were playing those rounds so well. But now going into this next half, this is where I think Yampi can truly become activated.
All right, well, let's see how this all pans out as we get ready for the second half. Send it over to Brent inside show.
Liquid. Si Emil.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah. How will this one pan out? It's been quite streaky, as the desk have been noting. The adjustments were
selesaikan na 2-0
5 rounds in a row to make it 7-5, and yeah, couldn't escape it. Couldn't escape it, Josh.
But caused by a player. That's always a good sign.
Mayam doon.
I mean, five in a row on one side and 5 in a row on the other speaks to adjustments and the ability to be able to find an answer and then not really continue to evolve from the way that Na'Vi.
Aduh, lama lagi ada technical
I would expect
busuk
tempo
ini.
to be very different on this side. Na'Vi are usually a slower paced team out of all of the teams that we have here, but in terms of the composition that they're currently using, the Neon Rays should be finding opportunities to explode into sites. You should be able to find moments for Angel to call these fast pops after they gain some level of map control.
Siapa yang ban Lotus tadi kan? TL.
Nggak tahu.
In theory, yeah, the tools are there. Always a fan if Cned and Zipan are the ones leading the charge here for them.
Yeah,
see if they can handle it.
Yampi has a shorty and 2 bullets in his head.
Walk lagi.
Bullets left standing. It's just your contact place.
Untung bisa kabur.
Skip and hopping towards the side, getting back to safety. Meanwhile, push from Cned close and personal here. It's Yampi. He's baiting it with the headhunter.
Ya Allah.
And he still doesn't win it out.
Oh, that's a ridiculous shot.
Udah ngebet 150 dah.
He played that situation perfectly, and the whole of Team Liquid's aggression into sand pulls people into Yampi for him to make the play and get the kill. But it's equalized at 4v4.
Yeah, 4v4, and they don't have control of showers. So Trailblazer got all of that just to clear that space out and regain it, but it has granted a ton of time here for Team Liquid. They've already got the entirety of their team towards the back of the side. If this is red, if they try and take a bit of a TP pivot, could be brutal for them. They just choose to take the timing anyway into the back of the side. Fights are taken. Not much util really to supplement it. They win them out.
Liquid chose to try and get a retake happening there before the spike had even been ferried down short. Trying to push off the back of the Trailblazer. Solcast left with 6 health. An impossibility here, I think, for him. And Na'Vi looking down the end of their first pistol round of this match. First pistol round of champions. Na'Vi to collect.
Big news for them, get the ball rolling.
It's been such a major issue for them this year. I think they only win something like 44% of their pistols.
Yeah, it's kind of egregious.
Just off the top of my head, they're not a team that's been able to get good starts into maps very often.
Util, it is all over the place. Nice little finish there to the pistol, but yeah, inevitable for Na'Vi. So 6-7. Like I said, get the ball rolling now. Economy flourishing. We'll see what kind of buy they opt into. Classic FPX buy. I can see it. You guys can't. Spoilers, but yeah, 2 ghosts, 3 rifles.
Speaking of the ghosts, I mean, what a shot that is. If Cned's able to start entering effectively, and remember, he wasn't really given a chance on the first map that we saw. He's playing Killjoy on Fracture. So if he's able to get rolling and find those picks for his team, that could make the difference for Na'Vi. Liquid though making a gambit down short.
Flash connects, gives them info, but not solid info. It's not concrete. I don't know how many players are sat waiting there. It is a crossfire though. How much can to really do here? When does the fight get taken? Safe, nade, rebounding, almost a hard read in terms of his flash. Over to the side here, Shao is out the open, and that's a rifle. Down to the floor.
Oh, saunya mati nggak bisa nge-heal.
That's one team Liquid are going to be able to recover very quickly, and they pass it immediately to Nats, who has been their best player, I think, in terms of his performance in this match. Yampi doesn't have any contact just yet off his trademark. So Navi's kind of fake noise and pressure in that area doesn't really get them too much. Team Liquid can still keep 3 players A. They got the read again.
Got Nats taking contact with the rifle. He was holding for the higher position, the higher swing. He wants to have another go of it. And he is feeling it.
Gokil. Keiko ya.
Down.
What a player to pick up the rifle. He's just been immaculate today.
Mungkin
Every
kalah
fight
lah.
he takes is magic, pouring from his fingertips.
Saya bunuh nih.
Give it another go. Distraction from safe to set up Nats, who's ready to swing again. This round has gone to pot. Na'Vi, they could not find a pistol round win
dong
at
manis.
Finally get one here in the second half of the second map, and it's taken away from them. The rug pulled out from underneath them instantly.
Lumayan dapat
Proactivity from Team Liquid though at the beginning of this to set it up. I think the call in the middle there to rebound the nade. It's a common position that Viper players like to play.
Yeah,
and they're just trying to play a slow default.
And I
Good
mean,
chance of getting value, and they did.
This time catches Shao, right?
Yeah.
He's just playing that spot, trying to stop some short pressure. But the problem with playing on top of that cubby is that, I mean, if you want to swing, you have to drop, so you're inaccurate. And then also, you're kind of stuck if people use utility like that, separated from the rest of the squad. So, not particularly a fan of the positioning, and Team Liquid punished really well. All of the momentum in Team Liquid's hands now.
No investment still from Yampy, of course, probably saving for the operator here. Flash with the connection. Information for Soulcast. That's the nade going, flying straight into them, hoping to take that clean fight. But well,
apa kamu ya?
Beautiful strafing.
Mipan juju.
Zipan was on fire at the start of this map. It felt like he could do no wrong in terms of the first fight, apart from that very beginning on the pistol. But he's cooled off quite a lot while Team Liquid were on their heater. And here, being set up for a duel, and Soulcast comes out on top. Those are the kind of fights that Na'Vi are looking for.
Down to the minute mark. Still a 4v5. Going to be walking right into the sideline. Can Yampy deliver shot? Not quite landing. Gets the information though. Backs away to safety. Ooh. Giving him a haircut. At this point, quite obvious where Na'Vi all grouped up. A lot of noise being made. Trailblazer used, flash over the top. Not too much house though, no opportunities granted. 25 seconds left. What is the call? It just feels so lost.
I mean, both of these teams, both leaders, finding it very difficult to get into
Harus maju nih.
Because again, it's just obvious. You made so much noise. Fast lane though. Oh, cuts up the side, and they are straight in there.
Saif bunuh satu lagi.
Those Na'Vi fundamentals, the bread and butter of what still makes them a dangerous team.
The fast lane too from CNET, just allowing him to be able to find that opener and drawing eyes away from the people that were aiming to defend Hookah. I mean, flooding out from Hookah in that kind of situation is almost always going to be supremely difficult. Na'Vi made it look elegant. Still in the 3v2, there are chances for Nats to work magic again.
Certainly, but he's got so much to clear. Snake fight. Not landing in the right spot.
Triple
really
P.
to try and clear him out. That face though, tucked to the corner. Redgar, decent go of things, but that is Na'Vi. Really felt like they should not have been favored in that situation, that scenario. But again, I feel like I'm repeating myself.
Not at all. Take a look at the replay here. This is what I like. The fast lane is able to find something, and they flood out of the smoke, both in opposite directions. Great play from Angel and Shao there. By popping out of the smoke, one to the left and one to the right, it makes it much more difficult for the defenders to be able to accurately track where you're going and spray both of you down. Really well done, and instantly answered the economy that was going in the opposite direction. All was in Team Liquid's favor, and now they're broke.
Mati Yampy.
Yampy was saving. Nah, not a chance. He's got a TP tucked behind him, so there was always the potential to get out of there.
And he was going for it. Halfway through the animation, gets his head ripped off.
Yeah.
And they are frequently leaving Yampy with just, you know, a gun and a trademark to cover a lot of the map. So if Yampy's not winning those opening duels, it's going to be difficult for Team Liquid, and they're going to have to scramble, go for rotates like they are now. This one, a bit more of a gamble. They're on an eco round. And Na'Vi slow things down. Angel, though, in a dangerous position here.
Potential here. Maybe donation of a rifle. Oh, no way in hell.
They're expecting him to be on a more standard angle there. The off angle just works perfectly. Safe takes a peek down short.
Yeah,
killed in response.
Traded here. Over the top, though.
What?
There's no way! My man is breaking the physics of the game with that.
What on earth was that shot?
Disgusting. And a chance now.
30 seconds left.
It's a 1v2. He's got the rifle in his hands.
He cannot be allowed to do this.
I'll wake you up, won't it? Stuns, missing, not connecting. Nade enough, though, to push him out of that position.
Net lah,
That's forwards. A lot to clear here.
It
really is an impossible scenario.
This would be a legendary 1v4 if he was able to pull it off.
He's got to force the fight.
Susah menang
Tap up the spike. will isolate one of them. Look at the
Di
position
swing
here.
nih, sama bilang.
Swing really from it, and yet the angle's so wide, it was unexpected. Here's the pit, it's online.
Wah, sayang tapi ente sih.
He shuts it down. That was getting scary.
Pakai lagi ultinya.
And CNED takes it from legend into myth. The clutch that could have been. I've got to see a replay of that shot with the Guardian.
Yeah, show me again.
I swear he was in there.
There's no way. There's just no way, man.
He's just being blessed.
There's no way.
What the fuck?
This is on
Peluru
the running gun
kemana?
patch as well, by the way. Look at that.
Same reaction.
Yeah.
Same reaction.
Yeah.
Unfortunate scenes though for Team Liquid. Nats did everything he could.
Semua kaget tuh peluru. Crosshair di mana, peluru di mana?
CNED is looking to play with only his ultimate. Otherwise, just a shorty in hand.
Needs to pick the right time as well to let that one loose.
He's got enough money to be
Kali
able to buy
line
it,
up
but he's
nya
just
sih
chosen
itu.
not to.
Line up lagi.
Stuns there.
Nuts, line up lagi nuts.
Sky utility that gains
Oh,
them the
enggak, dia
side.
lari.
Team Liquid forced to the back of the halls. Yeah, this overdrive will start to fade here. Already half on the duration.
Yeah, and this
Ambil
is a
gak tuh
massive
elbow?
problem for
Ambil lah
CNED.
mending.
Unless he
Ayo,
tucks
take
himself into some
elbow.
of the smoke and gets a kill with a shorty. Safe is going to be coming back in with a showstopper very quickly for this retake.
Tap with
Ambil
the spike,
elbow.
forcing out all this util. That was the
Ah.
goal of Na'Vi here. Team Liquid are fully grouped up. Here's the Trailblazer now. On their side, seeking to try and claim some space, and with the showstopper, it will be made easy.
Oh!
No! It misses to the side. Zipan! An absolute menace!
Anjing bisa nggak mati?
Oh, from the jaws of defeat, he had to hit that. CNED
Busuk lah.
close and personal. Value is there. And
Ah,
Yampi
busuk ini
forced to
coy.
scurry.
Ikut manja.
He hits the shot, he brings him down, but it's a
Bisa
2v4.
ulti nggak bunuh.
In such small moments, the differences are made. I mean, Safe is going to be kicking himself for missing that showstopper.
mate.
It was their major tool at being able to get back in. And now Yampi is just getting hunted down.
Yeah.
They want this operator out of his hands.
Mati.
Squeezed.
Bye-bye Jumpy.
Spawn, they want to take that gun away, and they do. Na'Vi, where do they pull it from? I mean, we've been bigging up Zipan at various points of this series, but it feels so good to see him back on the Rays. I'm not going to lie, it's just a comfort role for him. In that instance, it wasn't even utility that he's using. He's sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for them, but I mean, just look at that.
I mean, to be honest, is that really what Zipan does, or is that just Safe? Just not taking a moment to appreciate that he's tucked himself into the corner?
Ah, pusing Saib.
Those are the kind of
Rojak momen.
rounds that make you curse the Rays ultimate.
Yeah. I've seen worse.
Definitely.
I've seen worse, I'll tell you now.
But what a pinch this puts on Team Liquid. A real credit crunch for them. They're in a spot where they could have potentially tried to go for a force-up, but it's a horrible, horrible economic state that they find themselves in.
Keep counting the roses. End of this tournament, it'll just be an entirely filled up board. Don't have any more space, probably. At least until Kesnan starts playing. But here we go.
Na'Vi are in a great spot here, Brent.
They are.
They have a Brim ult and a Raze ult to be able to work with. Both
Dia kalau keluar,
fantastic
gak ada.
offensive tools. Team Liquid
Apa?
have given them a timeout here to discuss
Kalau
what they want
ditampakkan
to do with
muka
their
orang tuh berdua
ultimates.
kayak video call keluarga.
And this one should be a bit of a gimme. Liquid have been phenomenal on their eco rounds throughout their run during the regular season of EMEA, but most of that was powered by having, you know, a couple of weapons here or there.
Ham nggak tidur
Safe's
kau.
gonna go for a Guardian. Okay, so there's Guardian, maybe a Stinger.
Nggak
They're
Zeus.
still figuring out what they want to go for. Safe, Yampi, and Nats are going to be asked to do a lot here if they want to be able to win this eco round. Otherwise, Na'Vi may have just run away with things in crucial moments here on Bind.
No tag with the flash. That's still there. Fast lane's used. Cause him to use that snake bite. The pull is really quite nice and damage enough.
Dapat dia
for the
satu
kill.
masih.
There is that follow-up though. CNED all the way through into the site there. Safe reactions, flicks and adjustments. Opening wide. Orbital strike. It is
Wah,
a
nggak ada yang
scramble.
kena.
And it is messy.
Safe's doing it though. He's finally taken down.
Mati.
Absolutely. He's made it.
Waduh.
Just that much more winnable. Still Segetsu. He's left it into that 1v2. Spike. It is in his hands. Doesn't have the hard job of retrieving it
Chill.
now, but
Ada senjata
my
ya.
God. Messy beginning for Na'Vi. Team Liquid. Another lifeline, another chance. Player advantage, guns are plenty. They can pick it up and gain those upgrades. Sugetsu is going to have to put on a masterclass in terms of how he plays this.
But he did hit both of them.
Harus nyolong satu
So
ini
he knows the
Sugetsu.
spawn is safe.
Gives him info. Flash to the
Ah,
back.
keluar
Does he
smoke nih.
take the timing. The flash didn't lock on. He hears the jump out. It fades away. Force it to the 1v1. And Sugetsu with the breakthrough.
Satu lawan dua
He
kalau
shouldn't
udah
have been
dapat
asked to
satu
do
udah
it.
enak lah.
Na'Vi put themselves in a difficult position, but he's always good for it. Sugetsu with 2 incredibly clean kills there towards the end, and a masterful decision to push through the smoke based on the drop. That audio cue gave him everything. Phenomenal crosshair placement. And look at that heartbreak on Emil's face. Na'Vi get up to 10. More difficult than I expected, but 2-round lead with ults in play. It's theirs to lose at this point.
Yampi.
Oh my.
Your TP is stuck there, son. There's no getting out of that spot. Still, Showstopper
kena
getting the pull. Latching away and pushing them all the way back here, Zipan. Not much left with the fuse. Threading the needle with it, and still coverage is there for the rest of his team. They do not have showers control.
TP dong deh.
Yampi's still there, seeking to try and pivot. Break away here, safe. He's holding down the angle, locking down the line of sight, bringing down 2. Eventually going down, but maybe he's done enough. It's 3 versus 3.
And they were delayed getting into B here, so there might still be some doubts in Na'Vi's head. No, instead, Shao connects with the rest of his squad. It's Soulcast in a position to potentially make the difference here.
Ulti.
Pit on lineup. Used right into the spawn, cuts it up.
And Soulcast doesn't go for the play. Just holds passively onto elbow, waiting for the rest of his squad.
Extreme
Perhaps a hero
beacon.
move
Jadi
may have been
nahan
needed in that kind of
si
position. Retake
Soulcast.
into a pit is going to be so difficult, especially with Yampi's op.
Just how do you win it out? Almost impossible, but that flash is really good. It pushes them deeper into the pit, gets them onto the angles. Has to be the push back in to re-clear! Sugetsu again!
What the fuck?
What is that adjustment? Stray bullet finding it, and Soulcast last
What
alive.
the fuck
Not
dia
much
lagi?
longer, 11-8.
Bisa. Udah GG nih mah. Sugetsu sudah menyala John nih G.
In these last couple of rounds. We saw 5 rounds in a row from Na'Vi in the first quarter.
Udah terlalu GG itu tembakan.
To keep things somewhat even heading into the
Gila,
half-time. Now another 5 in a row from Na'Vi. As they put the squeeze in this attack.
Oh, God!
The way Sugetsu is winning this.
Barely believe in himself.
It's unbelievable. It really is. He's pulling out quality performances. And this, only the first game of Champions.
Last 2.
Safe's been a bit of a hero though for Team Liquid. He's made these rounds winnable when otherwise they may not have been. And now he has his showstopper online. Miles away from the action though, as Na'Vi look like they want to be taking showers control and potentially pivoting into an A split.
Flash
The
is
duelists
nice.
now grouping up.
Yeah.
One tap nih.
Showers is occupied.
Ya Allah.
Taking a fight anyway. Angel. Again, classic play, Redgar. Plenty of moments
Wow,
here.
ini dia momennya.
Fantastic.
Nice.
That's holding
Pinter
it
banget.
down. No
Udah
one gets
Viper
past
player
the
ini mah.
choke point.
Tahu.
Of his watchful eye. And this has stunted it, hasn't it? The entirety of the round. What a time for Redgar to make a play like that.
The timing could not have been more perfect. And the one tap, delightfully accurate there to take out the hero. What can Zipan do?
Not much. 26 health, no real time. Spike out in the open. All Team Liquid need to do is face it together. No noise cues though.
Taif nembak dulu baru swing ya, adik-adik.
The information, but there it is. Top of bench, always favored.
And safe
Nice,
from the
Toge.
And both of the IGLs having major performances in that round, but Redgar just doing one better.
Osmanja
Angel
dulu
swings
Nabi.
out, gets the opener, and Redgar timing on the Trailblazer. Knows exactly where to pre-aim to get showered, despite it being through a smoke.
Nice! Nice, Eagle!
Massive plays. That's what was necessary.
Ada kotak-kotak bitrate berapa? Nggak tahu, lupa.
Forces Na'Vi to take the time
8.000
out.
kayaknya.
Things now getting very tense. The decider, if we do end up going there, is split. A map where I really feel again there are chances for either team to be able to win. You were saying earlier, every time these teams have faced, it's been decided by the slimmest of margins.
Oh yeah.
Mang
So one big play,
kotak-kotak.
one moment, one shutdown of a
Sini ya kotak-kotak juga sih gue
a hero
nonton.
play like that from Redgar, an individual hidden form. These can all make enormous differences to the outcome of a match like this. It's Navi's timeout, but Team Liquid still need to dig deep. They're 2 rounds behind, and they've only just broken that streak.
Video call nih, Jan.
Video call bro,
Falling
keluarga.
almost on the attack side here
Iya,
for
mama
Navi.
di rumah ada kangen deh.
Brunt of all the rounds that they've been gathering.
Iya, kayak orang YouTube.
Interesting time for the
Atau
timeout as well. I
ini
mean, like you
Twitch-nya
said,
juga.
does offer Team Liquid a chance to talk about how they might come back into this one when they've got ults
Dia
of their
nanya
own.
uang bulanan.
And you've also got to think, is that replicable? The way that Team Liquid won that defensive round? Is Redgar going to be able to make a play through a smoke every time and timing a Trailblazer?
Ini kalau
Not really.
katanya
Can you find other
siapa
ways
yang
of being
menang
able
ini
to
minjem
stop
100
that?
ya.
Have you noticed a theme to it? If that's
Enggak
the
ada yang
case,
menang kirim mama uang.
we can still make
Kalah deposit
plenty
lah.
more to play.
Astaga, Jan. Ojan namanya cuy. Tangkap aja, tangkap.
Let me drop down at the feet, get some on the faster line towards showers.
Deposit di hotel lah kan nginap di
Either
hotel.
side again,
Deposit
just
bro.
for that
Iya.
information.
Deposit bank kan.
Did set Yampi up though.
Aduh, pick lah Saib.
Close to taking contact here. He
Lawan
can take a
Jipan
very big line and
juju-juju.
fall off because he's still got the trademark there. But it looks like he wants to actually fight.
Ojan lapar nih Bang Ojan.
Pull forced out early from Redgar. Previously, Zipan's been
Siapa yang
caught a
setting?
couple of times.
Oh yeah.
This time they baked it out.
It's been bogging them down. Do they want to try and play off that timing?
Tolak kopi ya lah Bang Ojan.
Jump peek. Is it really just going to come down to, again, contact plays? Smokes drop down. All the way through, there's a snake bite. The angle's watched. Redgar is closer to the corner as the smoke is propped up. No,
Kedua coach itu nggak
enough
tahu.
to bring him down.
Hampir aja. Heal dulu manis.
Redgar survives.
I thought he was going to try and get in off the Seekers there. He was at risk of being able to be caught by a shred of the spam.
And healed all the way back up here. There's
Navi is still going
34
for it.
seconds. Yeah, they want to try and put
Mau
the
nggak
squeeze
mau
in.
ini
No,
Redgar main
Redgar
dalam
is
sini.
here, close to the corner. His team
Bunuh
are bailing
Angel
out.
lagi
Inside the
di
smokes,
tempat
Team
yang
Liquid
sama.
sail through. So it's fundamentals and safe. In the difference maker.
Angel di situ lagi mati 2 kali.
He's finding many crucial kills here that his team needs. Joining Nats towards the top of the scoreboard. That's an ambitious play, but it really just gets destroyed as soon as CNED has a snakebite caught onto him. The vulnerable, just too much, and save clears everybody else
Ngaji
up.
Redgar tuh, nggak mati
That's
dari
dropped
situ.
Navi down onto an eco round. And things now certainly as close as they could be between these two teams.
Harusnya 11 sama ya.
We're likely to go
Kalau nggak
11-11.
kena distrik PLN nih.
What a parity between these two teams. Yeah, it just feels so likely to go even.
I think one of the biggest issues for Na'Vi is that they're never really able to disrupt Yampi. And he is being allowed to maintain information on one side of the map, and they post Yampi up with a little bit of Soulcast utility. He has a trademark somewhere else, and then Soulcast goes and rotates, or Safe goes and rotates.
Yeah.
And they just leave Yampi either alone or with one other player, and it lets them stack a stronger side away from the chamber. They're not doing it just yet in this round, but as that guiding light finds no information towards Fountain, you anticipate
Belum nggak ada, ditinggal nih.
one of these players
3A,
to
3in
rotate
A,
to
Saib.
Bit of rotations.
Waduh bahaya nih, Nats main dekat lagi.
Thirsty play being set up though. This is Navi fully grouped up, waiting for the orb to go
Habis
down.
smoke-nya busuk nih.
That timing that they take.
Di ulti.
Right behind it, close to the corner. That's Nats.
Bisa main belakang pula.
Safe has rotated. He has
Di
the nade,
granat
has
tuh,
the
Nats.
showstopper. Nats lines it up, just holding it. No way! Body blocked inside of it. The rocket goes flying past. Dipan will be brought down anyway. And Team Liquid, the ult's being
Masih
invested.
dapat dia.
Running them down. It's up to Angel. Doesn't have
Nice,
it.
masih dapat Redgar. Udah di ulti Brim.
What an investment by Navi into a round where they
Nice,
really just didn't have the
nice.
economical advantage.
Let's go.
I'm surprised that they went for it. They still have some way of being
ya,
able
bro.
to, you know, win this
Map
as it gets
3.
later. But I am surprised that they committed that Brim ult. I mean, is that a 2v4 at the point in which it actually gets invested? A bit bold from Angel. So very similar defensive setup here from Team Liquid. Yampi getting set up, Belong with the Sky utility, trademark in hookah, never been broken. And this
shot.
time though, the
Harus
pit
pakai
just
utility
adds that
Maji.
extra layer of defense.
Jumpy mati nih.
Yampi, do you overstep
Sama
yourself?
Angel.
He's so deep. He's so open to this close corner.
Can he get out? Yeah, flash.
Segala di
Connects into his face.
kirain di
If Boo was close enough to the corner, he could get out.
He's testing the limits though, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
Doesn't get punished this time though, and keeps that trademark up. I think that's going to be crucial. It's going to allow Team Liquid, you know, 10, 15 seconds from now to rotate over to A if they need to reinforce. If Nats gets pressured at all.
Flash tags into Angel. Might tether a couple of players. Over towards B. Feeling like they can rotate.
And look where the spike is heading. It's heading over towards short. Xiao with Seekers. You can follow these Seekers and have an attempt at getting rid of Nats.
Yeah. Angel was making the go to break the trademark again, throw in. Bit of that false information all the way through showers now. That's a fast
Angel lagi kena nih. Angel
down into the pit. Who will meet him?
Angel.
Greet him. Doesn't look likely, does it? Just spamming, hoping for a random shot. And with all of that, the plan goes down towards the back of the site. It's been taken. They're squeezing Rengar into lamps. Any util to set this up? Not quite. Just taking the fight.
The Trailblazer missed Nats. They have no idea exactly where this Viper is. And Nats could remain the thorn in the side despite Team Liquid being a player down.
It's all about backstabs, isn't it? On every single front.
Siapakah yang menang ini? Sui lawan jam-jam.
Creeping onto the side to get to. Shuts that one down. Nats has fallen on top of it. And just like that, it's flipped. The Na'Vi players are feeling it. It felt like
miskin, jangan nge-push.
For Team Liquid. It's Na'Vi. Orchestrate something. I mean,
what a creative round for Angel to call, genuinely. I mean, using the Seekers deep there and taking space off of it, knowing that Nats is trapped inside his pit and removing all the rest of his support. They get planted in the back of sight and they're surrounded on every front and yet still manage to make that work. Take a look at some of these. I mean, the re-clear through lamps is excellent. You could argue maybe Redgar should be trying to support Nats a little more heavily rather than isolate himself, but I think that's a really confusing round to react to if you're a defender there. You just don't see that in scrims or matches.
Yeah, you don't. That's an audible being called. And now it brings Na'Vi one step closer for the map, for the series, our opening match here. Champs 2023.
I think a lot of people had written Na'Vi off. Their run this year kind of peaked at lock-in with a 4th place. But they've been 4th place in the EMEA recently refinding a bit of
sering. Banyak kok yang pakai resource trap
from advancing in the group of death.
Ines make.
Angel said it. It's not about the consistency. It's just about making it to the events, peaking at the right time. For Liquid, they want to put a stop to it.
I feel like an overtime is almost deserved in this one.
Yeah.
It's been so close between these teams.
Na'Vi attempting to keep these defensive players locked into A. That's what that flash was for, but as that Trailblazer, really good timing on that one.
I mean, must have seen at least 2, maybe even 3 players.
Yeah, didn't get broken in time, and they still got Yampy locked up onto this line-of-sight angle. It's all given information.
Safe was thinking about rotating and has decided not to. Surely with that flash, though, the Raze has to come over to B.
With the Trailblazer, no way. Where's the TP?
Yampy.
There's nothing to clear him into the corner here. Solkas being wrapped around, he's granted 2. Yampy still just trying to survive here. Util not clearing him out. Showstopper into the corner, vacated all the way through to the backside of that TP. Time. No, denying it. That could have been it.
Smoke-nya, coy.
Was watched for, and Zipan shuts down his adversary. It's 3 versus 3.
And elbow control for Xiao and Sugetsu. A deadly duo for Na'Vi.
There's no util for Team Liquid.
No, they're in great positions here, Na'Vi, to be able to win this and close it out.
This should be it.
Ada satu star Redgar.
Should be the finisher. Running through onto the site now, giving up control. Semblance of it, a tap onto it, not quite a tap, it's a full bloody stick. Nats half onto it with the smoke in his face, all the way through. That is ridiculous. For the overtime.
Satu smoke.
Goodness me.
Natsnya bagus banget buang badan.
26 kills at the top of the scoreboard, and that is not the most important part of how he was able to make it work at all. Great smoke from Redgar, fantastic play from Nats. Just the balls to go for something like that.
Just icy.
If you end up getting caught going for a play like that, you're straight into elimination matches at Champions. Incredible stuff there. What tenacity from Liquid to keep fighting in those
Keluar aja cheat
moments.
aku lagi tuh.
They've won 4 out of the last 5 rounds for an excellent response. Pulling a retake out there with barely any utility. And we come into overtime.
Let's pecah kah?
First round of it. Pop Flash played it. What a fight. This is Na'Vi taking the battle right to them. A skirmish outside. Just beside Fountain. It's somehow 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it was an amazing peek from CNED. He was playing towards Hookah as well. Swung on the player that was trying to support from Market. But he's calling the rotate now. 3 players over towards B. Seems a bit bizarre. I mean, CNED's all the way pushed down. He's just worried that they could be circling around, but instead Team Liquid are taking space.
And with this deep push, I mean, CNED's got so much ground here. He knows it's A. They're already on it. The call is made. I mean, yeah, exactly. They've given up space.
But he's worried about running into a trademark at some point here. He doesn't know what we
Nats ada molly 2.
Deep on triple.
Calon-calon keciduk nih.
He's concerned that he might not even be able to flank properly. He takes the longest route around.
Wah, Nats. Timing kah?
Is aware.
Oh, crowd.
Doesn't win the fight. It's CNED who rips it away. Skipping around and to the side. Information granted and given. Soulcast is so uncomfortable. He's antsy. And they all topple. They all fall.
What a way for Na'Vi to just shepherd Team Liquid into a round win. All off the back of Na'Vi setting the tempo early on. They put the squeeze, flash out into Fountain, swing from Hookah, and then CNED winning the fight and giving so much information. I mean, Zipan's just perfectly set up for the duel. I feel devastated for Nats there, though. He's done everything he can for Liquid, and he just chose the worst time in the world to go for a strafe.
Yeah, the reposition there.
He looked like he was ready for it.
I mean, the passion from CNED here.
I'm weak.
I don't think I've seen him this passionate. He's normally a quiet, reserved player, but you can see how much it means to them. They've had a rough season, but it matters not. All that matters is how you perform at the culmination. A final hurdle of champions.
Both duelists looking to try and take Hookah control here, safe with a headshot through the wall early on, has to give it.
A lot of damage backing away for the heal. Top back up to 100. Space is given though to them, and Na'Vi are fast on it, aren't they? They've already taken that Hookah control. Spike is there. Do they want to explode out into this? It's a heavy, heavy fight being taken by Liquid. Did he?
Try
and control this one. I mean, the rendezvous was not ideal for Yampy if they did push themselves up onto that angle.
I mean, he's already used it too. He was trying to contest over towards B long. They went for a little flashback out.
Dicek
They
lagi
know the
deh.
Yampy and Soulcast are still fighting around.
Mati
Angel's
Angel.
going for it.
Yep, they're pushing it. Any util to clear this? No, not at all. Dinked through the wall. Shao dropped down to half HP.
And no reaction from CNED and Zipan.
Watch
they
it
had a
for
moment.
Battle of the Lurkers as well. Nats versus Agetsu taking place on the other side of things. This is Team Liquid's chance to
OT
really
lagi
grab
kah,
control
Manis?
once more. Bring it even. Another round of OT. Stay alive in the
Sugetsu
series.
dapat.
Sugetsu doing well on
Mati
the
ni
other side of the
Sugetsu.
map.
He's put on red guard, but he doesn't anticipate Nats yet. Swinging from the sidelines.
Belong 1.
2v4, a tap onto it. Shao's just creating noise as well to try and anchor these plays. He's through the TP. Through short now, but there's no
Mati
time.
Jipan
Doesn't have
Jujuju.
health. Nats, he spotted his information. He's he's going to be noted here. Zipan lands that shot, but he has to stick this.
Dapat
And
plan.
already he's running onto the sideline. He lands it, bringing down Zipan.
Hotel lagi Manis.
Dicey.
Perfect timing from Yampy through the teleporter. An excellent play by Nats as well. Cleaning up Sugetsu and being able to turn there to deal with Shao. Really nice anchoring of the A side. This is a battle between two teams that are separated by the slimmest of margins.
That's a championship winning call, bro.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet, but
there's a long way to go there, Safe.
It's the first stepping stone, so.
But I mean,
respect it though, keeping the morale up.
Yeah,
Pisau kenapa ya? Tumben
building
dia
up
nggak tajam.
whoever it was that made that mid round for Team Liquid. 13-13.
Another round of overtime. Grant and Showers control.
I mean, look at that. Soulcast forced to use the guiding light just to check whether or not Na'Vi have taken full sand control. That deep smoke from Angel. He's already used 2 of his smokes, and we're only 20 seconds into the round. if Team Liquid recognize that, they can slow the pace down dramatically and be rewarded in a similar way to their comeback on Fracture.
Oh,
Kalah nembak, kalah nembak.
Topple down, that is just
Susah
sublime.
nge-walk mainnya.
Anticipating it. Players going to be crossing into that angle, still tucked onto the corner, stuns at the feet. Nats, he's dodging and juking and still gets out of a kill and the heal on top. So, back up to 100, but the player advantage remains for Na'Vi.
They have to be worried about somebody pushing here. You can see the way that Team Liquid are clearing these areas, trying to contact through, having weapons out ready for every corner. They're concerned that somebody from Na'Vi has gotten deep, and that means that this push is going to be slow. No running into the B site. 20 seconds. It will offer Shao an opportunity.
Tahu time kah ini, cuy?
For Shao to be that difference maker. He's got full util, but he doesn't want to reveal his
Oh, mau
position.
lihat ke situ. Gacor
Position
dong dia.
He takes the jewel, no one's turning around. Spike dropped down, and Nats in the corner, cowering in fear, man. It's Na'Vi once more at the precipice.
Match point.
It feels like Na'Vi have been in the driving seat for the
Cepet-cepetin
majority of this
Na'Vi
game.
aja.
Team Liquid are going to take a tag timeout to alter the situation. But this is a very different story to what we've seen recently. It's Team Liquid who won in EMEA. Both of these teams we thought would be fighting for second place EMEA this year, and they've taken vastly different directions. I mean, for Liquid, they had an awful performance at lock-in, peaked with that trophy that will be a permanent reminder for them in their cabinet of how well they can perform when everyone's at their peak. And yet here, both of these teams split by a knife's edge, and yet Na'Vi in control. Looking like they might go 2-0 in a map pool that, honestly, I think either of these teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we were playing today, Fracture, Bind, and Split.
You've seen that manifest, man, just how close it is. I said earlier, that round differential, I believe it is, like, you know, at most 3 rounds this year between these 2 teams.
Yeah.
They don't blow each other out, man.
Again, think back to the press conference here, where Emil and Doom Bros are talking about how these tactical timeouts, they can tell when the other is going to call one, and they know what each other are
Nats
thinking.
udah GG loh padahal
So
lagi.
there's a tactical timeout called by Team Liquid. I believe we're about to go into
Yang
a
kalah
tactical
pulang enggak?
timeout by
Masih ada
Na'Vi.
lower.
The
Ini grup.
identical twin brother coaches have called back-to-back timeouts exactly at the same time here heading into round 28. Look at that.
Always awkward if you're calling a timeout at the same time at the opposition.
Yeah, you never like to.
Yeah, you said your piece in the first one.
Quite. Nobody needs 2 minutes. But this is just going to add so much more tension to the players. In spots like this, you feel like, okay, I've already said my piece. I want to get back into it. I want to get back into the action. I want to impose my will upon the game. And instead, you're forced to just sit there, exchanging pleasantries.
But think about it. Yes, it's the beginning of champs, but still, right off the bat, your opening match is not one you want to lose. Instantly in hot water, going down to elimination. Once more, it's Na'Vi. Only having to take that 1 step forwards, 1 more round. They've been in this position.
Apakah
Feels
GG
like multiple
atau
times so
lagi,
far on
cuy?
this map.
I think one of the biggest things that Team Liquid have had in their favor on the defense side is Yampi's operator and trademark setups. This time trademark goes towards short. He's going to try and off showers. That allows them to stack 3 players on B. Usually he's being supported by Sky utility.
They're not using util to take showers here. They're just wide swinging. Yampi could absolutely get an opening pick. And they're doing it again. See how Yampi gets set up onto the line. He actually doesn't choose to take it, yeah.
Yeah, he's taking a very passive approach here with the operator. That might end up being a difference maker, or it could lure Angel into his death.
Holding, holding, holding. It comes down to this. Missing it. Just barely.
I don't know how. It looked good to me. And just the thinnest of margins.
With that, now they granted some information. They know now
pick doang,
the
anjir.
operator is.
And Yampi's forced to take a more passive line. So the info that he was able to get and the confidence that the rest of Team Liquid were able to place in him is diminished. This means Na'Vi are going to be able to get set up for an execute into these 2 players on A. They can finally hit the weak side of Team Liquid.
The pull's late. Zipan's already into the back of the site here. It's up to this gun duel that's about to be taken. Nats! Patience is played by him. Still lands that shot there. Snakebite to the back. Yampy repositioning now.
Mati Yampy.
All the way back to safety now, and time is running so damn short. That's a lovely. The crossfire set up, and Nats brought down once more. Still, reinforcements are there. We're saving to the back. Zetsu, enough with the reset. We are going once more to another round of OT.
You're seeing the discipline on play here by Team Liquid. I mean, the way that Nats was
tergantung kalau ini map 3 game ini doang nontonnya.
Discipline to wait.
Lama.
Runs through the smoke, but also instantly swings to try and help Yampy, who's in his reload animation, and stop him from getting punished by CNED. Immaculate team play there from the two defenders on the A side, buying enough time for Safe to come in, and the cavalry arrived. What is it going to take for one of these two
DRX
teams to get over the line?
We see that third map, or is it series done and dusted? A bit more left to play. So Cass notified there, that deep flash. To be long, still that smoke in his face, and Team Liquid are grouped up here. 3-2 split potentially. Trying to force out that util. Oh, what a fight to be taken. I mean, Safe was right off the back of that one. CNED, I believe, on top of the box. Loses that duel. But instantly, it's Na'Vi once more. Plugging up the holes in the defense. They want to take the fights right to them, and they're winning them out. Doesn't matter. Somehow always finding the miracle moments in these rounds here. Close to the corner again. Spam into a red car. He swings. Good timing on his shout. He's really being pressured now. He's feeling it. He can hear it. And he's dodging to the side. Left and right.
I have the spike.
Leaves it to Yampy. 1v2.
Kau mengamuk cuy.
Still the rendezvous available, but Yampy is guessing. Where are these players? Not a clue. Peeks it. Not able to hit it.
Bisa nggak kena nggak tembakannya?
The Na'Vi players can just pull magic out of everywhere. What is that from Xiao? And also Angel taking an uncomfortable duel over by Hookah, and he's able to find the flick shot that he needs. That duo coming up with the goods there. Take a look at the replay here. He answers instantly onto a player that had just got the first kill. And the way he dances around this box was just beautiful.
And look at the passion, man. Armrests off. Complete despair on the other side of Team Liquid.
Ini begadang kocak.
CNED's going to pull out an operator here. Attack side op for the Neon. That's going to give them less options.
Besok lah, besok gua pas nonton
Paparazzi
tidur dulu, bangun jam 1.
Who's decided to just into the Vandal.
He's fired off the shots though. Now he's made it acutely aware that he's got the operator in his hands.
I think that's a really unusual way of playing. Perhaps he thought he'd been spotted anyway. But Team Liquid are going to be now aware of this. Looking perhaps to just play a little more cautiously. I do in general like the attack side op from CNED. I think it lends itself more into favoring the contact style that Angel likes to call. Because it puts fear into the defenders. They don't want to info peek as much. It lets you contact through as they're doing now in showers. It gives you free map control.
Right car. He's in a one and done. He's got to get a bit more than that though. Running forward. Adjustments with it. Already gliding into the back. CNED. He's brought down. Towards the back, a triple here. This should be watertight seal when it comes to this site.
Lagi, bro.
Xiao's picked up this operator, but can't find an open angle, can he? 2 versus 4 picks it up, running all the way through. And it's brought down once more, 15 to 15. How far are we going to go?
It's been Na'Vi with the opportunities every time, though, to close this one out. Team Liquid need a run of 2 even to set themselves up with that map point opportunity. But here you see the difficulty of actually getting into the site. CNED just running and diving through. Not really set up with any utility that they needed to break those crossfires and allow the entry to happen. Zipan is definitely struggling in that department. So cheeky idea with the operator, but it's not going to work to close things out for Na'Vi. When you get this deep, though, into overtime, you've got to go, I mean, beyond the strat ball.
Yeah, conditioning goes out the window. you keep a rough outline of what the opposing team was doing at a given portion of the map.
Iya, seperti belum puas seru cuy.
It's a dodge of the Sky Flash, and they tuck Angel deep onto this corner.
At some point, the way that Xiao and Angel have been playing is surely going to get overwhelmed. They've been pulling out miracles.
Will they clear it? Is it going to be the double face once more? Red guy's not set up. Yampi! He cannot respond, and still.
Navi menang mulu.
A complete hold. And the fight's being isolated. It leaves it to Nats. But again, Spike out in the open. The crossfire setup. It's all there.
And maybe one day this B-hold will crumble for Na'Vi. Maybe one day Angel and Xiao won't be able to stand up, but it's not today. And that was just immaculate. Able to take the kills through the smokes as required. Na'Vi get up to another match point. 16-15. Neither team able to get across the line on their attack side.
And look at that timeline.
It's just a sea of teal.
Kill 3-4 sih,
Will
Nas.
Na'Vi be able to do it? They've had so many chances for the series to advance in their groups against all expectations, all odds.
And if this keeps going, Na'Vi might be in a position to... If this keeps going, Na'Vi might be in a position to break their own record of the longest game we've ever had at a global tournament. The score in that one was 19-17. This just doesn't seem to show any signs of stopping.
Will Na'Vi break through? It's the big question. CNED, fast lane there, flash inside of it. No one can really play the marks towards it. Stuns.
Masuk lagi
It's all been
setnya.
supplemented to try and get them into the side.
GG sih harusnya nih, cuy.
Really. And it's a guessing game at that. Holding for these smokes, but this time
GG kah adik-adik?
for Na'Vi. It's going to be a miracle. And for the map, for the series,
Ada yang wear hookah nih.
Team Liquid having to retake.
But it doesn't look like they're exactly conscious that Yampi could be posted up here. They're playing inside the tube, making sure that they're not open to hookah. But do they really know that Yampi's here?
Yampi. He wants an open sight line. He's got to know. And look at it, he's expecting almost a push coming through into the back of the site there.
Waduh.
It's traded immediately. 2 versus 3. Xiao, he falls. Redgar. You're going to be the difference maker.
Holy shit, 3
Still a
lawan 2.
crossfire. Onto the B-long angle, a tap onto it, it's a smoke, you have to force it into the spam. Redgar sticking it, I don't believe you got half, it leads into Yampi, into the 1v1, and time. It's against him. Oh, the satchel half on it, pushed away, is it ban? Well, shut it
Ini
down.
dong. Tidur cepat kita.
I think it's going to be the most unpredictable group that we have here at Champions Los Angeles. Group D, absolute titans, teams that have won tournaments before.
Lanjut DRX, gak ada penyemangat nih. Gak ada yang ngisi link berkah
Team Liquid,
cuy.
despite the heroics of Nats and Save, end up getting taken down.
Ayo, Madan,
Mimi was talking about it on the desk, how at some point this year, these two teams crossed paths. And what once was Na'Vi heading for the number 1 and 2 spot within EMEA ended up in a bit of a decline, a bit of a slump, I think it's fair to say. But they have put themselves up in a great situation here in the first game of groups.
Of course, a round of applause here for Team Liquid.
Liquid.
Play their hearts out. I mean, a knife's edge the entire time. You see the series go in either direction, but they will be playing now from the elimination
Edem
side
nggak, Jan?
of the group.
Gas.
Q. Pat, oi. Anchor bejurka kayaknya tuh. Lanjut. Like dulu, Bang. Namanya.
Match found.
Lanjut DRX slot sih sampai jam berapa selesai itu?
DRX load jam berapa?
Habis ini langsung. GG manja itu namanya ya. kelar match langsung nge-gym. Bodok. Pingsan yang ada.
Si Ilham dari tadi nonton dia nanti.
Iya. Sambil tiduran dia tuh.
Wah, lihat men. Ya, hampir turun aku. Ya kan Toge? Toge ini gimana jadi jam?
Loading busuk.
Nan.
Apa?
Cara aku kalau udah mentok level tuh naik level. Dia off level kak.
Mau apa kan nih?
Itu cara aku kan off level. Kalau udah mentok.
Tuh. Mentok lah selesai lah.
Ya si Timo ke aku di off level. Kocak.
Kenapa emang? Apa Ilda? Wah tidur. Button. Ya Allah, nggak ada yang kena tuh nembak ya. Bisa dibully yang mau ngasih. Ini 4-3. The fuck? Ah.
Nyabut tel.
Bisa ngendok si anak babi namanya.
Gimana apa challenge nih?
Lu mau challenge?
Apa?
Lu mau challenge?
Wah, jelas ini. nggak ada di hotel ya guys ya.
Kita nggak mati ya.
Apa dan?
Malam. Udah tidur jam 8.
Itu mah kecepatan. Tapi cepet kecepatan.
Main listrik kita coy. Iya pada turu kayak. Oh.
Oh, di body cuy. Iya, DRX.
Wah, lawan lo.
Tuh, DRX lo seru. Oh, so
Face your fear.
Kalau tadi yang kalah udah gugur.
Enggak, urus. Oh, udah. Oh, din. Astaga.
Ya Allah, habis peluru ternyata jak.
Last skill.
Easy knob.
Lagi Nan? Lagi nak?
Nggak tahu nih udah mulai apa enggak. Belum lagi, ayo. Lagi.
Masih iklan kursi.
Apa?
Masih iklan kursi belum main. Dikit yang nonton 17.000 doang ya anjing yang nonton.
Hari Senin.
Match found.
Weh Haris, tai lu Haris. Kayak gitu nggak bisa nyentuh. Nggak tahu dah kenapa. Nggak 300. Dulu kenapa kecil banget? Nggak tahu.
Don't have idea.
Go. Let's go.
Dan baca chat dan.
Mana?
Weh Budi, lu tai Budi, babi lu Budi ya. Dengar-dengar More join tim besar Indo tuh. Mana tuh? More join mana tuh?
Aku 5 mau busuk bang.
Spill dong, spill.
Gue sering dapat 6 dan.
Dengar-dengar dia join tim
Join AUX bang dia bang.
satu.
Udah bang.
Teresau.
Udah kau deathmatch dulu aja itu kau.
Ya
Kalau tim deathmatch kok kayak berat banget ya? Kenapa ya? Apa karena mapnya ya?
Beratnya kenapa?
Patah-patah anjir, tapi kok main biasa mah enggak.
Nggak tahu ya. Kentang nih speknya nih, kentang.
Iya, kentang PC gue di rumah anjir. Males banget mau upgrade PC aja, mau nikah lagi, mau ngapain, tapi punya PC nggak kepake anjir kalau udah punya istri mah.
Kepake lah tergantung kalau sport sama hobi kita ya
Sama
gas.
sih, cewekku si
Kalau
Bila
enggak
main Valo juga.
kalau enggak support ya tuh sih jadi inilah panci sama galon. Nah.
Cewek galon.
Walk. Diem but ya. Anjing lu but.
1 menit lagi tuh mereka main tuh. DRX.
Berapa apa?
1 menit lagi nih.
Lagi satu setelah 3 menit kan 4 menit yang cepat nih.
Lama kali loadingnya nih ya.
Iya banyak yang isi kentang.
Gantung bang sama itu sama mapnya.
Ya.
Ngantuk Bang Jan.
GG.
GG lah, ngantuk lah. Match 3 lagi. 3 apa nan?
Udah buat kopi padahal masih ngantuk.
Aduh, abang aja yang puasa nggak beli apa-apa ngantuk.
Sampai game 2 paling.
Aduh, habis dah. Udah gocet tuh.
Oh di mana sih itu alamatnya? Mau kau beli sendiri apa kau beli?
Anjay, sendiri kali ya.
Beli sendiri apa?
Anjay.
Kan baru tahu sendiri dan mahalan ongkos daripada harga.
Bener.
Iya mending beli sendiri dah.
Tahu kan, pekan baru kan dan.
Bukan muka lu.
Oh tau nggak, padahal deket ya, ongkirnya bisa gocap, bisa makan nugget lagi.
Makanya. Lah pekan baru.
Udah nih botolan lagi ya.
Kan lagi les dan. Hancur dan hidup dan.
Atau udah aku transfer buat makan tuh.
Ois, kasih madan. Anjing pakai deadlock bisa nge-trap main TDM babi. Tembak cuy, jangan pakai deadlock.
Oh, juara alamat PC itu bang.
Yoi.
Gerak Bang.
Enggak. CM.
Enemy kill.
Kemarin gue bilang itu di bandel dan
Bisa nggak mati pedih.
Di mandal aja bang, nggak suka.
Cara baru. Kau pakai apa dan ngechat?
One down. Reload.
Oh iya.
3.
Oh. Cuy.
Bisa nggak kena?
Oh hilang air.
Pasar bro. Titik 2 bro.
Wait, astagfirullahaladzim. Makan tuh trap.
Bisa ulti dia.
Lari cuy,
Tilt ladi.
Astaga. Allah.
Party's over.
Oh, jam setengah udah trap.
Dari kiri lah gua, banyak kali kanan tuh.
Oh.
Apa dulu nih bang?
Yoi. Baru. Baru dan aduh. Ya itu.
Baru naik radian langsung kena damage.
Rip radian rip.
Get out of my way.
Udah baru baru capek-capek tuh Radiant langsung nggak Bennett.
Ngapain lah si Phoenix kita nih?
Wah, aku di belas anjing. Wah.
Wah, pantes. Di bawah aku dia babi.
Astaga. Lawannya nunggu semua, babi. Parah.
What the fuck?
Skillnya.
Bredes. Salah pencet coy. Plus nih. Lo heal. Nice.
Oh my god.
Aduh, bisa peluru habis dah. Habis banget. Tim apa nih?
Joke's over. You're dead.
Ya Allah, Pak.
Wah, GG.
Copo.
Main pakai kaki.
Kalau belum mulai juga lagi.
They're like, oh, no. You want something? Honestly, there's so many questions that we have here, and honestly, you know, one question is, you know, what are DRX going to play? Who is DRX going to play, right? Because they have options. Loud. They can play. Well, they are going to play loud. Yeah. Okay. How dare you troll? But also, they have Foxy9, and they also have Zest. And
they play very different roles.
We just don't know what they're going to play here, Sean.
That's the craziest thing about DRX. And honestly, my biggest criticism of them throughout this year is they've floated this six-player roster all year. And it's not like they have map-specific comps or players that play certain maps. It's no, they split the reps across all of the maps, right? Zest plays all 7, and Foxy9 plays all 7, and they might just switch them out interchangeably. Now that sounds good in theory, but they only get half of the reps with each of those lineups.
Well, it seems harsher than that.
Aku
Because you're playing it like, oh, maybe they just decide, like, we'll play you for a day. It's not. It goes, Foxy, you're playing. You lost, get out. Now we're playing Zest. He's on the team now.
Game online tuh kalau orang situ
It's harsh, if anything. So I don't know if they're going to start again, because this is the most important tournament of their entire year. They kicked him out halfway through Tokyo.
Siapa mengaca outer X?
That's a great question. And look, I think if you are looking for the consistency, you're looking for the comfort, what the players are used to, I think Zest is probably the best option for that one. But, you know, on the other side, though, I mean, I don't know. I can't help but feel like you got to take the risk on the young gun to give you that extra oomph in these big tournament games, Sean.
I would agree, but it did seem like the Foxy9 comps fell flat when they ran them. When that lineup was in play, there were so many mental mistakes. And coming from a team like DRX, who is the most buttoned-up team, they innovate harder than anyone, and they play such polished Valor, right? They're always farming orbs ahead of time. They're quick on metas, way ahead of other teams. You didn't really see that in the Foxy9 comps. You saw a lot of, you know, aim duels and trying to just diff their opponents. They're going to need to bring back their old style, in my opinion, if they want to make a deep run here.
Yeah, and you also saw there, right, the last time these two teams like squared off against one another, the journey that they've both gone gone on here at this point. DRX clearly wants to try and right the wrongs of the past. And then, you know, for Loud, it's very straightforward, right? Back-to-back championship wins. That's what they need.
It's a crazy story, especially with the same sort of fall-off of last year, them just having a weird blip in the middle. But the fact is, other than that blip of Tokyo, they have been incredible all year. Like a second place, they probably should have won the first event of the year, if we're being brutally honest. In Americas, they were nigh on flawless, other than, I think, a single loss throughout. So realistically, I think we do have to look at Tokyo and go, that was a blip. Now we see what Loud have got. If they fail again here, then we start to question them.
I'm scared, though, Tom. I'm really scared. And this is coming from someone that loves Loud. They made me fall in love with Harbor Viper. They set the meta in Americas, and everyone followed suit like sheep, right? And Loud just dominated them year-round. But now they're not running these Harbor Viper comps. They've switched to different styles, and none of those styles have worked for them. So I don't even know what they're going to bring to the table here today.
Yeah, we are going to be in for a treat. That is for certain here. But, you know, and we're honestly not really going to know what's going to happen on that stage. But if there's one thing that I'm quite confident in, it's that Stax will be yelling Vamos at the top of his lungs. And it will be echoed throughout the shrine. And as a matter of fact, we have a Vamo compilation. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at it.
Vamos.
Oh, Jan, lu gimana follow, Jan?
Agak lagi ini. Nonton nobar.
The King udah tamat.
Sawer bang.
King Dulan udah tamat.
Apaan sih? Belum episode 16.
Udah anjing Netflix.
Wih, udah nanti kita nonton.
Pamo.
Ada, Nan. Tadi kau bilang nggak ada.
Can I just say, as
Ada,
a Hispanic man, makes you very happy.
Yeah, who did it best?
Honestly, Stax is
Cantik banget gunanya bagus.
Turu muka lu turu ya Dio babi lu.
Gua nggak spoiler,
but also that energy, right, that he brings to the table, because you always see it with the Brazilian teams when they're on that stage, especially at lock-in. That energy was out of this world, and Stax obviously doing the same thing here.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because his team has a lot of quiet players in it, right? So to see him popping off like that and bringing the energy, bringing the hype to his team, and probably when Mako's, I mean, Mako's usually top this forward too, but Stax is popping off too with him.
I don't know, I feel like he's the only person that might be as iconic as Kang. Like, just the mouse kiss was probably one of the greatest moments ever in Valorant, so we'll see if they're going to be winning some games. Maybe we'll get a few more moments like that.
I mean, they're going to need it, because it felt like in Tokyo, this was a team that was really struggling to like, adapt, to do something differently. And I just feel like when you go up against a squad like Loud, you need to be able to adapt on the fly, because they will surely be doing that.
Well, my worry is more so, I feel like their slump has been a little bit longer, like having upset losses to Team Secret over in Pacific. They've definitely lost their crown. PaperX are the #1 team in that region, whereas I would say, at least in Americas, Loud were the best team for the majority of the season. So I feel like I'm giving a little bit more wiggle room to Loud to bounce back, whereas for DRX, I'm like, you really have to prove now that you are in that sort of slump, even if you are still probably the second best team in your region.
That's so fascinating, right?
Bos party malah turu cuy, babi Indopret. Enggak, yang mana yang Indo yang main, Aris.
And I feel like now, like even last champions, wasn't the narrative? It was like,
DRX
is surely going to win this event. Surely they had one of the deepest runs that they've ever had. But I mean, at some point we have to start asking the questions, and maybe it does rest in that whole Zest Foxy 9 situation, like not clinging to the past rather than looking forward.
Harus dibacotin orang tolol kayak Haris ini kan.
DRX is mental entering a tournament, right? Ever since that finals where they lost the 2-0 lead over PRX, reverse swept in a best of 5, they haven't looked the same. I feel like that was a real punch in the gut in those finals, and Tokyo, like you said, they did not show up in that event. I don't think that this team will look that way again. I have such a picture in their fundamentals and their ideas that they bring. They innovate in the same way that PRX does, and it is very hard to envision them falling flat again.
Do you believe, Tom?
Do I believe in DRX?
Do you believe
in this game? Yes.
No.
Oh! No, I'm definitely on the Loud hype
train. This man! Let him know!
And then crowd booing an EMEA guy. Who could have seen that coming?
You know what, guys? Look, Coach Termy and Fraud are actually standing by for map selection, so let's go ahead and see where we're headed.
All right, first of all, congrats to both of you for champions and another event on both of your records, so congrats on that. So we're going to get started. DRX, you are higher seed. You will get
Ya
to choose
bagus
team A
sedikit
or
lah
team
firasat
B.
emang.
Team B.
Firasat
So Loud, you will be
bagus,
team
kita tetap
A.
pede ya kan.
And
Tetap
then
percaya
you will
diri.
start
Tapi
with your
ya
first
kalau
band.
takdir berkata lain nih susah juga nih.
Yang
Band
penting gas
Fracture,
bro
your band.
aja bang.
DRX,
Jimatnya udah
DRX.
nggak, Jimatnya udah nggak digas.
So Loud, map number 1. Lotus,
Oh,
side on Lotus.
Lotus.
Sebutin link dulu.
Attack,
Tolol Cimel
map number
tadi.
2. They pick
Kenapa
split,
tuh gua lagi?
side on split. Attack. Okay, so next set of bands starting with Loud, you have Ascent, Haven, and Pearl.
Tapi gue
Band
lega
Haven.
sih Jan.
So your band, you have Ascent and Pearl.
Wah, akhirnya ada map Lotus guys. Kan.
Lotus nih.
Lu.
Band Pearl. And so map number 3 will be Ascent. And so side on Ascent. Attack. Okay, I'm going to run through this, make sure we're all set. Loud, you ban Fracture. DRX, you ban Bind. Map number 1 will be Lotus with DRX on attack. Map number 2 is Split with Loud on attack. Next set of bans were Loud with Haven, DRX with Pearl. Makes map number 3 Ascent with Loud on attack. Sounds good? All right, good luck to you both.
Dan lihat belum Dan?
Udah nih kan lagi nonton Asteris kan tuh.
Ini dong, left is. Oh. Teori sering. Oh.
Ada yang mereka muka lu nggak boleh.
Kira-kira kunci Jan.
Oke lah. Ya.
Ya udah ketawa stres kayak gitu.
When you think about high-quality Valorant, 2 team names should pop up in your head immediately, DRX and Loud. And thankfully, these 2 teams are going to take the stage. And honestly, I'm excited because this matchup is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I feel like whenever I watch these teams early on in tournaments, I learn new fundamental things about the game. Their pistol round approaches are flawless. Their first guns are flawless. Their ult strats are flawless. So this is going to be an absolute banger, and I can't wait.
Yeah, I think we've also seen more of a play with the veto as well. Coming out of the side of DRX, then banning Bind, a map that's been insane for Loud. Like, they don't want to play them on it, but it means they have to go into what previously was their permaban. So this first map's going to be an interesting one, more so because I want to see what on earth have DRX changed. What have they brought in after they've got banged 13-3 the last time they played this map, and the only time they played this map.
Yeah, the only way DRX floats this map like this is if they have so many set plays, so many ideas, and they've innovated on it in a way that Loud can't anticipate. The question really is, what does Loud bring to the table? Are they going to run these neon comps again? They did not work at all in Tokyo.
If I could take a stab at this, genuinely, I think Loud are just going to try and punch them in the face. Like, they're just going to go straight at them, and they're just not... Because really, when you think about it, DRX thrives in their structure, whereas with Loud, they have Aspas, for goodness sake. They can just send him and kill.
I love that you're sat next to Shulk like a masterful in-game leader, and your strategy is just punch him in the face.
God, that's what I used to do, so, I mean, like, not physically, obviously, but, you know, here's that being said, though, I do think that this is one of those situations, Tom, where it's like, you know, take advantage of the fact that this team is so structured, and take advantage of the fact that there's such high firepower on this squad.
I will say the fun thing about this matchup now, the Foxy Nines isn't in there, is you are going to get Buzz back on the duelist. And I think Buzz versus Aspas is something that goes back over the last few years. It's a really exciting matchup. Both sort of very, I want to say, clever in the way they play the duelist. Not overly aggressive all the time, very good at picking the right fights. And I think that's going to mean that this is going to be much more about those setups, maybe with a little bit of punching in the face.
Ooh, a little bit of spoiler on the screen there. Okay, we might get some raises on the board here. I love seeing this change out of Loud. They were were, like I said, running the Neon. They switch Ospas over to the Raze.
No,
a little bit
Zaki.
sad. They probably want to see him on the Jet. His Raze is insane.
Yeah.
Okay. I know that
Also,
he's
just Raze is better for you in this situation on Lotus anyway.
Yes, absolutely. And this is kind of the consequence of moving away from the Harbor Viper previously. You know, they want to use the Raze combined with the Fade. It is such a good combination. We've seen it a lot of times in Americas. And I love the comps from both of these teams right now.
Yeah, I believe on the other side of things as well, last time out, I think Stax was actually playing controller, so they've switched that between him and Zest to maybe give them slightly more on their comfort choices, and Zest, I feel like is a better secondary controller in that role, so I think that'll work out. Normally though, Marco's the one playing that Viper, it's something he's actually quite well known for, so again, it seems like they are shifting things a little bit, maybe just to sort things out for their team.
Yeah, well, we'll see how this one plays out, and LA, I'm going to need you to make some noise as we get ready for this one. Two world-class teams are ready to face off, so it's only fitting that we send it over to a world-class casting pair. It's Pansy and IPOC.
Thank you so much, GB and the desk. A wonderful start to things here, and what an opening series for these two. Truly a litmus test of form coming into
Yeah, definitely, because I think both teams are in a very similar situation. When you look at the bigger picture, we're talking about historically DRX, one of those deep run teams, and now having a hiccup along the way after a fantastic regulation season.
One.
So what's crazy is we actually started this series here on Lotus. Again, 0-1 for DRX, 1-2, I believe, for Loud as well. So this isn't necessarily, I guess, in terms of recent data, one that's comfortable on either side here.
Let's find out who finds that comfort first. Loud going to start on the defending side, DRX on the attack, and a lot to be proven for both of these sides.
Actually, a slow probe towards A, but very quickly DRX in a position here to potentially pressure towards 2Es on Mound. Does have a second teammate behind him, less shoulder in that same corner, but they're setting up for this here, Lauren.
Yeah, but also look at the progress on the other side of the map as well. 2Es is taking a lot of this strain here, has to finally rescind, fall away, see a little deeper towards C. He's got the cavalry on the way from A, but can they bear the brunt of DRX going towards his site? Yes, they can. Les connects first, and a follow-up. He's still laying down the DRX, a mold. 4 still standing for Loud, and it's going to be inevitable, surely.
And the flank comes through so quickly, but what a hold from Loud. On that seaside crunch, Les standing strong.
Beautiful.
I'm curious if that's actually a trend that will continue, because the concern being here, RB's actually drifted ahead of the turret as well, so even if that was a successful hit, that flank was still coming, and it was 3 strong, Lauren.
This has to be an early identification from DRX to note that, right? They have to get on top of this. If Loud come out, all guns are blazing, DRX need to hit that form real fast themselves. Wait and see when that timeout may hit. Obviously not going to be this early, but if it is going to be that adjustment, does it come through early on? Rinse and repeat, at least towards the C site. Once again, 2Es posted up, got that Bulldog in hand, and DRX going to take their time. Again, you look at this purchase, it's just that Sheriff for RB.
The switch up being a Sadak, who's going to be reinforcing 2Es over here. Adjustment of the Killjoy utility towards B. Seasoning actions, a couple of members of DRX creeping towards the site with the spike. Less prime to maybe clean up once again here.
There. Could be fantastic. All progress for him. Ghost, so it could be a little bit trickier. And the support system a little far away as well.
Some of the utility removed already as well, so he has to reposition. Create some resistance on the way in here for DRX.
Fortunately for him, Aspas does makes it over. Draws the attention, and there comes the blow. Swift enough, but it is mostly less farming up. This guy, nasty so far. Stacks with an opportunity, and a belting shot. Takes down Cowanty. He's got 40 seconds. He's got the spike, and he's got a 1v2.
77 HP, and the upgrade here to the SMG. A little bit of space, but Sadak, can he slip past?
Timing. Oh, he's going to go back. He wants a bit more. Stacks feeling ferocious. But he needs a plant. He needs that time on his side. He's found out how far away they are, so he's going to be able to judge this well enough. Plant going to come down. 9 seconds on the horn, so he's going to get that up soon enough, but the reposition is everything.
Give him a bit of space to work with here as well. Spectre could do wonders in these close quarters, Lauren.
It certainly could, but now opting for it. First bit of utility committed towards the site. The shot comes in as well. Sadak on the cross, but he's going to find a fair fight. Spots the gate, but he has to close in right now. Has to do it. Sadak, quick as lightning. Takes down Stacks. All the threat keeps 2 standing. But that's certainly a message there. DRX sending a loud message through that.
Stacks with an opportunity to actually clutch that out. The timing just missing the first on the pass through. 2Es lucky to escape there. But Sadak with a beautiful adjustment.
Again, starts with this, right? Les is
Another 3K
really
for Les.
clean.
Gokil nih Les.
Knocking on the door now. That's going to be something lovely to keep in the pocket. There's the shot back from Sadak. Sharp today. And we look at the buy coming in here for Loud. Now Les going to reward himself. A little bit of a trap. Going to pocket the Vandal. Everyone else kind of sticking on a little less. That's perfectly fine. First buy going to come in for DRX in this bonus for Loud. Let's see what they can achieve with it. For DRX, you want this clean. Yes, some contested rounds, but it has to be more than that.
Big exchange of utility here, but nothing really garnered on either side. Loud will be able to restart after that. Actually, a preemptive rotation here. Expecting DRX to maybe thread the needle towards another site.
I love that Loud are matching this.
Yeah.
You're seeing the
very early
mirror
on
moves. Beautiful.
Sadak hasn't really had any information in terms of audio cues across this side of the map. But already 2 teammates ahead of this. Usually expecting a Viper in that situation just to slow down the hit a little bit.
Maybe a double pipe coming back in.
Gokil,
DRX
line
seem a
up.
little unsure of that final destination, but allowing RB to work a touch further. Going to remove some of the util, force a little bit of Loud to commit. But this then falls towards 2Es. Does have a Bulldog. Deciding off the back of just maybe a pixel out of place, he's going to fall back, invest the smoke, and call for some support. Already Cowanzine going to be the first to receive that call. Pain Shell, and this has to be commitment. 25 seconds, they've got to make a go of it towards C now. 2Es noted, Buzz gets away, fortunately, with his life there. And Loud going to respect this.
Yeah, retreating towards making sure they have an even 5v5 for this retake. Finally, Plant comes through. Not much in the form of utility. I mean, I'm seeing a Snakebite, a Prowler here for DRX. Only tools that they have really to slow things down, try and hold on to the site.
Yeah, but explosive retake could be deadly. Loud going to draw blood first. Take down Buzz and then look towards the site. Marco's in a little bit of trouble, has to fall away from the corner, goes for the double dip, tries to take the fight, loses. Loud on the way back through, and DRX are crumbling. There's problems here. Zest and RB, desperate to hold on. Zest with greatness, but he needs more, and he hasn't got enough. The fuse started, and Loud will be loving that one. Converting the bonus here, a couple of nice upgrades to put to hand. And DRX in trouble.
And it's awkward for DRX because when you see both players back away from side there, it's almost like you want somebody, 1 or 2 people from DRX to dig a little deeper, apply further pressure towards spawn because, like I said, in that situation, they're happy to sit back. Let's keep 5 up. We know that we have the utility advantage this late on in the round after what's happened elsewhere. I mean, Zest nearly lining up a second there. Very comfortable start from Loud, though. DRX able to get a light shield purchase back in hand. Nightfall available here for stacks as well. Loud consistently winning out with this rubble pressure early on.
So much of a priority put towards that. The amount of utility done just to control that early space is essential to the outcome. Again, they can just post up 2Es, leaving there very isolated, but they can cheat the additional player towards C.
Dia langsung read.
One ways in. It does put Loud in a position to put 2 members towards either site elsewhere on the map. DRX probing once again. A very slow early round for them this time around. Not much in the form of information garnered, though. Now, looks like 2Es will be tested on this side.
Trying to prop up his chest a little bit, seem intimidating, but he does need to respect
Timing's perfect. Yeah, timing's perfect for him. Able to drift away. Does have the paranoia still, but 9 seconds away from the smoke. Has to rely on
pada ngomong ini kira gampang kali, udah tahu atmosfernya beda. Apalagi ini kan
spaces
champion
between
ya,
them
beda kalau
right
main kayak
now. Cowanzine does have a chance to actually pivot through.
Beda gitu kan.
Maybe find a backstab here.
Champion ini setahun sekali kan?
Buzz seems very aware of this, though. Still going to try and keep a check on it. 2Es has been noted now. And there's the first. Cowanzine! Clean as hell. Sprays! And this time someone answers. Loud gifted the perfect hold on that. Stunning first 2, but man. Stars aligned for the follow-ups. And RB looking irrelevant to the round. 10 seconds. It's dead time. I mean, Loud are absolutely tearing away with this game.
Yeah, locked out so far, DRX. Unable to really have a say in these Cowanzine on the hunt for the ace, actually.
Mau S dia. Give me S.
In the crowd?
Yeah, 2Es. We'll find it. RB will fall. It's a rifle removed. But you're almost asking for a very early timeout here from DRX because this slow drift in the early round is not suiting them at all. This is just ridiculous. Paranoia lands and Mouse Swan and Prey. But they're desperate to find this trade. And they didn't even really require anyone from Loud to swing off site here.
Jadi dosen si kawan Zin.
Concerning here for DRX early on.
And here's the first real flight towards this. We saw the amount of utility invested before from Loud, but this time there's bodies behind this, but Tui's is still up to the challenge, up to the fight. Aspas by his side. Stack's the only one to draw blood so far for DRX in this round. Tui's falls! And now we're starting to see a little bit of a fight back from DRX, digging their heels in here, trying to tame Loud just a little. Les and Sadak, the last two alive, the least noting Les here. But where is that final player?
Noting the slower pace not working for... Hang on, Nabi's got all the way into the backlines here. Sadak, none the wiser to the possibility.
He needed to hit that, and now he's in so much trouble. Heartbreak for him.
Bought enough time, though. The Viper's Pit is down on site, spike planted. Stax does have his ultimate as well, but lockdown invested from Les.
Does Stax go walking, or does he respect this? Falls away.
When they have a chance, I mean, they have a little bit of safety to play outside. And a chance actually for Zest to get back inside his pit as well.
There it is. That's the best that they could achieve here now. Loud going to get towards that spike. The first tap made. Zest looking for the challenge. Not going to find a target just yet. The spray's perfect though. Zest going to connect straight through the pit. And now all down to Sadak, and 1 HP just simply ain't going to be enough. He knows this one's done, and DRX finally putting their name on the board here. First found, and it was a thrifty round. It was a bit of a brawl over towards Rubble.
Yeah, but a massive pace change. You're absolutely right. It is a brawl, but DRX happy to at least come out swinging in this round and rewarded for it. Because Loud, a couple of times here, you're thinking, are they going to peel away from this? Are they going to retreat? But they commit actually a third player behind this towards Rubble. DRX almost sucker punching them there. Ult still available for Loud though. Kawanzine, Tuis, and Aspas. Stack's still sitting on the Nightfall as well, but one off the lockdown for RB. And potentially within touching distance of the showstopper as well for Buzz.
And it looks like that Nightfall's coming through here. Now, I don't think it's going to catch anyone. So that should be at least the green light to get towards the site. Now you can see Sadak trying to backfill this stall out a little bit as well, make this harder work for DRX. Unable to make the most of all those seconds they bought with that Nightfall. That's going to respect it and fall away. But Sadak still standing, does go down. DRX claim the site, get the plant, and should be able to kind of defend this pretty well.
Looking at a lot more coordination on the way in here as well.
Yep.
Marco does find Kawanzine there. Aspas was considering making something work through the door, but now has to peel away. Regroup towards 2Es here. DRX digging their heels in on site. Stacks will catch actually half of that paint shell, force him out of position. 2Es will find it.
It's down to 3. Buzz still waiting. First one. He's going to let... No, he doesn't let them pass. Strikes him back down. Stunning! Stunning from Buzz! 3 big kills in the post plant. Making a second for DRX now, starting to come alive here after being bullied by Loud initially. This is much better.
Alex said this looks way better in terms of coordination on the way in. The utility forced the player out. 2 members of DRX then chase down the other member on site here. That was actually after the Nightfall connects to nothing. Sadak tries to get ahead of it, backfill that space, or deny that space towards site. Really well constructed by DRX here. Seems that Thrifty might have just been a catalyst for DRX to claw their way back into this early deficit. 2 key ultimates I was mentioning previously, Showstopper and Lockdown, now available for DRX.
Not going to note the players postured up here. That's 3 of them. You can see the intent. They're trying to make the most of this, pressure them down. Aspas going to close the gap. He's trying to Buzz. Makes a move, but he can't get away. Mid-air blown up, brought back down to earth.
I think Buzz actually popped his Showstopper as well there, so...
Wasn't sure if that was the...
I believe he did. We'll obviously get a chance to look after this, but Sadak now trying to slow things down. Feeling a ton of pressure, though, towards A site. Nobody from DRX showing their hand just yet.
Yeah, they paused for just a second. See if they can note where Sadak's repositioned to. Zest going to make the cross and actually takes down 2Es with him. There's still Sadak on the back of the site, though. Still a problem to be had. Kawanzine going to note 2 players. Marco trying to get out of there, and Stax Similar positions. Trying to fall away, give up the site. The barrel noted as 4 of the players now from Loud start making their way back through. This is so contested. Look at all this utility invested here. Stacks gonna be the first challenge. He succeeds, takes down Sack, but that's might be following. Oh, he follows him to the grave. DRX holding this. There's Cowanzine and Less. With all that investment, all those ults, not gonna make much of this just yet. Less is gonna find Zest, but still, look at these deep positions from DRX. Hard to dig them out from here. And it looks like Loud. They might be falling away from this.
Sax will force Less off the angle as well. Cowanzine, we forced to save, and the crack's starting to show in the finances here with that early lead from Loud. DRX bring it within 1 now. Bit of a step change, very, very early on for DRX. Looking way more coordinated now.
Absolutely.
That's even after conceding a very quick decision made on the back of Buzz falling, who actually did pop the showstopper. I'm not sure if I actually missed the voice line there, but it was burnt up in with an attempt to try and deny Aspas.
With the 3 connected here for DRX is enough. The Loud think it's time to take a pause for thought. We had a great start, 4 in a row. That's not enough to give you the game. DRX have depth, we know that. They are one of the greats. This is why this game was going to be such a tantalizing prospect, right? What version do we get? Initially, it looked like Loud were back in form, aggressive, confident, in your face. And then we saw the perfect answer. DRX, always the kind of tacticians, that thinking man who comes with that great approach. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, there's a montage. But again, for DRX, this is showing some of their strengths here. So what's the answer for Loud? This is their timeout. What's the adjustment you're foreseeing?
I'm very curious, actually, if there's going to be a pace change from Loud coming out. If they dig a little deeper with this early round control, turn that into aggression, chasing down kills, and whether or not DRX are maybe feeling as if they can continue on the current pacing. I would be surprised if Loud get a little feisty. Especially here, seeing Tui's on a Bucky, but I mean, you have to try and make something work. Oh, actually swapping out to the Bulldog here, so as close to a purchase as you can probably imagine with the finances in this round.
Any ults nearby? I mean, Salak's 2 away. The rest were all burnt up in just that previous round, pretty much, apart from the TPs on both sides. 3 off for Stacks. Okay, it's the gun in hand sort of deal here. Let's see. Is that pace change? Is there going to be further exploration from Loud here? Do they commit even deeper on this? What are the adjustments now, complementing their ability to kind of match move for move? What DRX were doing initially, the rotations were perfect. This time around, let's see if DRX are going to maybe test the waters here, try and feel out what Loud have come up with after that timeout.
Fairly similar to previous, to be honest. Tui's posted up deep. He'll cycle through the smokes here. Zest will actually spot him. Curious if we do see a preemptive rotation come out Loud on the back of that. So it should clear out towards back rubble. It does indeed. Cowanzine across here, and DRX looking to actually take this space away from Loud. Maybe reading that there is a couple more players. Or if they're still actually anticipating Sadak being over towards Tree. Maybe that is the read from DRX.
Yeah, and they're having to go through quite a deep protocol list here for DRX, checking on all of these possibilities for Loud, but 30 seconds. We can see the creep towards the side right there. Right on that cusp of A.
Toilet.
Loud sitting just that bit deeper as well, not giving away too much this time. 20 seconds. They've run the clock low.
Satchel out.
Tui's will be the first test, but it's going to be the paranoia landing perfectly. The double swing. Still going to take down 1 though. Aspas does need to fall away. Does he get out with his life? Yes. Outstanding movement. 10 seconds now. The plan needs to come through. DRX going to commit towards this here. 4 players standing by from Loud, ready to pounce on the way back in.
Sekarat.
A ton of spam coming through the smoke there. Malco rewarded there. Aspas will fall.
And Cowanzine noted. Malco's got more to do, and he's willing to do it. Smoke goes up to him. Another fight. DRX coming alive. Perfect work from DRX. Slower, patient, showing so much discipline and intent there, Mike, and it still worked.
And back to what you see them start off this half doing. I think making a similar read to what I'm anticipating, a pace change from Loud, but it just doesn't come. DRX, 4 rounds unanswered, looking firmly in control the home stretch of this first half on Lotus. Beautiful work from Marco here.
It's a treat watching him play when he's in this sort of form. Loud starting to hit a bit of a rough patch, so that's 4 now back-to-back. The timeout not working for him, right? Like, that's the biggest problem here. And again, the early challenge, the early investment, Loud want to brawl, and right now they're losing. The TP taken, Tui's does find a connection.
Ini baru seru.
DRX stand with a man up to the good against the 3. Aspas, Sadak, and less now.
Being Spike not committed here, and look at the space that RB is potentially going to find on the other side of the map. You want to see Sadak has repositioned, so Seaside going to be wide open unless less. He's going to be able to get within earshot. I don't think he will ahead of this. The pings come through on the minimap, but it's a wide open side for DRX here, Lauren.
Yeah, and RB not going to be able to get through completely unscathed, but the TP is going to allow for the plant to come in anyway for Marco, so not really hindering too much as Loud weren't able to get back in on time. And the 4v3 in this situation isn't pretty. They still don't have the best buy it.
No.
You know,
you retake him
even
with a
on
Bucky and a
day.
Guardian.
Yeah, this is not looking likely for them, but maybe Les can create that first step, right? They need someone to get that first player down. Sadak going to clear close, make it uncomfortable for the players close towards that ramp side. Maybe isolate RB a little bit, draw in a player. They need some kills to come through. Sadak's going to find one, but they need a whole lot more, and they need it fast. RB in danger.
Yeah.
The double take. And he does get taken down, and now Aspas in a 1v2, but time is ticking. He's running low of it while the world's great, but right now I don't think he can change anything. Has to fall away, has to respect the DRX once again. Striding through this game, taking the lead.
And playing this perfectly, the timing executed.
Udah hilang si Toge.
Especially to have RB in a position to capitalize on that, create so much pressure around Rubble. Loud have shown that they're happy to dig their heels in. Find that space with DRX. Do decide to follow through in the early round, but
Kopi brosteris, tolong kirimkan brosteris.
Absolutely convinced it's the free skill.
Kopi kepala api apalah nih, kopi kepala api doang.
Had to mute that bit. Interesting.
Time to explode.
Perang lagi A-nya. Enggak deh, enggak jadi.
This is huge round for Loud. This is where being held on 4 is going to be brutal for them. Aspas going to get aggressive though, take all this space away. Commitment behind it, but this is not the same sort of brawl, right? He's shown that DRX, well, they've shown that they're willing to take a fight on that side if they have to. Right now, that's not the case. So a different look coming out here this round.
So not able to remove the alarm bot here. Kawanzine still guarding B site. A second member posted up deep though, towards Rubble, alongside 2Es. Maybe a little bit of a curveball. Aspas going to try and give him some support. Again, with the information reads, I guess, here. This might catch DRX off guard.
Certainly could. That additional body is curious and not noted this time around. So Aspas going to be played in. He's going to be good for one, but it's traded out. So Zest's going to quickly deal with that additional threat.
It doesn't really suit in that sort of situation, though. DRX haven't been able to find any space elsewhere. Sadak still holding on to Seaside. Kawanzine, see a well-timed Prowler here to fish out the presence of RB. The 2Es has to respect this now. Now have the information.
Oh, look at this! Look at this ruse, though.
Beautiful bait.
Look at this fake coming out in front of you. 3 of them falling for a hook line and sinker. They have to respect it, right? The ult just came through, but the plant's going to be on B. DRX giving themselves just that slice of time. Spike now down. Nice little after plant too. For these 4 players, they've got a lot of kit to play with. Still some utility here. Kawanzine, one of those main players here. Stack's going to dip his head back in. Doesn't want to get revealed just yet. The ult going to be invested, but no one noted. And now this is when it all gets a little bit chaotic, a little bit wild. Sadak going to deny Marco. Drop down spotted. Stacks with a belter. Takes down one. Zest on the follow-up, leaving less than Sadak with so much in front of them. And so little time again to navigate through this. Takes down one, not going to get the follow-up. It's all onto Sadak in a 1v2, and RB ain't playing his game. He wants none of what he's selling. Time to back away again, but Stacks is on the hunt. Denied. Oh, this is looking brutal for Loud. Held on 4 now, DRX in control.
A crucial seize from Stacks as well. The Viper's patch in that situation clears a lot of that space, forces DRX deeper into a very, very confined spike site here, but it's so well timed. Forces Sadak back, he obviously eats that decay as well at the same time. Great conversion from DRX here. You can see the paranoia here, the chaos in the communication. As soon as that nightfall comes through, it doesn't even tag anybody, but it forces 2 extra players across towards A site.
I'm worried seeing frustration on Aspas early. That to me is a little bit question mark. We'll come back to that in a bit. For now, let's come back in with a buy.
Santai lah bosku.
The Phantom on Sadak, and then you got what Bulldog coming out for Aspas.
Ini kalau ketat
It's odds
satu
and
map
ends.
aja
It
lah.
ain't pretty for Loud on this purchase.
Ngantuk
They
bosku.
haven't found an answer here. DRX have taken this game completely in hand. One away from Buzz's ult here. Could be played through. Two
Besok harus
Well,
bangun
it's just a slow contact into
malam.
A. Now we're going to have no information, or at least early indicators of presence. Sadak will be spotted on the other side.
Besok
It's only
siapa yang
RB,
main?
so not necessarily a cause for concern in terms of rotations here.
Even with all of this great contact play, it could be a burst, yes. But the problem is there's still 3 players for Loud
Exactly,
here,
yeah.
right? So it's like, even without noting this necessarily,
Oh,
you've got a double
dirubah
stack towards
jadwalnya.
tree and one towards
Putih
CT at
besok.
top. Prowler's going to note it, Stack tries to identify it, close
Ini
in.
game
Tuis gets
terakhir.
found, but the trade is there. So it's going to be Counting connecting towards Stacks, but then look towards the side. DRX going to be taking through this. Aspas holding the line. 47 HP, can't do any more. Zest takes him down. The site should be there. There's a plant, maybe, but less. I'm telling you to think again, he's still got that lockdown. Sadak on the way as well. Has to find Marco and RB.
Lockdown.
Smoke in play. They can't quite make through this unless Sadak wants to risk it.
Load of time to play with, though. Marco puts Sadak down. It's just less to try and recover this now, Lauren.
He's got the rifle. He's got what he needs. Maybe a chance here. Noting the first on Marco, but has still no true idea of where RB is really residing. And the time's running low. No one on DRX is going to give him a chance. They're going to play disciplined here. Half would be ideal, and he ain't even going to get that. DRX, large and in charge here.
Gokil.
Massive impact already, showing resilience all the way through this first half.
I mean, this is insane. 4 unanswered from Loud to kick things off.
Hey,
After that,
Sachi.
it's the DRX show. Just non-stop. In absolute control, dictating everything across the map here in my eyes. On this attacking side, Loud don't really have an answer. And it's not as if they have an opportunity to really give an answer in some of these rounds. We'll
Dari
come in here.
4-0 manis.
Lockdown, showstopper, some ultimates to use, but it hasn't really been coming down to that.
No, it hasn't.
And on the other side, a showstopper, a Viper's Pit. So big tools in terms of getting onto site and creating a solid post-plant hold.
But they feel out this presence so early on C. As soon as they feel that fight on towards Mound, they've instantly pivoted away from that, straight towards A, maybe trying to exploit that solo player. Now, yes, we did see that Les was kind of sticking around this side, but it is mostly Sadak. And Buzz, disrespecting all that utility, going to take the site with the ult. Post it, doesn't find much for it, that's fine. He's taken the site, he's allowed all that space to be made. A quick plant, and now this is where it gets deadly though. Look at these ults coming in. Aspas goes for himself, can he find anyone? Yes, takes down Zest.
It's a pit down as well.
But DRX still going to be standing on the side itself. Aspas
Ketahuan
clearing on through.
itu.
It's a one-man show so far. And Buzz, can he deny it? Yes, takes down Aspas, the opposing number. Paint shell popped. Going to be posted towards back of sight, but Counting clears him. Lockdown in play. They have to respect it. 2 still standing.
Oh, bisa menang nih.
Stacks is one of them. On towards the spike. You got to look towards it. RB trying to buy the time. Lester's taking down Stacks. It's all on RB.
Oh.
Ooh, a little close there.
Gila,
A little
hampir
close, but
aja tuh.
Loud going to break the trend, get themselves up towards 5, and make this half almost look respectable.
I mean, if DRX can buy a couple more seconds here, there's a chance they can dig themselves into that deeper position after the lockdown comes through. But great decision-making here from Loud. Flooding the site so early on. And again, actually removing the Viper's Pit actually relinquishes a lot of that control and almost turns some of those deep positions early on for DRX into real risks.
But you have to know, you have to say, was that just Aspas having a moment? But that's not for us to discuss. That's for the desk.
Thank you so much for that one, Pansy, as well as Hypoc. And yes, what started off as, I mean, it looked like Loud domination, quickly pivoted to DRX, showing why they are, as we said before, a world-class team, Sean. That was just an overall great half for the DRX squad.
It was crazy to see how DRX used every ult perfectly throughout the middle part of that half. That was immaculate, right? Every time they used the fatal, it got clear value on the C site. They had so much mound pressure at the start. Omen one way, Haunt up top. They would always get mound, and if mound was contested, they would immediately pivot over towards A and get A for free. This was a really tough half for Tui's, I thought, because they left Tui's on like the weak side a lot, and DRX was just abusing him.
Yeah, but these are actually, this was in the beginning of the game here when we ended up seeing, we were getting Loud with these retakes. It was looking clean. Then we thought to ourselves, holy crap, Loud actually might actually pound this half. But yeah, and then things just pivoted so fast, Tom.
Well, that's the thing. This was the bonus round. The first clip, all it really shows is that in the bonus round, they managed to take an awful lot of space, get back in fairly easily. I think it was Aspas as bait and 2Es managing to get the kill. But I believe we've got another clip for just a little bit later on in the map where it's like, it looks like, as Sean said, just using those ultimates so effectively in the late stages of the round. DRX fixed every single one of their retake. Like that's 7 rounds in a row was pretty much just all retakes. Like every single time Loud setting up to get back in, and every time DRX had an answer.
It was so dominant, right? But I mean, I'm gonna ask you, Tom. I feel like, do you feel like 5 is enough with this guy? We were talking about it. The map can flip so attacker-sided if you win the right rounds. And honestly, even though that felt so dominant, I don't know if it's enough to win.
That's the thing. 5 rounds, defensive side, it can definitely work, GB.
Yeah. Well, it is doable, especially with these two teams on the stage. Let's go ahead, though, and send it right back over to Pansy and High Pot.
Thank you. And yeah, the proof is in the pudding here, right? Because I guess if you watch just the start of this game, you're like, real nice, catch that end round, you're like, cool, no worries. But that middle portion, that run of 7, was terrifying if you're a fan of maybe Loud here. But coming to the second half, where do your thoughts go towards?
I mean, really, this
bikin semangat nih, like-nya aja dikit.
He get himself a comfortable start here, being the driving force for Loud. So at least recoup this initial 2-round deficit. Hang on. I even kick things off with the pistol round nice and early, but 3 members of DRX here.
Ooh, the paranoia. Are they going to commit behind this? Okay.
Cancelled each other out, yeah.
And almost mirrored, if you're looking at how they're approaching this to an extent. But Sadak's gotten pretty deep here. Now, it looks like the awareness is there. You're already going to see
Stacks has picked up the slack.
Yeah, there it is. So noting the players, very, very good kind of heads-up work here, keeping track on the map. Got to find that final port of call for Loud.
So they've got to be careful here. It does have some reinforcements coming through now. DRX maybe, I guess, getting into position to force him out of that position, but now the Loud are ahead of the
There's no subtlety to this fight. They're all here. There's 4 players. The Buzz wants in. Loud ready and waiting, though, in that smoke, and Loud hold them back. Not gonna make that impact they wanted. Zest and Buzz go down. Marco, I mean, falls to his fate, really, if anything, there, leaving it really in the hands of just Stacks and RB. Holding off on the plant for a second, trying to identify these final players. Not going to get it. RB, last one. Not bad. 25 seconds now. Show me more. This would be magnificent. HP is a little low, and that shot was clean. 16 HP ain't much. There's a lot of Loud players left standing. It's what Loud needed, though, that first.
This just seems so disjointed. They're trying to get ahead of the spike plant, yes, but it's 3 people separately. There's no complementary angles to take. I mean, was it Buzz initially with a frenzy that's jumping inside the Omen smoke to try and find something, and then there's a further 2 investments in terms of putting bodies on. I don't know what Mako's thinking's going to happen there with all 4 members of Loud staring down that position. So yeah, not sure of exactly what call was made, obviously to prevent the spike going down, but I don't know, did they think it wasn't as heavily invested from Loud?
Yeah, I don't know if they thought there was not many people. I don't know, that felt like a bit of a misread from DRX, if I'm honest. But for Loud, it's an opportunity, a gateway back into this game after having that tear against them. The purchase here, Aspas straight on towards that Vandal. An early progress being made on the other side of the map. There is utility here, so it will be identified. So now attention's drawn. It's going to be Sadak who's going to be put to the test early on, if anyone. Further than this. But you can see the rest of them all coming back around. Buzz got to be careful, but this round is classics. It's 1 Sheriff on RB, and that's about it. So by all rights, Loud should be comfortable here, unless they make some real errors.
Yeah, Buzz, unable to really have a say in this. It's a little bit of a pump here, but DRX has got 3 people behind this wall ready for it to drop. Ain't sure invested now.
I don't like them leaving it late.
No.
Ketahuan nih kedengeran. RB dapat 2 menang nih.
Show me it.
Ya. RB kenapa sheriff kamu dari tadi,
Utility. Actually, they are beating the utility. They're here super early. If they can deny this part, they'll make it tricky on the cross, but it's down to classics. Who need a lot to go right for them, and Aspas doesn't want any of that. Wants this kept in hand, kept in check. That's going to do a little bit of damage,
Dari
but not
tadi
enough to write home
cuy,
about.
Sheriffnya.
4 still stand. Plant going to come in loud, equalizing the scoreline now.
Tumben
You see how
manja.
DRX going to approach the first buy round. In terms of old progress, nothing really for Loud to pin their hopes on. But do come across, I mean, it's 2 Bulldogs and a Guardian, but rifles across the board at least. It's a very healthy bonus round. And all 5 stacking up outside rubble. There's 3 opposing this from DRX.
Is this going to be a bloodbath?
I feel like it might be. I mean, DRX were happy to take these sort of engagements in the first half as well.
Here we go. Let's see who comes out standing. Buzz goes straight in. It hasn't been a great first half for him, but maybe this time he can come alive.
Perang, hajar terus.
This is DRX tearing Loud limb from limb. Just Aspas alive, and he's down so low. 25 HP and maybe a dream.
Geter.
He's got 2 more to find, and they're sitting pretty, and they're both on the flank. He's yet to even consider this.
Mungkin menang ini Aspas.
Spike.
Masa iya kill 2 langsung?
Oh my god, he almost had a damn good chance. When it's Aspas, you respect it a little bit more, but DRX get past that first test, barely.
But it cost them a fortune to do so. 4 rifles sacrificed it. Beautiful utility invested behind rubble. I mean, you can see the nano swarm as well, just on top of that. Tucked into the back corner. I think the paint shield doing the majority of that damage.
Let's flush them out. Satchel out.
Showstopper going to be available for Aspas here, though.
Oh, it's going to be the same again, rinse and repeat, but this time more behind it. Buzz this time not going to have the perfect start. It's going to be 2 E's. Takes him down there, isolated. Paranoia to follow, and they want to make the most of it, but they can't quite catch him. TP's away towards the site, and Marco going to try and play safe. Loud just picking up that pace, shifting gear. They're at 120. The round's barely started in their half. That's a little audacious to try and take towards 3, but Marco's in a world of trouble. Found. Aspas puts him down.
Ada maju-maju pakai Odin.
Save it, yeah. I mean, Zest has got a judge, but this one's locked in for Loud. This is the sort of confidence as well when they feel out that DRX are happy to fight for rubble here. Next round, happy to just balls to the wall, go back there, engage, and almost set the precedent here that, yeah, we're not going to give this up for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, attacking Odin, she said, a little audacious, but pressure created.
Yes. Classic.
Kok sepi sih babi.
Lapar Israel.
I mean, this is a nice little response, right? It's kind of Loud showing who they are, over that personality, almost bullish in approach, almost too stubborn to ever fall away from these sort of looks. Now, for DRX, this will be certainly a little bit of a reminder, a little bit of a wake-up call as they're going clearing. Keeping hold of these weapons would have been lovely. I don't think the other 2 will be found,
well,
but losing out on him was massive because that's a judge.
I was going to say, the problem being, actually, I mean, if 3 weapons, albeit a judge being the 3rd, carried across, there's a chance to at least reinvest something back into this. Now with RB losing the rifle, be a consideration that you're looking towards conceding around here in terms of the inventory available to them.
And if we go bigger picture here, Mike, if we kind of go back to what we were talking about at the start of this being that check-in, right? That kind of temperature check of these 2 teams after what was a very surprising result for Loud, you know, that 0-2 bomb out and then DRX, highs and lows, you never know what you're getting. I still don't feel like I know anything else.
Yeah,
like, what are we making this?
Like I said, to start here on Lotus as well, which is a bit of a question mark for both teams. It's not as if we can go back towards some kind of trademark, or, you know, where's the barometer in terms of performance? Where do we really pin this individual case here? I mean, we go to Split next, and if we see the double duelist from Loud back on full form, then that's a better indicator for us.
Absolutely. So this is a bit of a question mark still. I don't want to take too much away. A really close game between these 2. And I think DRX just trying to tune themselves into the second half. It has been an activation from Aspas as well. First half was mostly led by Les. He was doing wonderfully, doing very, very well for himself. Speak of the devil. But Aspas has certainly activated now. So we're seeing a little bit more form, a little bit more of that kind of impact that we know he's capable of, and he's stepping up to what we expect from someone like him in his position. Now coming out of this, DRX need to have adjusted, but they don't have particularly a buy to do it with. Unable to retain that, well, I was going to say 3rd rifle, but 3rd weapon, let's say, coming in here. It's going to be a little bit trickier to make it count.
I believe it was Stacks on the rifle cross, but we'll pass it into the hands of Marco. Put him in a position to be the hero in this round. Spam comes through from Sadak. No connection on the other side. Actually, the door opening will force Dest away. Pretty sure they would have heard that retreat, though.
Yeah.
Looking towards maybe getting the
Ada ding, ada ding.
For a post plant hit.
Looking how far Aspas has already cleared through this with no resilience. There's nothing on the other side. It's quite indicative, right? It's either maybe a stack somewhere, maybe they're looking for something else. They would have responded to this already, but you're going to have that Viper's Pit on. You were noting it earlier, it's absolutely what Sadak wanted to do, and Aspas, not respecting this by any means, going to head on in. Note no one on that way for the first couple of steps. Of Paranoia is so good. It allows him to stick around just that bit longer. And look at Sadak and Aspas mauling them here, and Marco, last one alive, he did have that rifle, but he's so far away. He's not really going to get much of a chance. A 1v5? Don't think so.
No. Big gap to close if he even wants to make a go with this or do some damage. Aspas will give it up to him.
Cover going out.
Looks like he wants to challenge too, but will find the headshot. You seal the deal on a 9th round here for Loud.
Yep, Loud back in the lead. Solid attempt. Now, fortunately for DRX going forward, they will be able to get that full purchase in. They do have, I think, Buzz on ult as well, and a couple sign and knock on the door, right? They're very close to that first ult cycle.
The problem being, though, look at the finances for DRX and look at what's on the brink in terms of this ult cycle for Loud. Some massive, massive tools at their disposal. Need a response from DRX now. So we Loud on double digits. If they concede another. Showstopper available for Buzz. One away from the lockdown as well. A slower approach here. Nobody from DRX giving themselves away other than the bot coming out from Buzz.
That's it.
Nearly actually swinging onto the angle, but
ampun.
Oh, that was messy from both sides, really. Buzz going to lose his life for it. Not worth it by any means.
No whiff.
Especially considering the ultimate being available. Great plant denier. You could argue a great counter towards the Viper's Pit and a post plant as well. A little bit of a slip up there from DRX. Space found elsewhere from Less as well. Now identify that should be the weaker side of this defensive formation, and the confirmation will come through.
He's in so much danger. 60 HP, tries to play it forward. Actually not a bad idea. Might give himself a chance, an opportunity. One got away towards side though, but they've been picked up. Aspect gets found! RB! This is brilliant! Bold play from RB to push further ahead. Not fall away from that nightfall. Not be afraid of that knife. Stand and hold the side itself. Sadak and Less, you got 30 seconds and 4 to get through. The spike is on the other side of that entrance. So this is now almost impossible, near on improbable. They need a freebie, and it doesn't look like DRX want to give them that.
Lan, socket yang auto combo itu yang mana?
Ahead of the smoke. Able to seal the deal here, but heroics from RB. I'd love to see if there was a Prowler sent as well on the back of that Nightfall, because it's the perfect play.
Yeah.
RB gets ahead, still capitalizes on decay from this poison orb in the choke point.
Aku pakainya
critical
damage increase 27%. Sama yang plus 357.
Again, you look at that start.
Sama excellent damage rate increase.
Not pretty scenes at all. Let's watch this back again.
3 gue yang lightning tuh.
Just stunning work from him, and yeah, I don't see the Prowler coming through. Maybe
I don't know if it was a little earlier than this. Obviously, the reinforcements came through at the perfect time as well.
27%
Nightfall actually not in a position to cut off any or I guess catch anybody in rotation towards Waterfall or towards Spawn. The bailout round from RB and gives them at least a cushion, 1 round cushion in terms of the economy.
Perang lagi coy.
Buzz trying to thread the needle a little, but there's no one to challenge, right? They're going to leave. Who is it? Posted up Marco towards that A site and instantaneously hit the rotation button.
All 3 of them.
That's a lot of faith.
Yeah, it is. Curious here of whether or not Less is the one to try and make something happen towards B. Loud considering both sides of the map. No confirmation with the Prowler. But with Marco's deep position, they can commit to this. Especially now with the utility being dealt with.
50 seconds now.
Jess has still got a snake bite to slow this down as well, Lauren.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit worrying. Time-wise, you're looking at 3 bodies on this side. Here's the goer. Should be the green light. The go signal. Aspas can be the first one forward. The others will be isolated. Can't quite make it through. TP now taken for Tui's. Aspas wants to try and control towards CT. There's that Viper's Pit we saw sitting in Sadak's hands.
But Lockdown and Showstopper for the retake here. Loud have to make a decision on how they want to play this. Spike will go down now. They can't find the Lockdown.
No preemptive lockdown.
The
They have to
Caesar's caught
evacuate.
two of them.
They've got to run away. They've got to try and escape from this one. You can see them detained here.
Apa
This is
nih?
an issue. Buzz going hunting. Oh, they're all so
Oh,
vulnerable.
kena semua.
It's a slaughter. They are so unaware
Oi.
of what was going to happen. Wait, hold on. Aspas desperate to try and do some damage back, but it doesn't matter.
Hampir
DRX
busuk.
destroying them with that lockdown.
The Seas was absolutely beautiful from Stacks.
That's unreal.
Loud keep digging deeper and deeper to try and remove the
Look at
lockdown.
this.
That is absolutely crazy.
That's a heartbreaker.
Another crucial piece of utility usage from Stacks. Sadak actually unnoted, he just commits towards being
Yeah.
contained there,
shit.
hoping that at least somebody else can do something.
Loud pumping the brakes though. DRX starting to take a little bit more of a lead, kind of continuing those rounds now back-to-back, 2 consecutive. Couple of ults starting to hit for them as well. That Nightfall there, the Viper Spear of their own. Yeah, TP's nearby, but that's almost irrelevant. You got Showstopper for Aspas, less with Lockdown just one away as well. So a couple big ults starting to be very much key to the outcome of this. Double digits made for DRX. First to do it here. Loud held on 9 for now. But this still feels like it's a coin flip.
But yeah, level pegging in terms of the finances as well.
Yep.
Maybe a slight ultimate advantage towards DRX here, but Lockdown 1 away for less. 1 for the Showstopper in the hands of Aspas. Now tie things up now, because it certainly feels like DRX in terms of the, maybe not the execution, but the approach to the rounds, with great reads in terms of where Loud are going to prioritize. Especially here, reading that late C hit's going to come through. And maximizing value off those 2 ultimates available. What sort of adjustment do we see from Loud here?
That's all I keep just waiting for with bated
Wait,
breath.
there's 3 members of DRX here.
Are they going to fight for this? You can already see the creep through. The Haunt's a problem. Okay, has to reveal the position there. Buzz needs to respect this.
That's enough of a deterrent.
Yeah. They're running fast. Is it just from the progress of Sadak as well, I guess? Maybe the coupling of 2 elements, right? Noting that player, and then you've already got Sadak taking a lot of space here. Okay, Zest is going to hit that panic button. He needs some support here, and quite quickly. They're already at the door, and still above a minute. This is very quick progress from Loud.
So like able to slip back away. I mean, plenty of time to work with, and they've drawn out the pit, so basically removing A in terms of options.
It's a beautiful play from them there.
But they did obviously read the presence outside mound at the start of the round. 4 members of Loud looking to apply a little pressure towards C now.
Ulti.
Lockdown going to be the one to open things up. Now does this play Sadak in the lurk? You see he's already slipping through towards B.
Ada ulti juga. Stocks.
Let's see what Sadak can achieve here. Trying to cut through that B side. RB
Wah,
seemed aware of the
gila.
possibility, but still going to lose his life to it. Sadak making wonderful impact already, catching him out. Off the back of that lockdown,
Mati
forcing them
Arab
deeper.
juga.
Now that does facilitate the plant too. Nightfall going to come down. Buzz going to step back towards the site. The first man forward tries to clear through on that spike. Allow that chance of a defuse to even be had, but there's still so many bodies behind this. Still got that showstopper on Aspas. Zest has to be impactful to say the least. And actually, that's
Ooh.
back with the C's!
The C's!
The combo work coming out is out of this world! Stacks doing marvelously. Oh, and he just puts it
Gokil.
onto it. Insult to injury. Body on body, DRX.
Oh, good nah.
Doing Loud dirty.
Stacks' utility is absolutely phenomenal this map.
Guy's
Oh,
nuts.
good nah.
Again, not reflected necessarily in terms of the numbers here on the scoreboard, but undeniable impact time and time again.
Look at it. There's no escaping him.
Oh, auto combo tuh dapatnya dari
DRX up to
senjata
11.
yang cyclone itu.
Now it's getting tense though, isn't it?
Loud still comfy in terms of the finances, but now some of these ultimates a little further away. Nightfall missing 3 orbs here. Still got the showstopper for Aspas. They
Where we
need a
go.
response. They need it now.
Buzz, similar routine, right? Takes that space, plays a little bit closer towards that corner on this, but he does have support as well. Gonna probably post up Marco, then fall away. We've seen this, right? We know this routine. Now it's RB, who went above and beyond on that Nightfall that came down not too long ago, but this time obviously not the case.
DRX are reading this perfectly though. Look at the pings coming through. They've already sent 2 extra players across towards this site.
But RB's down so low. This time he's probably not going to be able to get the miracles here. He's down on what? Sub 30 HP. They're going to go for the double pump.
Now they're forced into an audible call with only 60 seconds left here. No information towards Rubble.
Has Marco got another smoke? Yes, he does.
No paranoia for him though.
It's true, and he is alone. But has Loud identified this? Well, now they know. Marco, does he stick around here? Oh, dearie me, he's got to try and get away from this one. That's Spas trying to catch him on the back of the TP.
Lari!
He can't get it. He stays alive. On a lovely amount of HP, he gets to slip away to the back of the site and now put the problem back with Loud. They got 38 seconds and they got to make it towards the site. They need to get that spike planted. Now the support's here though. Now there's other bodies coming through this time, but Sadak takes one away. Stacks now removed, and Zest to run. Loud are back in this round. 25 seconds really to play with, and the B site might be theirs. This could be the ideal. They've even got less post up in a lovely position. Going to keep those two humble towards A.
Spike planted.
Does he get found? Buzz considering it, but not finding him. And Les can play this out perfectly. Play patient, play calm. These 3, I think they need the weapons.
Yeah, DRX want nothing to do with this at all. You can see time and time again the game plan from DRX is to deny the spike even going down. A couple times comfortable with the lockdown, maybe the showstopper, another catalyst in terms of how they can approach retakes here. Hello.
That's not my teammate.
Mark on 9 HP as well.
It's just a gentleman's agreement to not go back.
Yeah.
Hopefully no one saw it.
I think Les knows that it was low HP. He's like, I'll let you go.
Game on now, isn't it? This is the game we wanted, right? Nice and close. Okay, Buzz. And Marco goes down.
Well, Les did find Marco.
Yeah, in the end.
Ketat ni cuy.
10 to 11 now. Gap's starting to close back a bit, but
Habis ni turu kayaknya cuy.
I don't know where the momentum really lays in this game. It's constantly going back and forth.
A little bit of a curveball here because Buzz has actually got himself an operator in hand. It's looking like he might be the solo member for DRX towards C unless RB's headed that direction. He is. Maybe put some complementary utility down. This is a curveball. Loud haven't had to overcome this just yet.
It's a little bizarre, but maybe Buzz has something for us here. Forced away, has to respect the smoke. Loud's protocol list will at least address those early potential picks that he could have been going for. Secondary angle now needs to be worked with. But you look across the map, Loud aren't just working that C site, they're looking elsewhere as well. They're trying to maybe keep check on what the likes of Marco have been up to, right? Like trying to keep track of the entire map, which is easier said than done, but a slow creep forward. Zest will be seen. Sadak is extremely close by. A bit of an awakening for Zest there, has to be careful. They've crept very close.
Actually, Spike's coming across this direction as well. Nothing Louder poised to make a move just yet. At least there was a window of opportunity. This Kawanzine, Spike in hand, will retreat.
Bang Hujan, mana Bang Hujan?
But now you're concerned because late rounds they're creeping towards the side that Buzz has this operator and has that utility to slow things down as well in the choke point.
Okay, Buzz.
I miss.
What's revealed now? They can just look to punish.
Yeah, Buzz is screwed here. But he's still trying to buy a bit of time. That's going to remove that paint shell. RB now has to take up that mantle. 25 seconds though. Loud running it late, and RB back to business. But look at the pivot coming out, taking that spike over towards the B side, depending a little on the progress made from the likes of Sadak and Kawanzine, and it's worked. Deep utility going to stop DRX from getting back towards the site as the plant is going to come in. A 3v4 now. Tough to clear, but Marco up for the fight. He's going to lose. DRX clearing through though. Sadak, Kawanzine at 2, he's 4. It's all on Aspas. 21 HP. Position noted. How does he try and navigate any of this?
They can come off with the wall here. It's just come back up.
Satchel out.
That satchel could kill Zest.
It genuinely could.
Trying to slow play this, not taking the bait on the first tap.
He's got 7 bullets. It's not a fake. Oh, it's a great shot.
What was that retake from DRX?
How did they get those 3? How did they get those 3?
In the blink of an eye as well.
Nyap baru saja mengirimkan dukungan 25.000 buat Ngopi Pagi BG.
Thank you Ngap. Ini dia cuy, Ngopi Pagi.
DRX in that direction. Then Kawanzine finds a kill onto Stacks as well. On top of
Main buat Ngopi. Oh,
Bloody
That is
hell.
ridiculous from RB.
RB has actually been such a monster in this game.
Bit of a heartbreaker, honestly, for Loud.
12 to 10.
And now they have no room for error.
They've got no ults, but they've got a full buy. One away for a couple of the ults, 3 for Buzz on this one, but it's going to be a brawl again. That bloodbath that we've seen before, but this time Tui's falls. Buzz is going to find him first. He's got Marco by his side, and they're just going in. They want this one done, but Loud disagrees. Stacks, doubles down.
It's a 1v1.
Of course it is, and look who's alive. It's Aspas, the hero of Loud, up against RB, the unsung hero of DRX.
So sexy nah.
Siapa yang menang ya? Arbi melawan Aspas.
RB, can he answer their call? That gun is glowing for a reason. Aspas nasty so far.
Nampak baru perang itu tadi.
Kalau aku tumbusin tuh. Ketri.
Patient play. RB has so much to check, so much to work through, but he's just going to gamble it at one point. Full HP, creeping closer on the corner. Aspas steps away now, spots the shoulder. RB's got to get a move on here. The fight is Aspas.
Kok nggak swing lebar dia?
One more round to play out.
One absolutely mad round. At 1:25 on the clock, it's down to a 1v1.
Of course
it is.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Waduh, nggak kena lagi dia. Yang kenaan belakang.
I gotta say, you don't often see, especially across the map pool, DRX commit to these sort of rounds.
No.
It's very rare.
Felt like they were enticed into it, like, yeah, take that ball, take it, close it now.
Thank you.
And they couldn't do it, and it's opened up chance, because look at the buy coming out for DRX. We've got
Yeah.
Bulldogs, we've got Guardians. This ain't pretty. This could have been a mistake of fumble, but what is this little setup here? DRX, hold on, they're getting proactive again, but it's going to be punished. Tui's
Aduh,
takes down
bombotnya
Buzz.
benar-benar
Pulling for 12 now.
tang
Loud
ina.
want to take this to OT, and DRX sweating in this one now. A couple of ults to play with. One player.
That's so awkward as well. Zest was looking
Oh,
at
aduh,
Sanak there.
benar-benar.
He was looking to dig out the lurk, but force back now, pit invested.
Okay, but can they find Zest though? Can he slip away? Does he get to keep his life? He's been
Aduh.
found. He has to respect
Aduh,
this. You
diuber.
already hear the showstopper pop, but he doesn't find its target. Zest still stands. Spikes on the site though, taking so
Oh,
low. Zest
ditumbusin.
is making this a problem. The support is here. Stacks, he's going to take down 2. He's a trade. Comes in, 2 standing Loud.
Ayo,
Ripping them
Zest.
apart. It's just Marco and Zest making
Oh,
justice. After all of that, can one man save them? They're on the run. He dips back through. He didn't expect it. Aspas waiting.
Astaga,
Taking
bisa
Loud to
OT,
OT.
Jan.
Switching sides.
And a beautiful switch up. As soon as the
Jadi
lockdown is
tidur
invested,
anjing.
they pick the pace up, divert their attention away
Apa itu tidur?
from the pit. And
Iya,
Zest unable to find the
bosku.
backstab, prevent that pressure coming towards Rogue.
Apa itu tidur?
What a crazy end to that second half.
Gokil, Aspas menggila.
Man, I feel for DRX in a way because it's like that temptation to brawl with Loud is always there, right? But in my mind, Loud are the
But
best.
just
And
like-
that is where they thrive when they have those like
Iya ya,
real
kalau
chaotic
200 ya.
moments.
I don't feel like DRX's hand has been forced into this.
No,
They've
they wanted
committed,
it.
yeah, they've
Enggak
received
dong.
some of these rounds and happy to do so.
Which, I mean, maybe learning their lesson now, but brutal way to learn it. 12-12, we go back in. A moment of respite, but barely, because look at this. The amount
Now they're
of
feeling
space.
themselves now, look at this.
Yeah, they want to make it hurt. Hand around the throat.
There's
DRX
4
on the
members
other
of
side.
DRX.
Oh, maju.
Smoke goes in, relax. We're good. Ish. Now we know might not be good. Aspas tempted. Oh, he's gone down! Great find from Zest! But Tui's still here. DRX
dapatnya
finding
si
him, they barely
Aspas
see
lagi.
him.
Look how deep that pick
Yeah,
was to see. It's
they've
in the
got to
choke
work it.
point.
They've got to work it now. RB giving them another huge chance here. Backfilled by Sadek though quite quickly, but he's ahead of
Ya,
the util.
15, 12,
So he slows down the
15,
pace.
12,
He must be a
12.
little unnoted. Does he get away with it this time? A fair fight. He wins it. Sadek goes down.
Eh,
Be watching Cowanzine
tembak
falls.
apa
Buzz
kamu?
flies in. Finds Cowanzine. And now it's just Tui's.
A 1v5.
Anjing kesian kali weh.
First round of overtime, going to be given the first RB will fall. What can he get done here? Paranoia available. 3 seconds off a smoke.
Nggak ada yang
Jump spot still there. Notes the position. Zest's going to be buying the time. He's got his TP if he wants to use it. Can he draw him into a fight? There it is. Takes
What?
it. Now they're paranoid. They
They
all
think he's
turn
gone up
attention.
top.
They have no idea. He's got gotten closer. But look at that
Nggak
late
mungkin
position
kan
from
1 lawan
Buzz.
3.
That should be the death of it, surely. Tui's can't predict this, and to try and clear that would be almost murderous. And yeah, exactly. Let's him pass,
Mungkin
but
lah
can catch
1
him
lawan
on the way
3.
back through. First claimed by DRX here, 13 posted in OT.
Match point.
And finding picks on both extremities here. Just spreading Loud so thin. That wasn't a jump peak, yeah, less punished.
Udah mular belum
Some
kocak.
information. RB once again the hero though for DRX.
You talk about the kind of impact alone he is having.
I mean, he sat at 15 and 16. It's not even reflected in the numbers, but the value from some of his kills.
The quality is out of this world from him. Stunning. But again, job ain't done. We go again. Can Loud match? Or is it map 1 done? Sadak trying to test, trying to show a little strength here, but all of the intent from Loud is towards C. 4 players, and a lot to do, and the man of the hour on the other side, RB. Utility tested and cleared early.
Hilang utility RB.
Are we not necessarily feeling the heat
Jadi mbak-mbak biasa lah dia nih.
2 teammates coming.
Mbak menjadi aku lah.
Already here, trying to capitalize on a window of opportunity on the other side of the map. Buzz will be coming across to support Marco in this A side hold.
Nge-pick nih Zes nih.
But digging into this lurk now.
One key weight on this as well. There's 2 players being kept here, but
Sendiri RB ya.
trying to relay that perfect. There he is. There's the reward. The Spike's trying to pivot through towards B though. Now caught in towards the connector. It's a problem. Loud going to be catching the way back through. Stacks actually going to catch him on the heels. Oh, he went a little bit above and beyond on that one. Needed to calm down a touch. Buzz now and Zest in a 2v3.
Aduh, 1 lawan 2 lagi. Pantai OT lagi.
Zest, where are you?
Werap kah? Babi
What can you do about this one?
Snake bite to play with, but now with the nightfall in hand, 20 seconds away from a reveal as well. Feels undoable for Zest.
Tidur kita guys.
Apa itu tidur?
Early investment.
Very early. Going to highlight these not at least towards heaven just yet. Smoke going to go in. You can already see the pings on the spike. They want to keep track of that one. There's Snake Bite. Can he get a freebie? Nothing connecting. Sees, brings him down. Decay is there, dragged through. The first tap. He needs a fair fight. He needs 1. And Loud ain't going to give you 1. We go again.
Kirain kan.
13-13. This is going to be one of those games.
Another one today.
Yep. You got nowhere else to be tonight, right?
No. We'll stay one. It's unlucky for Stacks as well. He just can't pin down the second player on that transition towards 8. Wow, actually calling a timeout here. Ahead of round 27. You see the frustration coming through there.
Yeah.
Reset of the pace. I'm curious of what could be being discussed internally for Loud here, because there's been some real curveballs that
Nyantai dulu,
you could
Bos.
argue in terms of the stylistic, I guess, perspective of both of these teams. DRX shouldn't have been winning out. Whether or not that's actually thrown Loud off in terms of how they wanted to approach Lotus.
Yeah. It's quite hard to tell. I guess we have to wait to see if there is any, I guess, visible adjustments coming out this time out that look very obvious. I mean, a little bit of space was found. You saw that opportunity that I think, was it Les who was waiting on that very late lurk?
Yeah,
was able to be rewarded from. Is it something along those lines? Maybe just feeling out the overall pacing here, but curious to hit that timeout button here, but maybe even just to catch their breath. 13-13 could be a marathon game, could be just to try and reassess the scenario, fall too deep into that OT playstyle that can happen. But at this point, we go back through.
It's like the trend will continue from regulation at least. 3 members allowed.
Well, Predo lo Predo.
Geter-geter, Cok.
Saw commitment time and time again to this opening engagement. Only Zest on the other side of it.
Okay, gonna show presence. Similar on the other side. Near on mirrored, but...
Yeah, fairly standard. It's the 3-2 setup showing presence. Denying this, I guess, early opportunity from DRX to progress towards either side. Tui's on a deeper position this time around, though.
Madan mana nih, Madan nih?
They can creep quite close.
Kenapa bang?
Prowler goes through.
Ngapain
Now
tuh?
with Paranoia dropping, the paint shot follow actually could have been an issue there. It wasn't in the end.
Ini
A little
apa
bit of chip
tuh?
damage, but not enough to write home
Hari
about.
bangun tidur cuma nonton
Could be
anime
a red
doang.
herring though that the Seas didn't catch anybody that's deep off this choke point, because straight away 2 members allowed cross towards B site. Still with utility to clear out
Wibu garis keras ya.
very early positions.
Wibu nolep
He's
jatuhnya
forced
bang.
even deeper now.
Loud are really hesitant to
Yeah.
commit further bodies to this, which, I mean, we have seen a lot of pivots through towards that B site here, but still, to not address that, and now the B
Wide
pivot, of
open
course.
now.
Yeah,
30
this feels a
seconds
little
left.
mistimed from Loud on that, a misread, and an
Recallnya.
opportunity for DRX. They'll take that with both hands. That's a plant coming in, but a 5v5 on the B site is brutal. That retake unpleasant. Look at the deep positioning coming out as well. Throw your mind towards Zest. Throw your mind towards the
Aduh,
deep
bolong
positionings
lagi.
from RB. And it leaves your forward men to try and deal with that brunt that's going to come through.
Absolutely right. Zest still actually has this crossfire with Marco.
Ya ampun,
Punish on the first.
Huge.
kelihatan palanya.
Yeah, that's back-to-back work here. Loud going to clear through those first bodies, those close holds, and then Zest is found. It removes all threat. I'll be held too far away, and I think Loud might have just broken this one.
Aduh,
They
geli.
found what they needed. RB's
Kelihatan
gone down,
palanya
Fuse
dia
on the way.
mundur
They
dikit.
just absolutely demolished DRX
Brute
there.
force their way back onto site. Like I said, the curious one is actually Marco falling ahead of that. I don't know if did he die to somebody on site? Because Cowan Zine comes late and cleans up Zest.
Antek
Oh,
ho,
that catch.
kan
Yeah,
lagi.
Stack's just a pixel out of
Wow.
place. And that's the catalyst. Allowed to just flood their way onto
Sampai
site.
ronde 40 nih.
Enggak, ntar lagi selesai nih.
Okay.
Ronde 40.
Got the upper hand now, Loud. Can they close the account on map 1? Does DRX have something to say about this? Get pacey off the start. Buzz going to get himself into the thick of things. Not alone, but Marco's going to have to make his mind up here. He's in a lot of
Mako.
danger. Taken down quite a lot.
Elok lah Mako.
To maybe catch, but he's not going to. Early progress towards B, and also a little bit of presence towards Mound, but Aspas is the one I'm looking towards. Always a threat in this, and Zest's got to be ready.
Toxins going up.
And now with the alarm bot dealt with. Tui's almost spamming him off the angle there, Zest. Not necessarily going to be rewarded for a play like that, especially as he's the only member of DRX to hold down towards B.
Ambil orb lagi nih di C.
Now probing on the orb retrieval. They're going to try and funnel them towards Aspas for that showstopper.
Just waiting out a second longer.
Gangguannya.
It's very late
Oke,
for Cowan Zine to
ketahuan.
be on that side of the map towards Rubble and throw a Prowler out.
Wait and see when he does this. There it is, just gone now at 40 seconds.
Udah nih granat nih.
See, actually, the cause and effect. Stacks leads back down
busuk.
towards CT, leaves RB on an island. This might have been the adjustment they were looking for, but RB is still standing. You don't get in towards his
Aduh.
side. Finally falls. Sadak takes
Oh, mati.
his scalp, and now Loud bulldozing through the site, but Stacks wants in. And this man,
Ada keluar.
has his number red, and it's Buzz and Marco. As Loud doing everything required of them.
GG cuy.
A 2v4.
Waktunya kita mudahi.
That's the first.
Eh!
Second, not going to be so easy. Les needs to be careful. Sadak will seal it. Now
What?
Buzz with it all to do. A 1v2 now after a 1v3.
Ah.
Quickly tries to get ahead to Sadak. Not
GG
gonna happen.
GG.
Loud. Make the most of this. Doing very well in OT.
Kayaknya ronde 40.
Taking themselves to 15.
Cek lanjut lagi cuy ya. Ngantuk. Habis cuy.
Tested.
GG Brody.
Yeah, still we come away from this.
Mau
with
rehat
some
manja
questions
dulu
in
ya.
terms of
Besok
seasons
ya
of return
yang
to
mau
form.
masih mau nonton
In terms of
di
the
Valorant
pedigree
aja.
here, 15-13
Nonton episode
scoreline
16
does
yuk
reflect
Lamnan.
that.
Oke cuy.
A few things
Bye bye.
I would
Besok
say
besok
feel like anomalies
gua
in
harus
this matchup.
bangun
Yeah,
ya
there's so
simpan
much
tenaga lah.
head-to-head in this, it's very
Besok
hard
kita
to
gas
predict,
lagi,
right?
oke?
It's like that, okay, is this
Thank you,
a great
thank
map
you.
now for Loud? Was actually that really good for DRX? Is this